Chapter 5082. A bunch of idiots. You still can't see the situation in front of you. Talk to me again after we take down Ling Xiao. The leader of the exiles spoke. This was a young man with disheveled hair. He was only about 20 years old, but his strength was even more terrifying than Shui Yi's. No one dared to underestimate him. His name was Yi Han, a young man who was once born in the divine nation of the human race. It was a pity that his family's fortunes had fallen, and he had been implicated and exiled. However, Yi Han had never given up on the chance to step back into the upper class. Ling Xiao's bounty was his chance. He didn't want to miss it. A mere prisoner from the exiles dares to be so impudent. After we take care of that kid, you'll be done for. Shui Yi sneered. I believe that capturing 12 powerful fugitives is a good thing for Dual Axe City. Mph, you have to be alive to return. Yi Hantian snorted and called for the people behind him to approach Ling Xiao. I already said that kid is ours. Warriors of Dual Axe City, attack. Shui Yi didn't want to wait any longer. With so many competitors, no one knew if Ling Xiao would still be alive in the next moment. Although the two assassins from the Dark God Palace had been killed by Ling Xiao, they were only at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao must have expended a lot of energy to kill them. Shui Yi believed in his judgment. Ling Xiao watched as the martial artists of Dual Axe City rushed over. He checked the time with his time treasure. Only 3 minutes had passed. It seemed that he had to hold on a little longer. Although he didn't need Cold Plum's ability to deal with this trash. Cold Plum's ability was necessary to deal with those experts. Then he would deal with the trash first. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated all the formations that he had set up in advance. At the same time, he activated the Sun God's Blood formation and the Snake God's Poison formation. The Bloodthirsty Plague was an area of effect attack. In addition to the power of the formations, it was enough to make many martial artists lose their ability to fight. At this moment, Ling Xiao released Xiao Jin, Yu Fanghua, and Long Chen from the Chenkuan world. In the end, they would have to do it themselves. The power of the formation was not enough. At this moment, the four forces gathered together and surrounded Ling Xiao. And this was what Ling Xiao wanted the most. He set up a formation around himself. The moment it was activated, lightning was equally famous. Flames swallowed and spat. The wind roared. The black gravel turned into life-devouring vipers. The scene was in chaos. Screams of agony intertwined together. Although the power of these formations was not enough to kill all the cultivators, it was still not enough to kill them all. But it could affect everyone. Within the Snake God's Poison Domains array diagram, the myriad snakes activated. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes pounced on their respective targets, biting those martial artists until they fled in panic. How could he still have the mind to attack Ling Xiao? Furthermore, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. He had entered the crowd with the holy ground demonic shadow and began to harvest lives in a frenzy. Mercy was the most useless thing at this moment. Take advantage of the other party's weakness. Ling Xiao wanted to kill all the cultivators who dared to chase after him. Xiao Jin transformed into a giant golden crow and pounced into the crowd with monstrous flames and lightning. Long Chen transformed into a giant golden dragon. With his combat power, all the cultivators below the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm could not withstand his attack. All of them were killed. Yu Fanghua was like rays of moonlight shining on the crowd. The cultivators who were hit by the moonlight would feel their entire bodies turn cold and their movements slow down. Some cultivators even froze to death on the spot. Even if they did not die, they would be poisoned to death and tortured to death by the bloodthirsty plague. Damn it, this guy actually set up so many formations. Run, this is a trap. Help. The sudden turn of events caused all the pursuers to fall into a state of panic. Even the 8th level Divine Body Realm cultivator from Dual Axe City could only protect himself and Shui Hongyi with all his might. He could not help the others either. The attack came so suddenly that they did not know where the enemy was. Even if they wanted to attack, they did not know who to attack. This wave of attack caused the pursuers to suffer heavy losses. It could be said that this kind of loss was something they had never imagined and did not dare to imagine. Most of the cultivators were killed. Even the cultivators who did not die were poisoned and lost their combat power. If they did not receive treatment in time, they would not be able to escape death. After about a minute of fighting, the experts among the pursuers gradually turned the tables. They broke the formations that were not very strong to begin with. Yi Han's performance was the most outstanding. Yi Han seemed to know formations too. When they were ambushed this time, none of the 12 people from the land of exile died. The other 3 forces suffered heavy losses. Only Commander Liu was left in Blue Sea City. Only Xue Hongyi and the 8th level Divine Body Realm Cultivator were left in Dual Axe City. The Dark God Palace had 3 assassins left, all of whom were 7th level Divine Body Realm Cultivators. "Are you still so arrogant now?" Yi Han said coldly, "Let's work together. This Ling Xiao is much more troublesome than we thought. If we fight separately, we will all die here. If it was before, no one would care about the words of an exiled criminal. But it was different now. The land of exile suffered the least losses, and the combined strength of the 12 people was stronger than any of their forces. They had to listen. Moreover, the current situation did not allow them to fight among themselves. If they had worked together to attack Ling Xiao from the beginning, the situation might not have been like this. Let's work together." Xue Hongyi gritted his teeth. It was humiliating to listen to an exiled criminal. But he did not care now. A god holding 2 axes appeared behind him. It was the Dual Axe City's god martial soul, the Axe God. It seemed to be a low-level god, but it was much stronger than those unrated god martial souls. Xue Hongyi was a genius to be able to unleash the power of a mid-level god martial soul with this low-level god martial soul. Since Xue Hongyi had spoken, the expert beside him naturally would not refuse. That person released his martial soul at the same time. It was also the Axe God martial soul, but upon closer inspection, there was an obvious difference. This person's cultivation was higher than Xue Hongyi's, but his Axe God martial soul was clearly inferior. There was a saying that a god martial soul would gradually become stronger as the martial artist grew stronger. It could even be upgraded by continuously defeating high-level god martial souls. Of course, this was only a saying among the people. No one had actually verified it. But there was an indisputable fact that some martial artists could make their martial souls incomparably powerful even if they were both low-level god martial souls. Dual Axe City was ready to attack. Commander Liu naturally would not run away. His brothers had already been killed. Even if he returned alive, he would die. With a roar, he released his sea serpent god martial soul. His severed right arm reappeared in the form of an ice sculpture. Although it was not as good as his original arm, it could be used temporarily. The 4 assassins of the Dark God Palace also released their martial souls. Chapter 5083. Silvertooth was furious. Someone had killed so many of his subordinates in front of him. This made him furious. He had to get results today. Otherwise, he would be punished when he returned to the Dark God Palace. Those who could fight gathered together, trying to deal with the cunning Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao had already put Yu Fanghua, Long Chen, and Little Gold into the universe world. With the cover of the formation, the enemy did not notice their presence. Therefore, they would still be needed for a sneak attack later. Behind them, those who were lucky enough to survive were taking the time to heal their wounds. "Hey, it's been 10 minutes. Facing the encirclement of experts, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. 10 minutes. Everyone felt a little baffled. What 10 minutes? However, they knew in the next moment. A large number of cacti had emerged from the ground of the Black Desert. They had fought with them before, so the pursuers knew how terrifying these monsters were. They did not understand what had happened. In the end, those martial artists who were healing their wounds were all killed. Apart from Silvertooth, the remaining 4 assassins from the Dark God Palace were also killed by Cold Plum's ancient war tree. Cold Plum had indeed reached the 10th level of the Divine Essence realm. She could already unleash the combat power of a peak 7th level Divine Body Realm cultivator. Apart from Yi Han, Silvertooth, Blood Red Robe, Commander Liu, and that 8th level divine body realm martial artist. The rest could not stop him. Therefore, not only was the Dark God Palace unlucky, but 5 of the Land of Exile's experts who had not been injured died in an instant. Even Yi Han did not expect this to happen. Who would have thought that the Black Wind King of the Black Desert would help Ling Xiao? This was really too strange. Commander Liu, it's time for you to die. Cold Plum restrained the enemy while Ling Xiao unleashed his full combat power. He pounced on Commander Liu. He wanted to start with the weakest. He wanted to kill Commander Liu, who had lost an arm first. Uncle Zhong, protect him. We can't lose any more experts now. Originally, the Blood Redcoat would not care about Commander Liu's death. However, the current situation was that if he didn't help Commander Liu would definitely die. At that time, they would lose a powerhouse, and the situation would become even more troublesome. Your opponent is me. Long Chen suddenly appeared and blocked that powerhouse surnamed Zhong. The Golden Dragon's imposing body stood there, not giving Zhong any chance. Long Chen might not be a match for this person, but he could definitely stop this person. In that split second, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Commander Liu. Commander Liu glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you really think I'm a pushover? This time, you won't be able to return." He felt that he had been completely underestimated. Although he had lost his right arm, he had now made an artificial arm out of ice. He was fully capable of fighting. The saber in his hand condensed a powerful ice energy. He suddenly slashed at Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. "I'm sorry, you're already dead." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a hint of a smile. When his divine essence level rose to level 9, the void-shattering power and cosmic power had already recovered. Although the cosmic power could only stop time for a second now, the effect was much worse than when it was in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, it was more than enough to deal with a martial artist of the same level. Cosmic power, time stop. In that instant, Commander Liu's entire person fell into a state of stillness. Including his thoughts completely stopped. And Ling Xiao's reverse god sword had already pierced his body. The reverse god ART's 9-word style completely erupted. 9 sword lights darted into Commander Liu's body. It produced an explosive power. Although at this time, Commander Liu had returned to normal. However, what he could do was very limited. At most, "I'll die together with you." He knew that he couldn't live anymore, so he might as well give up on life. The saber still slashed at Ling Xiao. In his opinion, even if he died, Ling Xiao would have to pay a heavy price. He might even be killed by him. It didn't matter even if he made a wedding dress for others. He didn't care. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. But in the next moment, the smile on his face abruptly stopped. Because Ling Xiao's left hand grabbed his saber. His attack was easily neutralized. Don't forget, the hand of eternal life that Ling Xiao wore on his left hand was also an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. It was the same quality as the saber in Commander Liu's hand. And Commander Liu couldn't unleash his peak strength at all. Under this situation, Ling Xiao's advantage was even more obvious. I've said it before, you can die in peace. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the reverse god sword erupted. In a moment, the energy in Commander Liu's body was completely absorbed. Commander Liu died tragically on the spot. TSK, it hasn't leveled up yet. Ling Xiao could feel that the quality of his divine essence had increased, but it still hadn't reached the level of leveling up. He found that it was much more difficult for his divine essence to level up than Long Chen and Cold Plum. This was probably because the quality of his divine essence was higher. It was really tough. But if Commander Liu couldn't do it, there were other experts. Let's get rid of those trash in the Land of Exile first. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed. He scuttled over. The remaining 5 people in the Land of Exile, including Yi Han, were all pinned down by Cold Plum. And the Dark God Palace's Yin Ya was surrounded by a bunch of cacti. The blood-red shirt was under the joint attack of Yu Fanghua and Little Gold. Although Yu Fanghua and Little Gold were currently at a disadvantage. But they wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. After all, With Ling Xiao's sun god's blood formation, the bloodthirsty plague had already weakened all the experts by a lot. Stop! Yi Han saw Ling Xiao's actions and shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't care about his shouts. When the reverse god sword was used, it almost killed one person with each slash. Although a 7th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist was extremely powerful, it was a pity that after Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant possession, his combat power was comparable to a peak 7th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Now, the Land of Exile's martial artists were pinned down by Cold Plum. It was even easier for him to sneak up on them. 4 slashes, and 4 people were killed. Finally, at that moment, the level of his divine essence increased. It reached the level of level 10. Ling Xiao felt an abundant energy being released from his body. What was even more strange was that he felt that the surrounding environment had become more intimate, and it was no longer that uncomfortable atmosphere. Damn it, just you wait. Yi Han was too decisive. Seeing that all his companions were killed in battle, he actually chose to escape. Even Ling Xiao couldn't stop him. The release of the martial soul barrier also required certain conditions to be met. It couldn't be released just like that. This Yi Han might become a strong opponent in the future. Ling Xiao felt that he had a good eye for people. People like Yi Han could save their lives if they ran away the moment they realized something was wrong. He didn't think that Commander Liu would insist on fighting to the death even though he clearly couldn't. In the end, it caused him to lose his life. Cold Plum, you deal with Yin Ya. Fanghua, Little Gold, the two of you help Long Chen deal with that Zhong guy. Leave Shui Hongi to me. I want revenge. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 5084. In the blink of an eye, Commander Liu was killed, and there were only 2 people left in Dual Axe City. Huran. Wen. W. 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 R. A. N. E. N. C. O. M. There was only one person left in the Dark God Palace and the Land of Exile. Yi Han, who was in the Land of Exile, saw that the situation was not good and fled. Ling Xiao did not need to play any tricks anymore. What he needed to do now was to defeat Shui Yi with his own strength. Now that his divine essence had reached level 10, he had the ability to kill Shui Yi. Although it might not be that easy, with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was a 50% chance. Compared to his excitement, the enemy side was extremely shocked and shocked. How could a perfectly good situation turn into this? The original hunter had become the prey? Damn it. But no matter what they thought, the situation was already like this. They had to face their opponents according to Ling Xiao's arrangement. Because they could not get away at all. Young master, hold on. I'll kill these bastards now. The old man surnamed Zhong blew his beard and glared, his face full of anger. A few bastards actually wanted to stop him. They were underestimating him too much. Uncle Zhong, don't worry about me. This kid is not my match. Blood Red Robe looked at Ling Xiao without any fear. Because Ling Xiao was not his match. This could be seen from the previous battle. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could improve so much in such a short time. You're quite confident. Almost all the people you brought are dead, and you still have the leisure to do so. Ling Xiao looked at Shui Yi and smiled faintly. Let me tell you something. It's best not to look at a person with a static gaze. Especially a genius. Hehe, you can be considered a genius, but you're just trash who is good at scheming. Shui Yi sneered. Fine, you can think that way. But later, you might have to kneel down and beg for mercy. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he suddenly attacked. Just like that day, he used the god-defying Art 9-word style right off the bat. The 9 brutal sword cheese transformed into the shadow of 9 Daotais and pounced on the blood-red robe. At first, Blood Red Shirt did not think much of it. He simply swung his axe to block the attack. But when the sword chi approached, Blood Red Robe's expression changed drastically. The 9 streaks of sword chi were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In a hurry, he blocked the 2 broad axes in front of him, urging Divine Essence to defend with all his might. Unfortunately, it was still too hasty. The 9 streaks of sword chi collided with the broad axe and sent him flying. Two of the sword qis even left 2 deep wounds on his body. Blood Red Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in horror. He looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Why? Did you hold back last time? The man in red could not believe it. Last time, he did not release his god martial spirit, but he was able to beat Ling Xiao to the point that he could not even fight back. But this time around, he had already released his god martial spirit. Although it was a little rushed, he was still the one who was blocking it. He had actually been injured. If he had not blocked it just now, he definitely had reason to believe that he would have been seriously injured. Do you want to know? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. Ling Xiao laughed. Bastard, go to hell. Blood Red Robe was furious. Ever since he became famous, at least in Jewel Axe City and Blue Sea City, he had never been looked down upon like this by a warrior younger than him. In a rage, he swung his dual axes and slashed at Ling Xiao. A tyrannical power spread out. A huge gully appeared on the ground, and the gravel was completely blown away. A gust of wind raged. Ling Xiao sneered, holding the Void God sword in his hand and stabbing it into the ground. A streak of sword qi moved along the ground and collided with the opponent's attack. It exploded. The black sand was blown all over the sky. It was as if it was raining sand. Do you think you still have the ability to kill me now? I already know your strength very well. And you still don't know how much of my ability I am, right? Ling Xiao looked at Blood Red Robe and smiled faintly. Finally, he didn't have to be so cowardly like last time. Humph, Axe God possession. Blood Red Robe was definitely not willing to admit defeat. Especially when facing Ling Xiao, who had been defeated by him before. He believed that if Ling Xiao's companions hadn't caused trouble last time, he would definitely have been able to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he couldn't lose this time. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Blood Red Robe roared. The Axe God martial spirit behind him merged into his body. Blood Red Robe's body suddenly became incomparably tall. He was more than 10 meters tall. The huge body brought a huge amount of power. And his speed didn't decrease at all. The Axe God possession was indeed terrifying. Now, do you still think you have a chance of winning? Blood Red Robe sneered. You think you can grow bigger? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, activated his divine essence, and his body grew to about 10 meters. At this time, he chose the Ox God body. The majestic body and huge strength were not inferior to the opponent at all, or even stronger. After all, in terms of the nature of the God martial spirit, he was much stronger. Ridiculous, not everyone will become stronger when they grow bigger. Blood Red Robe sneered, stomped his foot, and pounced toward Ling Xiao. His body grew bigger, and his speed was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Who is the ridiculous one? Boom. In the next moment, the two collided again. The collision of the giant axe and the giant sword brought about an even more terrifying storm. Large amounts of gravel flew wildly. Ling Xiao's cultivation that had stagnated for a long time finally slowly increased again. This time, the increase in energy in the cultivation sea would not be converted into an increase in the level of divine essence. This way, his cultivation could continue to increase. However, Blood Red Robe was not as much of a threat to him as he had imagined, so the increase in energy in the cultivation sea was very slow. It seemed that he would have to fight more experts in the future. He could raise his divine essence level from level 1 to level 10 in an extremely short period of time. Then, he believed that his cultivation could increase quickly. It had always been like this. Power of cosmic light, time stop. The moment the two collided, Ling Xiao activated the power of cosmic light. At this moment, his opponent had already attacked. It was the moment when the old power had just been used and the new power was coming. But he was different. He blocked his opponent's axes with both hands. But he could still use soul secret techniques. Black Lotus Treasure Light. The moment time stopped, Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Treasure Light that he had already condensed. The attack was so close that even though Blood Red Robe had recovered his ability to move, he could not dodge it. The Black Lotus Treasure Light crashed into his opponent's head. The Blood Red Robe let out a blood-curdling scream. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Ling Xiao actually knew how to use soul attacks. It was this moment of daze that led to his defeat. Black Lotus Treasure Light was a true level 10 saint-level soul secret technique. Even in the eternal divine realm, it was an extremely precious secret technique. Blood Red Robe could not withstand it at all. His soul was severely injured. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to stab the Void God sword into his opponent's body. He frantically absorbed energy. After sucking Blood Red dry, his cultivation C energy increased to 10%. Chapter 5085. After his divine essence level reached level 10, Ling Xiao's combat power soared. Even an ordinary genius like Blood Red Shirt couldn't be careless in front of him. However, Blood Red Shirt was careless. He was careless in the beginning, but because of that, he lost his life. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who wouldn't let go of an opportunity once he seized it. Until Blood Red Shirt died, he couldn't find a chance to fight back. Ling Xiao killed him completely. At the same time, the Dark God Palace assassin, Yin Ya, was also in danger. Facing Cold Plum, who had the same cultivation level, Yin Ya's disadvantage was that he had to deal with countless cactus plants. He couldn't even take care of himself. Therefore, Leng Mai's victory could be said to be logical. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the outcome was already decided. The more troublesome one was the Divine Body 8th level Zhong expert. Although he was only at the early stage of the Divine Body 8th level, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Little Gold were at a disadvantage even when they worked together. Ling Xiao wanted to help. However, he noticed an unexpected change. Yu Fanghua's divine essence level kept increasing in this battle, and her Moon Lady power awakened very quickly. This surprised him. Currently, it had already awakened to divine essence level 5. Her combat power also increased by a lot. Maybe this is a training for them, so I won't interfere. Ling Xiao gave up on attacking and looked around. It was still dark here, so it was impossible for outsiders to come here for the time being. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem even if the battle lasted longer. The Chenkuan beast had already kept all the spoils of war. Although these guys had stored most of the good stuff in the city when they came. There weren't many in the storage ring, but there were close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones in total. There were also more than 10 monarch weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. There were also some good pills called Black Jade Rejuvenation Pills. It could increase the recovery speed of the limbs, but the effect was very poor. If the muscles and bones were injured, the treatment period could be shortened by more than half. This meant that a month of treatment period might end in 10 days. However, to Ling Xiao, this was still trash. What a waste of good materials. Ling Xiao planned to refine these Black Jade Rejuvenation Pills from 100 to 10. However, it was possible to regrow a severed limb within a day. If the injury wasn't too serious and was only a minor injury to the tendons and bones, it could be healed in an hour or even less. Compared to the healing pill, the Black Jade Rejuvenation Pill was clearly more targeted. It concentrated the medicinal effects on the 4 limbs. After cleaning up the battlefield, they destroyed the corpses so that no one would know how these people died. That way, he could keep his secret. More than 10 minutes had passed. It could be said that Yin Ya was in imminent danger. Cold Plum's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. His ability to control the Black Wind King became even more skillful. Even if Silver Fang wanted to escape, it was impossible. He was spinning in circles in the black wind, unable to determine the direction at all. Seeing Ling Xiao staring at him, Yin Ya's heart turned cold. He thought that no matter how weak the Blood Red Coat was, it would be able to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect the Blood Red Coat to die in just a few seconds. The most infuriating thing was that the 8th level Divine Body Realm expert was also being held back by a few useless people. After such a long time, he still couldn't end the battle. It was impossible for him to come over and help him. That was why he thought of running away. However, Cold Plum's ability was too shameless in the Black Desert. No matter how he ran, he would never be able to escape from the fierce black wind. "Where are you looking?" Cold Plum's cold voice rang out. Like a ghost, it pierced through Yin Ya's abdomen. Blood instantly dyed Yin Ye's clothes red. Yin Ye let out a hysterical cry of pain. His consciousness became a little blurry. Cold Plum's dagger was also coated with plant poison. Plants wouldn't be affected, but humans would be in trouble if they were contaminated. As Yin Ye was seriously injured, the battle was nearing its end. Cold Plum's advantage became even greater. Countless cactus poisonous thorns shot toward Yin Ye. Yin Ye's entire body was pierced like a hedgehog. An assassin's defense wasn't very good to begin with. This time, Cold Plum completely restrained him. Yin Ye felt like he was on the verge of death. Finally, he roared angrily, "Ling Xiao, you won't have a good death. If you dare to kill me, the Dark God Hall will chase you to the ends of the earth. You probably don't know the power of the Dark God Hall in the eternal divine realm. Not only does the human divine nation have it, but the Beast Dynasty, Soul Nation, Elemental Divine Realm, and Sea Divine Realm also have it. No matter where you run to, you'll die. I'm just going to leave first and wait for you." Yin Ye let out another cry of pain. He paid the price for his threat. Originally, Leng Mai could have killed him faster and let him suffer less pain. However, he actually dared to threaten Ling Xiao. Cold Plum couldn't tolerate this. "I advise you to save your energy. This kind of nonsense will only add to your pain. You came to kill me, and I killed you. That's enough. There's no need for too much drama between us. Also, you probably don't know that many martial artists died when the giant dragon city appeared just now. No one knew who had died. So, you're just unlucky enough to be buried in that disaster. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with us." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Damn it, must you be so ruthless? Let me go. I won't tell anyone about this. I'm an assassin. My mouth is tight. I beg you, please let me go." Since his threat failed, Yin Ye turned to begging for mercy. Unfortunately, facing Ling Xiao, who had a heart of stone in front of his enemies, his begging was meaningless. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to waste his breath. "Cold Plum, forget it. Don't torture him. Just kill him." Ling Xiao said faintly. "Understood, Master." Cold Plum nodded. "This is Master's mercy to you." Thousands of vines drilled out of the ground and pierced Yin Ye's body. They ended Yin Ye's life. As soon as Yin Ye died, the man surnamed Zhong panicked. Facing Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Xiao Jin, he was already at his limit. If there were two more, he would definitely die today. Run. He didn't want to fight anymore and thought of running away. If Yi Han could escape, he believed that he could too. While running, he roared at Ling Xiao, "You're dead. You killed the young master. Do you know that the young master is not only the young master of Jewel Axe City, but also a core martial artist of the Golden Martial Kingdom? You dare to kill a disciple of the Golden Territory. You'll have no place in the Golden Martial Kingdom in the future. Idiot, do you think you can escape?" Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Only now did the expert surnamed Zhong realize that the surroundings had been blocked by dense vines. Black wind swirled around him. He ran for a long time but couldn't escape at all. Instead, he was running in circles. When he saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed, but he still roared, "You can't afford to offend the Golden Territory. You can't even afford to offend Jewel Axe City. Our city lord is also a divine soul realm expert. Someone like you can easily kill him." Chapter 5086. So what if you're a disciple of the Golden Region? I've even offended the big shots of the 12 sacred cities. I don't need one more. Moreover, they might not know that I killed you. So, you can die in peace. Be a loyal dog. That way, your young master will be happy too. As Ling Xiao spoke, Long Chen had already launched a powerful attack. Zhong had already lost his fighting spirit. His attention was attracted by Ling Xiao, so he didn't notice Long Chen's attack at all. By the time he reacted, a huge hole had already been torn in his chest by the dragon's claw. "Little Gold, his life essence is yours. This guy's axe god martial soul seems to be hot-blooded. It's suitable for you." Ling Xiao called out to Little Gold. Little Gold nodded and sucked Zhong's life essence dry. Then, She entered the universe world to refine her energy. Zhong was an 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist after all. Although it wasn't as good as the Black Wind Dragon or the Black Wind King, it should be enough to raise Little Gold's divine essence level. Yu Fanghua also raised her divine essence level to level 6 in this battle. Her strength had greatly increased. She should be able to adapt to the Eternal Divine Territories environment in the near future. Retreat. After killing that fellow with the surname Zhong and destroying his corpse, Ling Xiao got everyone to enter the universe world and head in the designated direction. Yihan had escaped. This was an unknown problem. Yihan was a wanted person and wouldn't dare to show his true face under normal circumstances. But it was better to be careful. Ling Xiao chose to change his appearance. Of course, it was to avoid trouble. They couldn't keep fighting, right? That would be too much of a burden on them. It was better to rest for a period of time. Their destination was a trading city in the Golden Martial Nation. Because it was close to the Black Desert, it was called Black Sand City. Black Sand City wasn't controlled by a single faction. It was a place where various factions traded. Martial artists from Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City often went there to trade. They had their own place to do business there. It should be safer to go there. The idea of going to Black Sand City was Lan Chen's idea. Speaking of which, he really had to thank Lan Chen. Otherwise, they might not even be able to enter the Black Desert and would be besieged. Brother Ling, you still have to be careful, even though the last words spoken by Yin Ya and the one surnamed Zhong were threats. But it was indeed true. The Dark God Hall was the largest assassin organization in the Eternal Divine Realm. Even the royal family of the Golden Martial Nation did not dare to provoke the branch of the Golden Martial Nation. Xue Hongyi was also a disciple of the Golden Region. Although the Golden Region might not necessarily send an expert for him, Dual Axe City alone was not to be trifled with. Xue Hong's father is a divine soul realm expert. Lan Chen's voice came from the Chenkuan realm. He still had to remind Ling Xiao about this. I understand Brother Lan's good intentions, but a mere Dual Axe City isn't enough to scare me. As for the Dark God Palace, they were old rivals. Don't forget, I was targeted by the big shots of the Holy City as soon as I entered the Eternal Divine Realm. This little bit of trouble was nothing. If you can't even deal with this, how can you compete with stronger opponents in the future? Ling Xiao smiled and said casually. Of course, he was also under a lot of pressure. So, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was very unwise to provoke a powerful opponent when one's strength was weak. But now that things had come to this, he had to find a way to improve his strength. The enemy's pursuit would become his motivation to improve. Brother Ling, you're really something. I admire you. Lan Chen sighed. Brother Lan, have you thought about what to do next? Follow us, or do you want me to send you somewhere else? After all, we'll probably be facing endless pursuit. Following us is not a good choice. Ling Xiao asked. I've already thought about it. When we reach Black Sand City, you can put me down. I still want to go back to Blue Sea City. Miss has treated me well. Although I've betrayed Blue Sea City, I can't betray her. Lan Chen said. I can understand your feelings, but in the current situation, you'll definitely be punished as a traitor. Ling Xiao frowned. It doesn't matter. I'm helping you to repay you for saving my life. Returning to Blue Sea City is to repay Mrs. Kindness. Even if I die, I'll accept my fate. Lan Chen smiled. Ling Xiao sighed. This Hai Chen was really straightforward. It seemed that persuasion was useless. He had to think of a way to let Lan Chen return to Blue Sea City safely, not as a traitor. Anyway, the people who chased him were all dead. No one saw Lan Chen's betrayal. He could still think of a way to deal with it. Brother Lan, listen to me when we reach Black Sand City. I'll let you return to Blue Sea City as safely as possible. And not as a traitor, but as a hero. Ling Xiao already had an idea. Next, they had to hurry. When they passed by the ruins, they could only see a mess. The original lively scene was long gone. He didn't know who took the 2 dragon crystals. But Ling Xiao guessed that it might be Huang Taifeng or Yin Li. Or maybe each of them took one. For the rest of the journey, their speed was obviously faster. Firstly, it was because their strength had increased. Secondly, because of the Black Wind King, they didn't suffer any more attacks. The next morning, they had already stepped out of the Black Desert. They saw the outline of a towering city in the distance. Black Sand City was larger than Jewel Axe City and Blue Sea City. It was about 4 or 5 times larger than those two cities. As expected of a trading city, the liveliness was much stronger than those two cities. From afar, they could see ant-like crowds coming and going at the city gate. At this time, Xiao Jin had already completed his cultivation. His divine essence level had reached level 8. His combat strength was much stronger than before. Boss, after entering the city, please help me find some fire or light attribute crystals, pills, and the like. I want to raise my divine essence level to level 10 as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to display my normal strength. Xiao Jin said. Don't worry, of course. Ling Xiao nodded and walked in the direction of Black Sand City. With Lan Chen's guidance, a lot of trouble could be saved. At this time, Ling Xiao had changed his appearance, so he was not afraid of being recognized. When he stepped into the city, his first feeling was that it was much more lively here. He, a foreign guest, did not cause the slightest ripple. Perhaps it was because there were many people coming and going in Black Sand City. Most of the people in this city were tourists and foreigners. There were very few locals. Therefore, it was normal for foreigners to be here. It was not surprising. After finding a hidden place, Ling Xiao released Lan Chen. Then he gave Lan Chen 2 pills. One was the profound yellow Longhao pill, and the other was the black jade rejuvenation pill. Both were perfect. After Lan Chen received it, his eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such perfect pills. Chapter 5087. Go back and tell your young mistress that you didn't find me. Instead, you came to Black Sand City and met a powerful alchemist. The elixir in your hand will prove your words. If they want to find me, just bring them here. Just tell them that my name is Yuan Venerate. He might have to impersonate his master's name again. I can't thank you enough. If I'm still alive, I'll do anything for Brother Ling. Lan Chen was very grateful. In this world, there aren't many people who value relationships. Since we've met, it's fate. Don't stand on ceremony. Leave quickly before anyone sees you. Ling Xiao said. Lan Chen nodded and said, Brother Ling, listen to me. Don't stay in the Golden Martial Nation for now. The big shot in the sacred city only has a bounty on the Golden Martial Nation. Because you came from the 4 regions and 9 realms. So if you go to other martial nations, you might be able to confuse him. He probably won't be able to find you for a while. Also, although Black Sand City is a trading city, it's not safe. Leave the city and head east. After crossing a large river and a forest, you'll reach the Rakshasa Martial Nation. The Rakshasa Martial Nation has a special relationship with the 12 sacred cities. Normally, the bounty from the sacred city won't work there. It should be safe there for now. That's all I have to say. I can't help much. This map is from the Golden Martial Nation to the Rakshasa Martial Nation. Keep it well. Take care. After saying that, Lan Chen turned and left. Ling Xiao watched as Lan Chen left. Then, he walked towards the largest market. He decided to collect some materials to help Little Gold refine fire elemental or light elemental elixirs. Now, Little Gold needed such elixirs to increase the level of his divine energy. It was very important. Little Gold becoming stronger was a huge improvement for their team. Because it was a trading city, there was no power ruling it. Although it belonged to the Golden Martial Nation, the structure was loose. Fights and even killings could be seen almost every day in Black Sand City. Walking on the streets, one could even smell the thick smell of blood. The Eternal Divine Realm was simpler and more barbaric than he had imagined. Many of the martial artists here had even torn off their disguises. Bloody killings and battles became the most direct and common way to resolve conflicts. No wonder an existence like the Massacre Emperor was born here. Perhaps it was directly related to the environment. There was no auction house in Black Sand City, only a chaotic trade market. All the precious materials were placed on the table. If anyone wanted it, they could just fork out the money. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't dare to set up a stall here. People like that would sell their goods directly to a trustworthy chamber of commerce. In short, he would know what was on the market after taking a look. Ling Xiao walked very quickly because he had to hurry up and buy the things he wanted and then leave. Just as Lan Chen had said, Black Sand City was not a place to stay for long. No one knew what would happen next. During this process, he saw several warriors killed on the spot because they wanted to snatch things from the stalls. Generally speaking, the person who set up the stall would not be alone in Black Sand City. His strength was not weak either. Of course, if they really encountered a powerful bandit, they could only admit that they were unlucky. It couldn't be helped. The rules here were just that chaotic. Ling Xiao didn't care about the killings. Every place had its own rules, and he couldn't change them now. If there came a day when he could rise above everyone in the eternal divine realm, then he could set the rules and change this bloody situation. Ling Xiao wanted to refine the Golden Crow Fire Elemental Pill for little gold. He had already bought the supplementary materials from the market, and it cost him more than 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. However, it was worth it. The problem was that he hadn't found the most important Golden Crow sobbing blood herb. "Boss, why don't we retreat first? We can't put everyone in danger for me," Little Gold said. "Don't worry. I've changed my appearance now. Even if they catch up, they won't recognize me." Ling Xiao comforted Little Gold and continued his search. Finally, after an hour, he found the Golden Crow sobbing blood herb he needed. "How much is this herb?" Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged stall owner with a face full of pockmarks and asked. Although he was a stall owner, his cultivation was at the peak of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. The pockmarked man raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. His originally small eyes couldn't be seen anymore as he smiled. "This is a supreme-grade herb. I'm the only one in the market who has it. How about this? Either you give me 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, or you give me an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Boss, do you think that I don't know what's good for me, so you're deliberately trying to trick me?" The Golden Crow sobbing blood herb is of little value to most people. The reason why there are so few of them on the market is because everyone thinks that this thing can't be sold. 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones is already a sky-high price. You actually dare to ask for 10,000? Your appetite is quite big. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he said indifferently. "What? I want this price, and you have no choice but to buy it." The pockmarked man sneered. Suddenly, more than a dozen people surrounded him. They were all martial artists at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Each expression was more ferocious than the other, as if they wanted to eat someone. Ling Xiao sneered. This Black Sand City was really an unruly city. He asked for a price, and he had no choice but to buy it. Although he continued to sell the Golden Crow sobbing blood herb, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage like this. If he was forced into a corner, he would just take the thing and leave, and the other party wouldn't be able to get a single cent. He looked at the pockmarked man and said indifferently, "Before I change my mind, you'd better accept these 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and give it to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything today, and you'll still be crippled here." Ling Xiao's eyes already had killing intent. Looking at Ling Xiao's eyes, the pockmarked man suddenly trembled. Although this Black Sand City wouldn't have two powerful young people under normal circumstances. But it wasn't impossible. Could it be that this young man was actually the young master of some major force? This wasn't good. He wanted to compromise, but he couldn't get over his face. If the other party was just bluffing, wouldn't that be a joke? Just as he was hesitating, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. No one could react in time. One of his hands was already placed on the pockmarked man's shoulder. A terrifying force entered the pockmarked man's body. The pockmarked man had a feeling that as long as he resisted slightly, his heart would shatter. His companions didn't react for a moment. Just as they were about to rush over and make a move, they were stopped by the pockmarked man. "Young master, It's just a transaction. There's no need to do this. I'll give you the thing. 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, just 1,000. The pockmarked man hurriedly said. Hehe, wouldn't it have been fine if you had done this earlier? I didn't let you suffer a loss. Ling Xiao took the wrapped herbs from the other party's hand and put them into the Chenkuan world. Then he smiled and turned to leave. The surrounding people who were watching the show felt a little bored. They originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. But in the end, nothing happened. Chapter 5088. Big Brother, what's going on? Is that kid very strong? After Ling Xiao left, a fierce man asked the pockmark-faced man. The pockmark-faced man didn't answer, but he was already exhausted. When everyone saw this scene, they knew without asking. They all felt a lingering fear. If they really fought just now, none of them would have survived. After getting what he wanted, Ling Xiao didn't plan to stay. He planned to listen to Lan Chen. He headed to the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Although the golden martial kingdom seemed to be more suitable for him, he didn't have the bloodline of the golden god. It was the same to go to the Rakshasa martial kingdom. After glancing at the map left by Lan Chen, Ling Xiao basically memorized it. Then, he left the city. Yu Fanghua and the others naturally had no objections to Ling Xiao's decision. It wasn't just because they trusted Ling Xiao. It was also because Ling Xiao's judgment had never been wrong. This time, it was no exception. After leaving Black Sand City, nothing happened, but the strings in Ling Xiao's heart were stretched taut. As long as he didn't leave the Golden Martial Kingdom, anything could happen. Dual Axe City or Blue Sea City probably wouldn't let this matter go. The Dark God Palace might also make other moves. In short, he had to avoid the enemy's eyes as soon as possible and completely disappear from the enemy's tracking. Only then could he have a moment of peace. The dense forest ahead might be dangerous, but it was indeed the key to getting rid of the enemy's eyes. They were already very far away from the Black Sand City. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Come out. Haha, I've been discovered. It seems that my concealment skills aren't good enough. A person appeared at the entrance of the dense forest in the distance. It was a person that Ling Xiao was familiar with. He was Yi Han. Ling Xiao was very surprised. Yi Han had chosen to escape before, but now he dared to appear here alone. He was really bold. Ordinary people might think so, but Ling Xiao thought differently. He looked around vigilantly, and a hint of understanding appeared in his heart. It turned out that someone had already set up a pocket array here for them. They were just waiting for them to enter. He laughed coldly but did not make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Han and said, I have to say that I rarely think highly of a person. But you're different. You're despicable enough, shameless enough, and talented enough. But I don't understand. I've obviously changed my appearance, so how did you recognize me? It's not that I recognized you. It's just that you've never left my sight. I was watching you all the way until you entered Black Sand City. Yi Han said. Understood. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Lan Chen was safe. From the looks of it, the other party did not follow into Black Sand City. Most likely, they believed that Ling Xiao would definitely leave Black Sand City. Furthermore, to leave the dangerous Golden Martial Kingdom as soon as possible, the road to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom would be a shortcut. One had to admit that Yi Han was very smart. However, it was also because of this that Yi Han did not see Ling Xiao giving Lan Chen the medicinal pill. Yi Han, let's cut the crap. Get your helpers to come out. You should understand that if you're alone, you won't be able to leave here alive. I won't let you escape so easily like last time. Although Ling Xiao noticed the ambush, he felt that it was not all. There were some experts that he might not even be able to detect. This was the scariest thing. If it's one-on-one, why would I be afraid of you? It's just that you have a treasure on you that can let your companions hide inside. If I'm not wrong, you should have 4 companions. And they're not weak. Yi Han said indifferently, City Lord Xuening, are you still not going to show yourself? I'm not a match for these people alone. Although I can't see his companions, they must be there. Following Yi Han's voice, a bloody color suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Even the space was dyed red by blood. A person walked out from the bloody storm. It was a man with 2 axes on his back. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Xuening, the city lord of Dual Axe City, Xuehongyi's father, an expert who had just entered the divine soul realm. Seeing this person, Ling Xiao's face instantly changed. This was the worst situation. He actually encountered a divine soul realm expert now. Even if the other party had just entered the divine soul realm, his realm would not be low. He was much stronger than any divine physique echelon expert. Kill. When Xuening appeared and was about to question Ling Xiao did something that made everyone dumbfounded. He actually stomped on the ground and charged towards Xuening. Charging towards this martial artist that he could not defeat no matter what. Really courting death. Xuening sneered. Although he did not understand Ling Xiao's intention, since the other party pounced over. Then there was no need for him to hold back. However, he still wanted to find out how his son died. Therefore, he was prepared to capture Ling Xiao alive. City Lord Xuening, don't be fooled. This brat is very crafty. Be careful of him escaping. Right at this moment, Yihan spoke. Although Yihan's strength was not as good as Xuening, the feeling he gave Ling Xiao was that he was the most troublesome opponent. He actually saw through his intentions at a glance. He attacked Xuening in order to escape. The moment Xuening appeared, he understood that he had no chance. He had to find a good opportunity to escape. Once he missed it, he might even lose his life. The moment he attacked, he already switched his demon venerable body with his main body. His main body hid in the ground, preparing to take the opportunity to slip away. The show had to be played to the end. Even if Yihan saw that he wanted to escape, he did not know how he was going to escape. Speaking of which, Yihan did not know much about him. Boom. Without any suspense, Xuening blew up Ling Xiao's demon venerable body with one punch. However, Ling Xiao's main body also took this opportunity to escape 1,000 meters away and entered the dense forest. Only playing some tricks. Is there any use? Xuening also discovered Ling Xiao's intentions. A cold voice sounded. He did not use dual axes either. He just urged divine essence with both hands. A stretch of blood-red flames already blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. The blood-red flames burned fiercely, but it did not feel hot. Instead, it gave off an incomparably bloody smell. It formed something like a wall. It was strongly corrosive. Very clearly, these flames were not ordinary flames. Burning blood demon fire. Xiao Jin said, "Boss, this is good stuff, although for most martial artists, it's useless. It's extremely powerful. Once it comes into contact, that side will be corroded. Even the mind inside will be affected. But to me, it's a great supplement. Boss, look for an opportunity and let me swallow this demon fire. I can't waste the golden crow sobbing bloodgrass to raise my divine essence level. That thing can be used again when I break through to the divine body 8th level. Good idea. Void shattering power, create space." Ling Xiao originally planned to break this flame and escape. After all, he had immortal fire and divine fire. As long as he wrapped his entire body, this demon fire would not hurt him. But since this thing was useful to Little Gold, then he naturally had to think of another way. It was probably not safe to let Little Gold directly swallow these demon fire. But using void-shattering power to imprison the demon fire in the dimensional space and let Little Gold swallow it was much simpler. Chapter 5089. The void created could not completely absorb the blood-burning demon fire. After all, the opponent was a divine soul realm expert. The amount of blood-burning demon fire released was too large. In an instant, Ling Xiao was trapped inside. It was as if he was going to torture Ling Xiao, but he was not going to burn him to death. Invincible Ape Divine Formation. Ling Xiao activated the formation to temporarily block the attack of the flames. The formation not only had the effect of being indestructible, but it also had the effect of being invulnerable. Although this ability would be greatly weakened in the face of a powerful opponent, it could still hold on for a while. "PH, you want to block my blood-burning demon fire with this little formation? What a joke! Xuesing sneered. He flipped his hands, and more blood-burning demon fire shot out. The world was dyed red. Although the laws of the forest were extremely sturdy, they still started to burn. Many plants were gradually withering. Under the blood-red flames, the area within a 1-mile radius was almost like doomsday. Large numbers of demon beasts died tragically, rotting into liquid under the blood-burning demon fire. The energy merged into the demon fire, causing it to burn even more vigorously. Yihan saw this from afar, and his expression was very ugly. Obviously, Xuesing's attack did not care about his safety at all, forcing him to hide even further away. "Boss, let me out. This little blood-burning demon fire can't do anything to me," Little Gold said. "Although it's safer to absorb the flames in your dimensional space, I can't just watch." "Don't worry, boss. No flame can beat my golden crow body and the devouring demon fetus." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still let Little Gold out. At the same time, he continued to strengthen the invincible ape divine formation. The moment Little Gold appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. A large amount of blood-burning demon fire was sucked into Little Gold's body like a bottomless pit. "Void God Sword, you too." Ling Xiao sensed that Little Gold was in pain. Obviously, the opponent's flames were not that easy to absorb. So he summoned the Void God Sword and frantically absorbed the energy of the blood-burning demon fire. The Void God Daotai had also experienced changes from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm. Its divine essence level did not weaken, but its cultivation level dropped directly to the divine body 5th level. Therefore, he needed to level up as well. Large amounts of blood-burning demon fire were constantly being absorbed, and the god-defying Taotia's cultivation base was also constantly recovering. After killing and absorbing so many people, the god-defying Taotia's cultivation had already recovered to the 6th level of the divine physique stage. This time, there were signs of him breaking through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. This demonic fire was truly a great supplement. After more than 10 minutes, under the efforts of the 2 brothers, the blood-burning demon fire in the surroundings was completely extinguished. After Little Gold had eaten its fill, it returned to the universe world to cultivate. This time, its divine essence level should be able to reach level 10. On the other hand, the god-defying Daotai had successfully recovered to the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique stage. It had to be said that Xuetsuan had given Ling Xiao a huge gift. What the hell? Seeing this, Xuening was completely stunned. He was well aware of how powerful his blood-burning demon fire was, yet it had been sucked clean. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Even in the Golden Martial Kingdom, no one could do this. Even if it could break his blood-burning demon fire, it was impossible to be unharmed after absorbing it. Xuening was certain that the weapon in Ling Xiao's hand was not an ordinary treasure. He was also certain that Little Gold was Ling Xiao's beast pet. He decided to take it all back. However, due to his shock, his actions slowed down for a moment, which created the opportunity for Ling Xiao to escape. "Go!" Ling Xiao instantly disappeared into the dense forest, wanting to escape far away. Xuening was not someone he could deal with for the time being. He did not die just now only because the other party used an attack that happened to be countered by him. However, Xuening was a divine soul realm expert, so he definitely had many attacking methods. If he changed to other methods, he could still kill him. Trying to escape. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have never underestimated you. Just as Ling Xiao disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, 4 experts darted out of the dense forest, completely sealing off his escape route. Moreover, these 4 people were all half-step divine soul realm experts. In order to avenge his son, Xuening had really put in a lot of effort. He even transferred many of the top experts in Dual Axe City. Facing divine soul realm experts, Ling Xiao had no way to deal with them. However, facing half-step divine soul realm experts, Ling Xiao still had ways to deal with them. Little Black had always been pampered. Now was the time to use it. Although this little fellow had grown to this point, it could at most last for a minute in a battle. However, it was more than enough to deal with 4 half-step divine soul realm experts. After all, Half-step divine soul realm was still within the divine body realm. There was no way to fight against divine soul realm experts. Ling Xiao finally got a chance to escape, so how could he give it up so easily? Little Black, do it. Ling Xiao continued to maintain his escape posture. Suddenly, a little black dragon flew out of the universe world. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The black dragon's extinction was released. In just an instant, the 4 experts who were blocking him were killed instantly. The Qianquan beast picked up the other party's storage ring and weapon and returned to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't slow down at all. Damn it, soul-chasing axe, kill. Xuaning's heart ached when he saw this. The ones who died were 4 half-step divine soul realm experts. He was the top expert in Dual Axe City. After losing them, his Dual Axe City couldn't compare to Blue Ocean City. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an axe behind him and threw it out. This was a genuine monarch artifact with 4 divine dragon inscriptions. Only divine soul realm experts were qualified to use it. The soul-chasing axe split open the void and directly chopped at Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Axe God Domain. It was rumored that every god had their own domain. In their own domain, they could use special abilities. The god Martial Soul inherited this domain ability. This was similar to the domains Ling Xiao had seen before, but the difference in power was too great. The domain he saw before was probably only a drop of water, but the one he saw now was equivalent to an entire ocean. Perhaps Xuening felt that the soul-chasing axe couldn't stop Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had to use a special method to trap Ling Xiao. With a roar, the axe god appeared behind him. The axe god wore a crown on his head and chopped the 2 axes in his hands into the ground. The blood-red power seeped into the ground and the sky at the same time. It formed a dense blood-red domain. He wanted to trap Ling Xiao here. As long as Ling Xiao couldn't escape, Xuening had thousands of ways to kill him. Blackie. Ling Xiao could only rely on Blackie for now. He didn't want to encounter a divine soul realm expert, but he had no choice. Fortunately, Blackie had just come out and there was still some time before the battle ended. Blackie heard Ling Xiao's voice and waved his sharp claws. The dragon claws tore through the void and collided with the soul-chasing axe. Chapter 5090. Although Xiao Hei's strength was on par with Xuening's, it did not have any treasures. It was actually at a disadvantage in this collision. Ling Xiao's heart ached when he saw this. He had promised to take care of this little guy. Although it was at a disadvantage, the soul-chasing axe was too far away from Xuening. It eventually fell to the ground. Of course, the Qianquan beast would not let go of such a good thing and directly swallowed it into its stomach. Seeing this scene, Xuening was really angry. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Not only did he have such a powerful battle pet like the Black-Wind Dragon, he also had a treasure like the Qianquan beast. Not only did his attack fail, but he also lost his axe. That was an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns. It was the best treasure in his Dual Axe City. What a pity. See you. Ling Xiao did not want to continue fighting. He put away Xiao Hei, sped up, and disappeared completely. At this time, Xuening's axe god domain had not been fully opened. This was why Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly. Once the other party opened up the axe god domain, he would have no chance. Completely no chance. Damn it. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear, Xuening's face became extremely ugly. He really did not expect that he, a divine soul realm powerhouse, would actually fail to kill Ling Xiao. This kid was really too difficult to deal with. However, you can't run away, kid. Even if you escape to the Rakshasa martial kingdom, I will still catch you. How dare you kill my son and take away my treasure? How can I not kill you? Xuening was completely furious. He did not even consider the current situation of Dual Axe City and was determined to kill Ling Xiao. He turned into a blood-red light and chased forward crazily. Even if he chased to the ends of the earth, he would not give up. I didn't expect that he would escape the ambush set up by a divine soul realm powerhouse and 4 half-step divine soul realm powerhouses. What is that little black dragon? Why is it so powerful? It seems that I can't chase him randomly for the time being. I might even lose my life. Yihan did not chase. Instead, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he headed toward Jewel Axe City. Although he had failed to kill Ling Xiao, he had gained the trust of Jewel Axe City. They could settle down temporarily. With his talent and wisdom, he would soon be able to sweep through all the resources in Jewel Axe City. Even if Xuetsuan came back, it would be too late. Why don't we cooperate with Blue Ocean City? Yihan smiled coldly and made up his mind. This blood coagulation is too strong. It's impossible to shake it off. I've tried many methods, but none of them worked. Master, you're very knowledgeable. Under such circumstances, what else can I do other than run away? Ling Xiao asked as he made his way through the dense forest. This was because he had already sensed Xuenning's aura. Although the other party hadn't found him yet, with the ability of a divine soul realm expert, this didn't seem to be a problem at all. This was a wild forest. The trees were extremely tall and dense, and the vines were everywhere. Lung Mai's ability could be used to great effect here. This prevented Ling Xiao from getting lost and being caught. However, running away was not what Ling Xiao wanted. If he did not get rid of the blood coagulation here, he would not be able to escape. His goal of getting rid of the blood coagulation wouldn't be achieved. Ling Xiao didn't fly in the sky. Although he had recovered that ability, it would be easy for Xuetsuan to discover him. Therefore, he was now using Cold Plum's ability to shuttle through the forest. His aura was completely integrated with the surrounding trees. It was as if he originally belonged to this wild forest. Ling Xiao was still aware of their current strength. With their current strength, the only chance to kill Xuetsuan was Little Black. However, Little Black had already fought today. If he wanted to fight, he would have to wait until tomorrow. During today's time, Ling Xiao planned to continue hiding and try his best not to be found by the opponent. Perhaps you can combine the 10,000 beast blood refining array with Little Black's ability. Kill Xuetsuan in one fell swoop. I can personally help you set up the array, although it will consume a lot of soul power. However, when you reach Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, you should be able to buy treasures that can increase your soul power. The Yuan Venerate answered Ling Xiao's question. In other words, it's feasible. Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Yes, it's feasible and there should be a 70% chance of success. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this wild forest are all very powerful. Their combined power, together with Little Black, will definitely be able to seriously injure Xuetsuan. I'll leave it to you to finish him, the Yuan Venerate said. All right. Master, don't worry. When we reach Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, I'll immediately help you find treasures that can repair your soul. If a Yuan Venerate wanted to maintain his soul state and not die, he had to have such treasures to increase his soul power. Consuming soul power was similar to consuming one's life. Therefore, this time, he really planned to go all out. After all, if Ling Xiao died, his future plans would all be for naught. After drawing up a plan, Ling Xiao continued to move forward while waiting for the arrival of the next day. At the same time, he was looking for a suitable place to set up the 10,000 beast blood refining array. There were indeed many strange demonic beasts and demonic insects in this forest. Moreover, all of them were quite strong. If it weren't for the existence of Cold Plum, it would have been very difficult for Ling Xiao to pass through this forest. Xuetsuan was more unlucky as he was constantly attacked by demonic beasts. Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps he was really worrying too much. At this rate, Xuetsuan would definitely be very tired by the next day. At that time, the chances of killing Xuetsuan would be greater. Get lost. In the sky, Xuetsuan sent a ferocious demonic bird flying with a punch. However, his expression was a little ugly. Although these demonic beasts weren't his match, he would consume a lot of divine essence if he continued fighting like this. The problem was that he had clearly sensed Ling Xiao's aura but couldn't find it. It seems like I can't go on like this. I have to find that fellow as soon as possible. I'll be in trouble if this drags on. Xuetsuan suddenly sent a palm strike down. A large blood-red hand appeared in the void. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the trees and rocks were instantly reduced to dust. Ling Xiao looked behind him and couldn't help but tremble with fear. He had just left that place. He still remembered that there was a demonic beast whose strength reached the 9th level divine body realm resting there. However, it actually turned into ashes under this palm strike. Even the ground turned blood red and was constantly corroded and decayed. This strange martial technique was simply terrifying. Everything in front of him seemed to be destroyed by him. Ling Xiao frowned and became more careful while advancing. He no longer advanced in a straight line but constantly changed directions. This made the other party's attack unable to catch him. It's actually the sky-covering blood palm, the upgraded version of the sky-covering blood palm, Yuan Venerate said. It's different from the sky-covering demonic hand or the sky-covering blood palm. The sky-covering blood palm's power is much stronger. Of course, it's also very difficult to cultivate this demonic technique. It must be used together with a treasure above the Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. Otherwise, your hand will be crippled after using it once. In addition to the pair of axes, Xuetsuan should also have a glove-like treasure. It's definitely above the Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5091. I really want to kill this guy and get his cultivation technique and Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao glanced at Xuening in the sky and gritted his teeth. Blackie couldn't fight yet, so he had to bear with it. Xuening was getting more and more irritable and impatient. Damn it. What kind of secret technique did this guy cultivate to be able to merge perfectly with the aura of this forest? If I didn't have a special technique, I wouldn't even be able to catch a trace of his aura. Unfortunately, the aura is still too blurry. I can't pinpoint his exact location. Xuening couldn't understand why this 5th level divine body realm trash could do something that he couldn't do. This was too illogical. Even so, Xuening was still unwilling to give up. His eyes had turned completely blood red. This was an eye technique that could see the fluctuations of his enemy's divine essence. If it weren't for this, he would have lost Ling Xiao long ago. Every time he caught a trace of the aura, Xuening would form a sky-covering bloody handprint and smash it down. The bloody handprint was huge. It was also very powerful. The trees and rocks below were all destroyed by the bloody handprint. However, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. If he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he might have to destroy the entire savage forest. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. Moreover, there must be monsters in this forest that weren't weaker than him, or even stronger. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, he wouldn't dare to provoke those monsters. No, I have to kill this guy before he enters the depths of the forest. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if I find the depths. Xuening's frown deepened. Master, I've found a ruin. Cold Plum suddenly said. Another ruin? The Eternal Divine Realm was indeed the Eternal Divine Realm. He had just stepped into the Eternal Divine Realm, and this was the second time he had found a ruin. The last time was the giant dragon city. What would it be this time? What kind of ruin? Ling Xiao asked. I can't say for sure. It looks like an abandoned temple, a place of worship for a god in the past. It doesn't seem to be as mysterious as Giant Dragon City, but it might be better for us. The things in Giant Dragon City are too powerful. With our strength, we can't touch them at all. Cold Plum explained. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, through the Cold Plum's ability, he could see the situation of the temple ruins with the ancient tree as his eyes. This temple had obviously experienced many years of history. On the walls, there were mottled moss crawling all over. There were also many vines like Boston ivy. It was like a mysterious botanical garden. There were even demonic beasts dozing off and hunting for food. Cold Plum, is there any way to search for the treasures inside? Ling Xiao felt that Cold Plum's ability was very useful in the forest. He could not help but ask. Let me try. Cold Plum nodded. Ling Xiao stopped bothering her. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. He suddenly looked up at the sky. What was Xuening doing? At this time, Xuening finally decided to use all means to keep Ling Xiao here. He didn't even hesitate to destroy the forest within a radius of dozens of miles. He couldn't let Ling Xiao escape into the depths of the forest. The depths of the forest was not a place where he could be presumptuous. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, now was the only time. Therefore, even if he provoked demonic beasts here, he had to make a move. He took out the remaining soul-chasing axe on his back. Bright red light condensed on the soul-chasing axe. The next moment, the soul-chasing axe suddenly slashed down. At the same time, Xuaning's face turned pale, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. This move had a huge range and was very powerful. But the price was that it would temporarily reduce his strength. It also consumed a lot of divine essence. Unless it was a last resort, he really didn't want to do this. But now, he had to use it. As the soul-chasing axe slashed out, a bloody typhoon with Xuaning as the center enveloped the forest within a radius of dozens of miles. Boom. Boom boom. Start, domain name, please remember _3, woo tilde the wind raged, and trees constantly fell to the ground, turning into dust. The bloody typhoon was not only very destructive, but it was also very corrosive. For a moment, the area within a radius of dozens of miles became doomsday. It had completely become a world of devastation. The range was too large, and Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. He was also enveloped in it. He desperately activated the invincible ape divine array to resist the terrifying wind. Although he wasn't killed, he was completely exposed. There was still more than an hour before the second day. It could be said that the situation was very critical. What a terrifying martial skill. How can it be so powerful? Although the attack power has weakened after dispersing, this area is too large. But isn't this area a little too big? There's simply no room for escape. While Ling Xiao felt the terror of a divine soul realm expert, he threw out the defensive magic treasures he had snatched earlier as if they didn't cost anything. Just the invincible ape divine array alone couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. But these Dharma treasures were all genuine Emperor artifacts with one divine dragon pattern. Anyway, they had all been snatched, so he didn't mind. As long as he didn't die, it would be fine. Disciple, I feel that this person has consumed a lot of divine origin energy after using this martial skill. His strength has decreased greatly. Currently, he is only at the half-step divine soul realm. This fellow is really bold. He knows that you have little black, yet he still dares to gamble. What a lunatic. Yuan Venerate said. Ling Xiao smiled when he heard what Yuan Venerate said. Although a half-step divine soul realm was also powerful, it wasn't as terrifying as a true divine soul realm expert. His few companions might not be able to defeat him, but it might be possible to delay him for an hour. When the gale dissipated, Zhu Xing had already released the Axe God domain and blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. Ling Xiao was like a turtle in a jar. There was nowhere to escape. Kid, let's see what other means you have to escape this time. Zhu Xing's face was pale. Obviously, it was because he had overexerted himself. However, in Zhu Xing's opinion, killing Ling Xiao wouldn't be a problem. Escape? I don't intend to escape. Ling Xiao stopped and sneered at Xuaning. Don't you know that a rabbit will bite when it's cornered, chasing me like this? Whether you kill me or I kill you, we'll see in a while. Since he couldn't escape, Ling Xiao might as well not run. There would be a battle sooner or later anyway. As long as he could delay for an hour, Zhu Xing would die. You're only left with a glib tongue. Call your companions out. They won't be a match for me even if they join forces anyway. You killed my son, so I must avenge him. Zhu Xing's blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he didn't make a move immediately. It seemed like using two super martial skills in a row had caused him to be unable to recover for a while and had to take a break. This allowed Ling Xiao to catch his breath and think about how to deal with the current situation. Chapter 5092. Your son, Xue Hongyi, had only himself to blame for his death. He insisted on hunting me down. Did he expect me to just stand there and let him kill me? What a joke. I thought you were pitiful and didn't want to kill you, but you actually kept pestering me. In that case, both of you can die. Ling Xiao was looking for an opportunity as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly got the Yuan Venerate to set up the 1000 Beast Blood Refining Array. Without the 1000 Beast Blood Refining Array, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Xuaning's attack had killed too many demonic beasts. The resentment of these demonic beasts had gathered together, allowing the 1,000-beast blood refining array to unleash an unimaginable power. This might have been a mistake on Xuaning's part. However, Xuaning didn't seem to have a choice. If he didn't do that, Ling Xiao would definitely escape into the depths of the forest. When that happened, he would have no chance to take revenge. Do you know what this is? Ling Xiao's main task now was to stall for time, so he had to do everything he could. He took out a medicinal herb that he had picked up from the storage rings of the corpses in the giant dragon city. Spirit-controlling flower. It's a 1,000-year-old spirit-controlling flower. Xuaning was shocked. The spirit-controlling flower was fatally attractive to divine soul realm martialists. The spirit-controlling pill refined from the spirit-controlling flower was even more attractive to divine soul realm martialists. A stalk of spirit-controlling flower could help a divine soul realm martialist advance by at least one level. For example, Xuaning was in the early first-level divine soul realm, which was the so-called initial stage of the divine soul realm. Directly consuming the spirit-controlling flower would allow one's cultivation to advance to the mid-stage divine soul realm. It sounded like a small breakthrough, but to some people, it could be an improvement that took hundreds of years to achieve. One could only imagine how valuable it was. The effect of the spirit-controlling pill was even more amazing. Generally, a spirit-controlling pill that was 80% perfect could allow a martialist to advance by one level. In other words, one could advance from the early first-level divine soul realm to the early second-level divine soul realm. The value was even more terrifying. If it was a perfect spirit-controlling pill, it might not be a problem to advance to the late second-level divine soul realm. Xuaning's cultivation base had been stuck at the initial stage of the divine soul realm for hundreds of years. He crazily wanted to advance every day. This desire was definitely more than his son's death. Even if his son was gone, he could always have another one. After all, he had many women. But missing out on the soul-mastering flower might mean missing out on an opportunity. The soul control flower was an extremely rare medicinal herb. "Give it to me," Xuaning shouted. It was as if a hungry wolf had seen a delicious piece of meat. "You want the soul-mastering flower? Or do you want the soul-driving pill?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Everything was going according to his plan. He did not believe that blood coagulation could resist the temptation of such benefits. "What do you mean? You still have soul-driving pills?" Xuaning felt that she was simply too lucky. She thought that all she had to do was to avenge her son. Who would have thought that he would stumble upon such a good thing? "Not at the moment, but I can refine it. You can choose to kill me now and take the soul-controlling flower, but you will miss the opportunity to obtain the soul-controlling pill. Of course, you can also choose the soul-driving pill. After I get it, I only hope that you can let me live. I had no choice but to kill your son," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You can refine the soul-driving pill? How is that possible? How old are you?" The soul-driving pill is extremely difficult to refine. Even in the entire human race, there are only a few who can refine it. You can actually do it. Are you trying to stall for time? Xuaning did not believe it at all. It's up to you to believe it or not. The choice is yours. Ling Xiao knew that the more he spoke, the more useless it would be. Although Xuaning was not as smart as Yi Han, he was not a fool. Naturally, he could find flaws in his words. In that case, he might as well not talk nonsense. How long will it take? Xuaning's eyes flickered. In the end, he could not resist the desire for the soul-driving pill. 3 hours at most. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 3 hours. Xuaning was stunned. He thought that he would have to wait at least a few dozen days. It was only 3 hours. This kid was really stalling for time. It was said that the powerful alchemists in the sacred city took 49 days to refine the soul-driving pill. What could he do in 3 hours? Play. Grandpa has no time to play with you. Xuaning was ready to make his move. However, Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face as he began to refine the pill. Xuaning had seen every step from the beginning of the refinement of medicinal herbs. After seeing it, he suddenly began to doubt his judgment. Although he had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy method before, every step was meticulous and smooth like flowing water. It was better than many of the masters he had seen. It will take about 2 hours for me to recover my strength. Let's see what this kid is going to do. Xuening did not make his move in the end. Instead, he sat there, swallowed a pill, and began to recover. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It was difficult to make the other party believe a simple lie, but if he had the ability, he was not afraid that the other party would not believe him. Ling Xiao naturally could not give this soul-driving pill to Xuening. Although he could not use such an important thing for the time being, it would definitely be useful in the future. If he gave the soul-driving pill to the other party, it would greatly improve his cultivation. Even if Xiao He recovered his combat strength, it would be useless. He was no match for Xuening at all. He said that it would take 3 hours, but in fact, it would only take half an hour to complete the refinement. He just wanted Xuening to misunderstand his purpose. An hour later, Ling Xiao stopped refining pills. With a wave of his hand, a soul-driving pill appeared in the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. Ordinary alchemists could only refine one soul-driving pill with one soul-driving flower. Moreover, the quality of the pill was at most 90% perfect. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao used 1 stalk of imperial soul flower to refine 3 imperial soul pills. And they were all perfect soul-driving pills. However, he used a camouflage technique to store the 2 soul-driving pills and only put 1 into the jade bottle. Didn't you say that it would take 3 hours to complete the refinement? How did it end in an hour? Xuening opened his eyes. At this time, he had basically recovered 90% of his strength. He had returned to the state of the divine soul realm. After all, he had used a pill. Are you still not satisfied with the refinement in an hour? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Give it to me. If I find out that you have lied to me, I will kill you on the spot. Xuening looked at the soul-driving pill in the jade bottle with anxiety in his eyes. However, this guy was still very good at pretending. He tried his best to look calm. Unfortunately, his eyes completely betrayed him. Originally, Xuening was worried that Ling Xiao would play some tricks, so he was very vigilant. But Ling Xiao didn't do anything and just obediently handed the soul-driving pill to him. This confused Xuening. He felt that there was a trap. Therefore, he carefully opened the jade bottle and sniffed. There was no mistake. He had already smelled this smell before, but unfortunately, he could only smell it at that time and was not qualified to own it at all. Moreover, its appearance was no different from the soul-driving pill. Chapter 5093. That's right, this is really a soul-driving pill. You didn't lie to me. Xuening was a divine soul realm powerhouse after all. His soul force was very strong. Although he had never eaten a soul-driving pill before, he had seen a real one before. He was 80% sure that this soul-driving pill in his hand was real. And it was a very perfect soul-driving pill. I didn't expect you to have some ability. But whether I let you go or not, I'll have to find someone to examine this soul-driving pill first. Now, you should just obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Xuening smiled coldly. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. Is that so? Haven't you heard of this saying? There's no free lunch in this world. When you accept someone else's things for nothing, you should think of the consequences, idiot. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought. The soul-driving pill in Xuening's hand actually exploded. The moment the soul-driving pill exploded, Xuening realized that this stinking brat had no intention of begging for mercy from beginning to end. He didn't plan to escape, but to kill him. This was simply a conspiracy. In order to make this conspiracy more realistic, he was even willing to use a real soul-driving pill to detonate Xuangji. This was really too sinister, too vicious, too despicable and shameless. Even if he, Xuening, was known to be ruthless, he wasn't so vicious. How could he have expected that the other party would rather give up a treasure like the soul-driving pill to kill him? At this moment, Xuening's only thought was to escape. Unfortunately, his body could no longer keep up with the speed of his thoughts. Fortunately, He was a divine soul realm powerhouse and could use his soul to leave his body. Although he couldn't stay outside for long as he could escape and protect his soul. Then he wouldn't die. Boom. A terrifying roar exploded in an instant. Even if Xuening was a divine soul realm powerhouse and his body was incomparably strong, he still couldn't stop Ling Xiao's scheme. This soul-driving pill contained extremely strong energy. After it exploded, the huge power was enough to kill a first-level divine soul realm martial artist. Xuening was only at the early first-level divine soul realm. How could he resist? The surrounding trees were completely blown to smithereens in an instant. The rocks were also blown to smithereens. The terrifying power caused a gust of wind to blow, and chaos ensued. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Blood coagulation, who was at the core of the explosion, had been blown to smithereens. It's so powerful. Initially, I just wanted to be on the safe side, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Ling Xiao was shocked by this huge power. So he did this to make it easier for Little Black to win. But looking at it now, the power of the soul-driving pill far exceeded his imagination. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you better remember this. I, Xuening, will not live under the same sky as you. After the explosion, a roar came from the distance. It was Xuening's soul that escaped. This was the reason why divine soul realm experts were scarier than divine body realm experts. At critical moments, their souls could leave their bodies. Furthermore, after the cultivation of the divine soul was strong enough, it could even leave the body to fight, and its power was incomparably fierce. Master, we can't let him escape. All of his cultivation is concentrated in his soul. Kill him and I'll get some benefits. Ling Xiao said to Yuan Venerate. Only a Yuan Venerate could chase after Xuening's soul. Although they were both souls, Yuan Venerates were much stronger. They couldn't be compared to Xuening's illusory soul. To be honest, Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of a divine soul realm powerhouse today. He had originally thought that the other party would definitely die under such a powerful explosion. After all, the soul-driving pill had been in Xuening's hands at that time, which was equivalent to bearing the full force of the explosion. It was obvious how tenacious a divine soul realm powerhouse's life force was. However, Xuening didn't die, but only his soul escaped. To Ling Xiao, this was definitely an excellent opportunity to kill the other party. He had never killed a divine soul realm powerhouse since coming to the eternal divine realm. This time, he had only won by taking advantage of the other party's greed and underestimation of him and not by relying on his true strength. He had to be sure that he had killed him first. Otherwise, offending a divine soul realm powerhouse wouldn't be a good thing. The Yuan Venerate had already made his move. A golden light shot out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows and instantly transformed into a human form to grab Xuening's soul. He forcibly pulled the soul back. Ling Xiao, you demon. No demon in this world can compare to you in terms of viciousness, and cunning. How hateful. I, Xuening, the city lord of Jewel Axe City and a divine soul realm powerhouse, never thought that I would be defeated by a divine soul realm powerhouse. How could I have fallen at your hands? I hate you. However, you won't have a good ending. The sacred city won't let you off. Xuening had no chance of escaping now that his soul had been captured. They could only roar hysterically there. Hee hee. It's a pity that you'll never see my end. You didn't have to die, but you insisted on killing me. This is your end. Ling Xiao sneered. The Void God's sword pierced Xuening's soul and began to absorb a large amount of energy. Ling Xiao didn't absorb this energy. Instead, he stored it in the Void God's sword for the time being. This place had just experienced a great battle. Who knew if martialists or demonic beasts would pass by? It was better to find a safe place first before absorbing all this energy. Cold Plum, guide me to the temple ruins. Ling Xiao called out and quickly left. Big brother, you're too savage. You actually killed a divine soul realm expert. Heavens, I can't believe what I just saw. You killed him all by yourself. Even Little Black's ability didn't work. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Although Ling Xiao had done more than one or two crazy things, Long Chen was still shocked. However, This was definitely the first time he had killed a divine soul realm expert alone. Yu Fanghua also said, "It feels like a dream. The difference in strength between you and him is so great. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to win. However, the result is that he's dead and you're alive. This is probably why Master is so powerful. Not only is he strong, but he's also smart," Cold Plum said. Everyone nodded. In today's battle, Xuening had completely fallen for Ling Xiao's trick. That was why he had obediently accepted his death. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's strength was not weak. Even if he was an ordinary person, many martialists would have been played to death by him with his brain alone. This was really terrifying. This battle had nothing to do with strength. It was completely a crushing of intelligence. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had controlled everything. That was why he had achieved an impossible victory. "Don't praise me anymore. I'm a little embarrassed," Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. "I just want to live. For this goal, I can do anything. But big brother, if the plan fails, won't it be terrible?" Little Gold said worriedly. No, from the moment Xuening faced Sky, he was destined to fail. For this plan, Sky has more than one way to go. If the first way doesn't work, he still has the second and third ways. With Xuening's brain, it's impossible for him to think so much. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said. Chapter 5094. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, "If the opponent doesn't accept the soul-driving pill, Sky can settle for the next best thing and let Blackie fight. Shuigu still can't escape death. However, Sky used a safer method just to be safe. Even if Shuigu isn't attracted by the soul-driving pill, we can still drag it out for an hour with our strength. At that time, we can still rely on Blackie to solve the problem. However, the possibility of that is almost non-existent. No divine soul realm expert can remain calm in the face of the soul-driving pill. I'm still lucky," Ling Xiao said humbly. "If I didn't get the soul-driving flower, the premise of this plan wouldn't exist." "Master, you're being humble again. Even without the soul-driving flower, you'll still take out other herbs to tempt him, right?" Cold Plum smiled. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. It seemed that the people around him knew him better. They knew all the bad ideas he had in his head. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the temple ruins. "So the name of this temple is the Moon Temple. Fang Hua, this is your opportunity." In the depths of the temple ruins, there was a woman riding a white tiger. The woman was as bright as the moon in the sky. She held the bright moon divine bow. It was a perfect match for Yu Fanghua. As Ling Xiao spoke, he let Yu Fanghua out, allowing her to search for opportunities. Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum were in charge of protecting her. Ling Xiao began to count the spoils of war. Although he killed Shuigu, Ling Xiao knew that his strength was still too weak in the eternal divine realm. He had just stepped into the borders of the human race's god nation, and he had already encountered so much trouble. Therefore, he had to improve his strength faster. Strength included cultivation, dharma treasures, cultivation methods, martial techniques, and so on. In terms of cultivation, his battle with Shuigu raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 5th-level divine body realm. Although it wasn't much, it allowed his stagnant cultivation to start improving again. In terms of dharma treasures, it was too dazzling. Emperor armaments with 1 divine dragon pattern were the most common. Monarch artifacts with 2 divine dragon patterns were lacking. However, he had obtained a pair of emperor weapons with 4 divine dragon inscriptions, the soul-chasing axes, from Xuening. None of them could use the soul-chasing axe. Ling Xiao planned to keep it to feed the Void God sword. If he wanted the Void God sword to grow as quickly as possible, he could not be stingy in this aspect. Apart from the soul-chasing axe, Ling Xiao had also obtained an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon inscriptions, the sky-covering blood palm. This magic treasure was extremely suitable to amplify the power of the heaven-covering blood palm. Of course, it was also very suitable to enhance other unarmed combat techniques. It looked like a glove. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was extremely tough. An emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon inscriptions would naturally not be ordinary. It just so happened that Ling Xiao's Hand of Immortality was a little outdated. An emperor armament with a divine dragon inscription could still be used, but it no longer had any advantage against the enemy. His cultivation level was not high, so he had to have a good Dharma treasure. However, with his current cultivation level, he really could not use an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon inscriptions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao set up a martial soul barrier and began to absorb the energy from Xuenning's divine soul. It took him a full hour to do so. The void god Taotia's strength soared to the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao's cultivation level rose from the mid-stage of the 5th level divine body realm to the peak of the 5th level divine body realm. His heavenly demon black martial body was also tempered to the point of having 3 divine dragon patterns. Its defense was shocking. Most of Xuenning's power had not been digested yet. Divine Soul Realm powerhouses were indeed formidable. After his cultivation level rose to the peak of the 5th level Divine Body Realm, he could also use an Emperor armament with 3 Divine Dragon patterns. This was a good thing. In other words, he could use the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and the Sky-covering Blood Palm. The Void God Sword could also continue to advance. Thinking of this, he took out the Void God Sword and let it devour the Dharma treasures that he had collected during this period. After eating the soul-chasing axe, the Void God Sword finally showed its 3rd Divine Dragon pattern. Its combat power had definitely soared. When Ling Xiao finished cultivating, Yu Fanghua had also gained a lot. Yu Fanghua had not only obtained the Moon God's inheritance, but also the Moon Lady's power. Her divine essence level had finally risen to the 10th level, and her cultivation level had also reached the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm. She had also obtained the Moon God's Bright Moon divine bow. This was a Dharma treasure that could condense divine essence to shoot sharp arrows. It could also grow. However, it was different from the Void God Sword. If the Bright Moon divine bow wanted to grow, it had to be nourished with moonstones. This divine bow was now an Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. No one knew how far it could grow in the future. However, after so many days of hard work, his 5 companions had finally finished upgrading their divine essence. From now on, the Real journey would begin. Finally, they did not have to cowardly avoid battles because of the power of laws. Let's go. Starting from the Rakshasa martial kingdom, we will start a storm in the eternal divine territory. Ling Xiao did not want to stay in the dense forest for too long. Since he had already gotten what he wanted, it was time to get rid of the tail. Next, it was time to move forward. On the way, Ling Xiao seized the time to cultivate the sky-covering blood handprint that he had obtained from Xuenning's divine soul. This was a top-notch saint-level martial art. It was the same as the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow and Black Lotus Treasure Light. Although Ling Xiao could not unleash their true power for the time being, as long as he could cultivate it, he would be stronger than others in terms of martial arts. Considering that he had arrived at the Rakshasa martial kingdom, he could not easily use his previous abilities, such as the Lotus Sutra. It would be better for him to learn some new martial arts. This way, he would not be easily targeted. Nearly 10 days had passed. Along the way, Ling Xiao had fought with many beasts and finally honed the sky-covering blood handprint to the initial stage. He had also completely stabilized his cultivation level. With the help of the Golden Crow's blood pill, Little Gold had successfully advanced to the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm. His combat power had skyrocketed. It could be said that their team's combat power had undergone a qualitative leap. On this day, they were already close to the border of the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the dense forest. Cold Plum peeked with the eye of the forest. She told Ling Xiao that a group of experts had appeared not far ahead. The weakest among them was at the 7th level divine body realm. They were extremely powerful. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao directly entered the Shadow Warrior form. As his cultivation level increased and he adapted to the eternal divine territory's power of laws, the Shadow Warrior form was also much safer. In addition to Cold Plum's help, at least in the dense forest, it was not so easy for others to find him. 30 martial artists at the 7th level divine body realm and 10 martial artists at the 8th level divine body realm. Good heavens, this guy is really strong. I thought that after my cultivation level increased and my combat power increased, it would be easier for me. I didn't expect to meet such experts before I even arrived at the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Ling Xiao realized that he was a little excited. Chapter 5095. Obviously, the 10 8th level divine body echelon powerhouses were the leaders. The rest of the 30 people listened to them. Among the 10 people, one of them had a long sword in his arms. His face was as cold as frost, and he wore a bamboo hat. His eyes were cold and murderous. The second person had a broken arm. His white hair reached his shoulders, and he looked quite handsome. The third person was a woman. Her face was covered with a veil, and her appearance was unknown. However, her temperament was seductive. She had a smile on her face as if she could steal one's soul. These 3 people were alone. The other 4 people obviously came together. They wore the same blood-colored armor, and all of them held blood-colored machetes. Their physiques were very rugged. There were another 3 people who looked more like a family of 3. The man and woman looked very ordinary and didn't speak. Only the daughter, who looked no older than 7 or 8 years old, was chattering non-stop. These 10 people were extremely powerful. At the very least, Ling Xiao definitely wasn't their match in a one-on-one fight. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had helpers. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of these people. He just found it strange. Why did this group of people come to this dense forest? As he was thinking, the few people over there started to talk. From their conversation, Ling Xiao was able to pick up some clues. It turned out that this group of people had discovered an ancient ruin. Hearing about the ruin, Ling Xiao's heart thumped wildly. Regardless of whether it was the giant dragon city or the divine moon palace, they had both given them great benefits. If there were more ruins, he definitely wouldn't want to miss it. In addition, Ling Xiao also knew these people's identities. They were called the 42 bandits. The 40 people who came were the majority of them. The other 2 were the 2 leaders of the 42 bandits. This time, they didn't come because of other matters. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the 37th level divine body echelon martial artists. To him, they were already at the level of minions. However, Ling Xiao was rather interested in these 10 people. The man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a long sword was called the sword slave. He was also the strongest among these people. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level divine body echelon, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the 9th level. Perhaps he would encounter an opportunity and be able to make a breakthrough. The cultivation of the person with the severed arm was on par with the sword servant, but he had lost an arm after all, so his combat strength was slightly weaker, and he was called the white hair demon. The seductive woman was known as the soul hooking demon, which was quite appropriate. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the 8th level divine body realm. 4 of them were wearing blood-red armor and holding blood-red scimitars. They were the 4 blood demons. 3 of them were at the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm, and 1 of them was at the mid-stage of the 8th level divine body realm. There was only 1 person in the family of 3, and that was the child. The man and woman were actually her puppets. The little girl was called a masked doll, and it was obvious that she was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, this little girl's cultivation had also reached the late stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. The battle prowess of those 2 puppets was definitely not weaker than an early stage 8th level divine physique echelon cultivator. Ling Xiao's memory was really too good. Although he was not interested in these people, he still remembered their names. According to the information, the ruins should be here. However, it seems that someone has cast a spell on it, making it impossible to see it. The masked doll sneered. "It's just a spell. Get out of the way and watch me." The little girl looked young, but she was actually over 100 years old. She actually knew how to break array formations. Although her skills were much worse than Ling Xiao's, there was no way she could compare to a Yuan Venerate. At this moment, she took out something and fiddled with it for a long time. Suddenly, the fog disappeared. In the depths of the fog, an ancient teleportation gate appeared. It was just that no one knew where it went. Judging from the incantations on the teleportation gate and the ancient aura, it was definitely an ancient place. Found it. Masked doll, You are indeed amazing. If we get the treasure this time, you will be the first to contribute. The soul-hooking demon laughed. You flatter me. Let's hurry up and go in. Once we get through the teleportation gate, we should be able to reach the divine inscription sect. The masked doll laughed excitedly. Back in the day, the divine inscription sect was so impressive. It was almost equivalent to the strength of a sacred city. It's a pity that it was destroyed by the ancient race. Otherwise, the divine inscription sect would be the 13th sacred city. Even if dozens of martial nations worked together, they would not be a match for them. If we can get the inheritance, we will definitely soar. Yes, we, the 42 bandits, don't have to be sneaky anymore. The soul-hooking demon also said excitedly. Ling Xiao was very shocked when he heard their words. They actually had to trouble the ancient race to destroy the divine inscription sect. It was obvious that the divine inscription sect's strength was already a threat to the ancient race. It was even more terrifying than the 12 sacred cities. He was getting more and more interested in the divine inscription sect. Ling Xiao could see the greed in the eyes of these 40 bandits. To them, this was a discovery that could change their fate. Powerhouses like the Sword Slave and the White Hair Demon were probably thinking about how to replace them and lead the 42 bandits. As for the 7th level Divine Physique Echelon Martialists, they were thinking about how to replace the positions of these 10 powerhouses. Although they belonged to the same faction, there was a lack of trust between them. After all, they were an organization formed by extremely vicious people. They were not united. They only chose to cooperate temporarily under the pressure of the powerhouses. However, what can be left behind? The White Hair Demon frowned and said, Rumor has it that after the ancient race destroyed the divine inscription sect, they took away the orthodoxy of the divine inscription sect and destroyed the inheritance. Perhaps, the divine inscription sect is only left with ruins and nothing. That's true. After the ancient race left, many martial artists entered the divine inscription sect and dug 3 feet into the ground. They didn't even let the corpses of the dead go. It was like a swarm of locusts. What can be left behind? Therefore, let's not have too much hope. The Sword Slave also said, otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I don't think so. The masked doll smiled and said, the divine inscription sect was destroyed. The sect master of the divine inscription sect was a true genius. I don't believe that he didn't leave behind something good. For example, the rumored divine inscription art. The ancient race took away the orthodoxy and all the treasures. However, the divine inscription art is a technology that can change the future. They might not be able to take it away. With that thing, our 42 bandits can also become as powerful as the holy city. As long as we don't provoke the ancient race. The Sword Slave nodded and said, the divine inscription art is indeed a creation of heaven and earth. Before the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, the human martial artists exhausted their wisdom and thought of many ways to fight. The divine inscription art is one of them. Although many people look down on the divine inscription art and think that it's just an insignificant Tao, I don't think so. However, I don't think so. I trust the ancient race's judgment. Alright, there's no point in talking so much nonsense. The most important thing is to obtain the divine inscription art. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. The masked doll sneered and adjusted the teleportation gate before stepping in. The rest of the people followed her in. Chapter 5096. Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow them in, a white figure flashed and entered the portal. This really gave Ling Xiao a fright. Although he only caught a glimpse of the white figure, he could tell that it was a girl. She was quite young, only around 18 years old. However, her cultivation was terrifyingly strong. She had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. She was much stronger than the people before her. The most terrifying thing was that the girl actually looked in the direction where Ling Xiao was hiding. Although he did not show it, he really gave Ling Xiao a fright. His shadow dancer form wasn't perfect. However, as long as he didn't attack, it was unlikely that he would be discovered. She must have sensed the aura of a martial artist, but she wasn't sure. No matter what, the ruins of the divine inscription sect are very attractive. It would be a great regret if I couldn't go in and take a look. Anyway, I've been to the city of giant dragons. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Ling Xiao had something to rely on. After all, he still had Blackie as his trump card. Moreover, his companions weren't weak when they joined forces. Thinking of this, he also entered the portal. After a while, a man and a woman appeared outside the portal. Both of them were martial artists in the early stage of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. They were the two leaders of the 42 bandits. The man was called Black Fiend, and the woman was called White Fiend. They formed the Black Fiend duo. The man looked ferocious and murderous. The woman was like a demon, cold and murderous. The plan is going well. Those idiots will definitely kill each other for the divine inscription art. When they're done, the art will naturally fall into our hands. We don't want to be bandits for the rest of our lives. The ancient race will definitely use the divine inscription art. Black Fiend sneered. You're really sinister. You've been with those trash for more than 10 years just to find the entrance to the divine inscription sect's ruins, right? White Fiend laughed. That's right. More than 10 years of planning. It all depends on today. Black Fiend's lips curled into a smug smile. Those who had already entered the portal didn't know that there were people waiting outside. Through the portal, they arrived outside the ruins of the divine inscription sect. This place had indeed been reduced to ruins. However, Ling Xiao's Taiji eye could already sense the powerful energy fluctuations. This meant that there was indeed something good in the ruins. It was just that someone had deliberately concealed it. It would not be easy for ordinary people to find it. They would probably have to be skilled in formations. It was no wonder that the 42nd Great Thief had brought along the masked doll. That person was indeed an expert in array formations. Ling Xiao had no intention of exposing himself for the time being. Regardless of whether it was the 40 thieves or the white-clothed girl, they were all relatively big threats. He still wanted to wait for these fellows to kill each other before reaping the benefits. He believed that this would happen. There was probably only one copy that recorded the saint inscription art. These people all wanted it. In that case, there would definitely be slaughter. The only reason they were able to coexist peacefully now was because no treasure had appeared yet. It was just that it could not trigger their killing intent. But soon, the massacre arrived as promised. This was because Masked Doll had discovered the location where the divine rune art was placed. It had to be said that this place was really too ingenious. No one would care about a pair of weeds. However, there was a special camouflage set up under the weeds. There was a piece of memory metal. It probably recorded not only the divine rune art but also the divine runes. It must be the Divine Rune Encyclopedia, Masked Doll said excitedly. The Divine Rune Encyclopedia not only contains the method to practice divine runes. It also contains every divine rune that the Divine Rune sect has researched over the years. It is said that divine runes are divided into 9 grades. A first-grade divine rune is equivalent to the full power attack of a half-step divine soul realm expert. How terrifying would a 9th-grade divine rune be? Stop talking nonsense and activate the camouflage. The sword slave said loudly. Masked Doll hesitated at this moment. She sneered and said, I am the one who activated the formation, so this divine rune encyclopedia must belong to me. After all, vulgar people like you won't be able to learn the divine rune art. You must know that the foundation of the divine rune art is the formation. Only by understanding the formation can one truly learn the divine rune art. Masked Doll, are you crazy? This divine rune encyclopedia is wanted by the boss. Who dares to take it for themselves? Soul-hooking demon said. Boss. Haha, we may treat him as our boss, but he might not treat us as his own people. Am I right, you trash? Masked Doll suddenly attacked. The male and female puppets pounced on the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists. When those people saw the situation, they immediately attacked. Masked Doll intends to rebel. Kill her without mercy. The 30 people attacked Masked Doll at the same time. However, the sword slave and the others naturally wouldn't allow them to do so. Because Masked Doll was the only one who could break the camouflage. Therefore, The others also joined forces and fought against the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Ling Xiao hid in the distance, a cold smile appearing between his brows. None of these guys were easy to deal with. Perhaps the boss of the 42 bandits had schemed against these people, but these people wouldn't be willing to be fish on the chopping board. He looked in another direction and saw the white-clothed lady standing there quietly. He didn't know what treasure she used to completely conceal her figure. The white-clothed lady emitted a noble aura. She must be from an extraordinary background. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level divine physique echelon at such a young age. After a round of fighting, the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists were all killed. However, those 10 people also suffered different degrees of injuries. Masked Doll lost one of her puppets. One of the 4 blood demons also died. Now, to be exact, there were only 8 people left. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This was just the beginning. Those 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists were only the first batch of sacrifices. He believed that the moment the camouflage was dispelled, more people would die. However, he was just a bystander and didn't plan to make a move so early. Masked Doll started to dispel the camouflage. Because she had to do so. If she didn't, she believed that the others would kill her directly. After all, she wasn't the only one who knew about formations in this world. Ling Xiao watched quietly. The white-clothed lady was already prepared to make her move. Obviously, the white-clothed lady didn't notice Ling Xiao. After all, for the sake of safety, Ling Xiao had activated the Marrow God Nether Array. It increased the concealment effect of the Shadow Dancer. Also, the distance was quite far. "It's done," Masked Doll yelled. A ray of golden light shot out from the pile of weeds. It rose into the air. It floated in mid-air. It was indeed a piece of memory metal. However, it was wrapped in a ball of golden light and looked very mysterious. That's it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Even killing intent. Including Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know what the divine inscription art was for now, it was something that could make the ancient race wary. It was definitely something good. Chapter 5097. A battle broke out in an instant. The few people who had worked together to enter the ruins were now fighting frantically. They all wanted to stop the other party from obtaining the sacred inscription encyclopedia. After all, even if they couldn't cultivate it, they could still exchange it for powerful cultivation techniques or treasures. Its value was simply immeasurable. Something casually given by the ancient race was enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. How could they not go crazy over this? Although the sacred inscription encyclopedia was right in front of them, none of them could obtain it. Unless only one of them was left alive in the end. This was the cruelty of seizing treasures. Ling Xiao sighed. Indeed, no matter where one went, no matter what kind of nomological laws existed. As long as martialists dominated the world, there would never be a stop to fighting. All problems could only be solved with one's fists. Any one of these people could easily destroy or dominate the 9 realms of the 4 regions. However, in the eternal divine realm, they were just ordinary martialists. They might be stronger than trash, but they weren't experts. Although most of the array formations in the sacred inscription sect's ruins had been destroyed. However, the nomological laws in the eternal divine realm were extremely sturdy. Even if such powerhouses fought, they wouldn't cause too much damage. Ling Xiao remained hidden in the dark and didn't make a move. He looked at the sacred inscription encyclopedia floating in the air. When he opened his Taikai eye, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know if the sacred inscription encyclopedia was recorded in the memory metal. However, there was one thing that surprised him. The sect master of the sacred inscription sect was really capable. He had actually left behind a method to cultivate the sacred inscription on the golden light. Only by cultivating this sacred inscription would one be able to activate the golden light and obtain the memory metal. Even a Yuan Venerate was no exception to this. Although the foundation of the sacred inscription was array formations and nomological arrays, it was much more complicated. Golden light sacred inscription, Activating this sacred inscription will form a golden protective wall. It is a first-grade sacred inscription. Only a divine soul realm powerhouse can break it. However, if it is forcefully broken, an even stronger sacred inscription will be activated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the sect master of the sacred inscription sect when he saw the tiny words on it. He wanted to give the sacred inscription encyclopedia to someone who could truly unleash its power. Not just anyone could get it. For someone who had never come into contact with saint inscriptions, even a first-grade saint inscription would be extremely difficult to study. However, Ling Xiao was willing to give it a try. The creation of saint runes was not without a source. The martial artists of the divine inscription sect had drawn inspiration from spirit talismans and spirit arrays to create this kind of incantation that could be engraved anywhere. This was the so-called saint rune. The air, weapons, and even a person's body could be engraved with sacred runes. Then, different effects were produced. The more Ling Xiao understood about saint inscriptions, the more he realized how powerful they were. If it was used on a weapon, an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns could unleash the power of an emperor armament with 4 divine dragon patterns. Furthermore, it would not raise the cultivation requirement of the martial artist. This was simply too wonderful. Of course, the text on the golden light was limited, and Ling Xiao could only understand it briefly. If he wanted to truly master the saint runes, he would have to obtain the Saint Rune Encyclopedia. Let's start studying the golden light saint runes. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and his Tai Chi eye operated at high speed to analyze the text. The key to the saint runes was engraving, and it required divine origin and soul power. For the same grade of saint runes, the martial artist with stronger soul power and divine origin would have stronger saint runes. However, Ling Xiao was currently in his shadow warrior form, and he did not dare to use divine origin easily. He could only simulate it in his mind. Fortunately, he had the universe of Tyrant, and his divine origin could enter it to practice. While he was studying the golden light saint runes, the girl in white did not move. This girl seemed to know how to endure. Although she was very strong, she was still waiting for an opportunity. On the other side, the battle between the bandits gradually came to an end. Almost everyone had a few more injuries on their bodies. The situation was not good. They began to realize that they could not continue like this. If this continued, they would all die. If they all died here before obtaining the Saint Rune Encyclopedia, it would be too shameful. The few of them tacitly retreated at the same time and stopped fighting. Do we really have to kill each other like this? We still don't know what is in the memory metal. If it is not the Saint Rune Encyclopedia, wouldn't we hurt our relationship for nothing? The sword slave said coldly. At this moment, the few of them were very far away, and they were staring at the others nervously. The atmosphere was tense. It was as if the battle would start again if there was a disagreement. I think so too. Anyway, it is not like the Saint Rune Encyclopedia will disappear after reading it. The few of us can use the memory metal at the same time. If we don't fight like this, it will benefit others. No one knows if there are other people waiting outside. The soul-hooking demon's soft voice was filled with fear. She was relatively weak, and she did not have any helpers. She had suffered a lot just now, and she really did not want to fight anymore. Agreed. The few of them looked at each other and made a decision. However, Ling Xiao sneered. He could multitask. He studied the golden light saint runes while paying close attention to the situation. Although the battle had stopped, he felt that it was just a temporary pause. Things would not end so easily. Most importantly, these people did not obtain the Saint Rune Encyclopedia to study it, but to exchange it for their future. No one was willing to share it with others. Therefore, the battle would still start in the end. It was just that the battle would be slightly delayed. The white-clothed girl clearly had the same thoughts as him. Therefore, she was not worried at all. Instead, she smiled faintly and waited for the chaotic battle to start. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who was the mantis and who was the oriole? No one would know until the end. We have to send someone to get it. The sword slave said. Send the soul-hooking demon. She is the weakest. If she plays tricks, We can kill her directly. The white-haired demon said coldly. These ferocious bandits did not care about benevolence, righteousness, or morality. Now that the treasure was in front of them, it was even more impossible. The soul-hooking demon's body trembled. She was extremely unwilling, but she had no other choice. Therefore, she moved and pounced toward the golden light ball in the sky. Boom! A burst of terrifying power collided, sending the soul-hooking demon flying. The soul-hooking demon spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "There are words on it." Everyone took a closer look and found the words that Ling Xiao had seen before. They did not have the leisure and elegance like Ling Xiao to study the Saint runes. In fact, among these people, the only one who could really learn the Golden Light Saint runes was Masked Doll. The others could not do it. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to let Masked Doll try. If it did not work, they would break the Golden Light Barrier by force. Chapter 5098. These bandits were delusional to think that they could break through the Golden Barrier with brute force. They were really overestimating themselves. A first-grade Sacred Runes Golden Light Barrier wasn't something a Divine Body Realm martial artist could break. Even a half-step Divine Soul Realm martial artist couldn't break it. More than 10 minutes had passed since Ling Xiao started studying the Golden Light Saint runes. I see. At some point, Ling Xiao nodded with a smile on his face. It wasn't difficult to study a first-grade sacred rune, especially for someone like him who was good at formations and talismans. 10 minutes was enough. Not to mention, he had the Tai Chi Eye. Of course, it wasn't difficult to study it, but it wasn't easy to use it. Ling Xiao was just a beginner. It would take him some time to study the Golden Light Saint runes to perfection. However, the test left by the sect master of the Divine Rune sect only required beginners. In other words, Ling Xiao was qualified to open the Golden Light Barrier. However, he still didn't move. When he first came in, he left an avatar outside. He accidentally discovered the black-white double demons and their conversation. He knew that the most troublesome ones weren't these idiots, but the girl in white and the black-white double demons. Because of this, he needed to think of a perfect way to get the Sacred Rune Complete book. No one knew about it. Or he could use the girl in white to kill the black-white double demons. He hadn't figured out how to use them yet. However, the situation was changing, and he had patience. With the Masked Doll's ability, it would take her at least a month to study the Golden Light Saint runes. This was the difference between her and Ling Xiao. It wasn't in terms of strength, but in terms of wisdom and skills. Therefore, he just needed to wait for the situation to change. It was better to hide for now. An hour passed. Everyone started to lose their patience. Even the black-white double demons started to discuss whether they should come in to take a look. 2 hours passed. Everyone became more irritable. 3 hours passed. Finally, the white-haired demon attacked. He attacked the masked doll who was studying the Golden Light Saint runes. The masked doll reacted quickly. She used her puppet to block the white-haired demon's attack. However, the puppet was also destroyed. White-haired devil, what are you doing? The sword servant stopped the white-haired devil and said angrily, "What are you doing?" This guy was deliberately stalling for time. Who knew what he was up to? She's the only one who understands formations, so if she has any devious thoughts, none of us will be able to detect it. Therefore, she must die. White-haired demon roared. The sword servant was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to say something, white-haired demon had already killed Masked Doll. Damn it. Now that you've killed her, what are we going to do next? How are we going to break this Golden Saint rune? The sword servant asked. Isn't that simple? Just split it open. White-haired devil sneered, stop pretending. We aren't here to learn the sacred rune tome. It didn't matter if he could break the Golden Saint rune or not. If it doesn't work, I'll just put the Golden Light Saint rune into my storage space. Just as he finished speaking, the 4 blood devils made their move. The leader of the 4 blood devils went to collect the sacred rune tome. The other 2 were responsible for blocking the sword servant and white-haired demon. As for the soul-hooking demon, he was already seriously injured and basically had no fighting strength left. There was nothing to worry about. A golden light flashed and fell into the storage ring of the leader of the 4 blood devils. It really works. Let's retreat. After the leader of the 4 blood devils obtained the treasure, he immediately chose to flee. He didn't even care about his 2 brothers. When the other 2 saw the situation, they also turned and fled. The sword servant and white-haired demon weren't in the mood to kill each other. They definitely wouldn't allow the treasure to fall into the hands of the 4 blood devils, so they chased after them frantically. Just at this moment, Ling Xiao saw the white-clothed girl move. Although she didn't expose herself, she accurately shot out a stream of energy, causing the leader of the 4 blood devils to fall to the ground. It looked as if he had accidentally fallen down. Still, no one noticed the white-clothed girl's existence. Because everyone's attention was on the leader of the 4 blood devils. Die. The sword servant and white-haired demon were unable to restrain their anger. The 4 blood devils actually dared to trick them and escape with the treasure. Both of them attacked with hatred. The pitiful leader of the 4 blood devils didn't even have time to resist before he was killed on the spot. The other 2 blood devils didn't dare to take revenge. Instead, they fled without looking back. Both of them were only at the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the sword servant or white-haired demon. This girl is quite smart. However, the aura that was released in that instant still exposed your identity. Ling Xiao sneered. Without a doubt, that was the aura of the golden divine martial soul. Therefore, this girl should be a disciple of the golden martial nation. She might even have the royal bloodline. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of the golden martial nation. They actually issued a bounty on him. Therefore, he naturally didn't have a good impression of the martial artists of the golden martial nation. In addition, this girl would be a huge obstacle for him to obtain the sacred inscription complete book. Therefore, he thought of a plan to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. On the other side, the sword servant and white-haired demon were fighting over the storage ring of the leader of the 4 blood devils. Just at this moment, a loud sound came from not far away. It gave them a fright. When they turned around, they saw a pretty girl standing there. Her clothes were white as frost, and her facial features were exquisite. She was truly a rare beauty. However, this girl was a little angry at this moment. Everything was going according to her plan. Suddenly, a root sprang out from the ground and completely tore apart her disguise. However, this girl was someone with status. She had an arrogant and cold expression on her face. "It's you. Princess Huang Yu of the Golden Martial Nation. I didn't expect you to be hiding there." The sword servant and white-haired demon were a little afraid of Princess Huang Yu. However, their cruel nature made them unwilling to bow down in the face of benefits. The Golden Martial Nation was terrifying and they couldn't afford to offend it. But if a princess died quietly in this forest, it seemed that no one would know. Ling Xiao smiled inwardly. He didn't expect it to be a princess. He wondered if he would be able to get some benefits if he saved the damsel in distress later. However, Ling Xiao didn't have much trust in such a pampered girl from a powerful force. These people could casually throw her away like trash. The sword servant and white-haired demon looked at each other and seemed to have an idea. They temporarily put down the fight and prepared to work together to deal with Huang Yu. No one noticed that a root was slowly approaching the corpse of the leader of the 4 blood devils. It was preparing to quietly take the storage ring. Sometimes, one didn't need to use their hands to snatch something. They could do it by using their intelligence. Perhaps the effect would be even better. Chapter 5099. Haha, why would the princess of the Golden Martial Nation be interested in coming to such a remote place? Are you here to send us warmth because you think we're lonely? The white-haired demon sneered. How dare you? Huang Yu snorted. Even if the 42 bandits join forces, you might not be my match. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If you have any brains, give me the sacred inscription encyclopedia now. The Golden Martial Nation will give you the best future. Keep it. Aren't you fighting for the sacred inscription encyclopedia for your future? The ancient race isn't easy to get in touch with. Compared to them, we're obviously easier to talk to. Although she was accidentally exposed, Huang Yu was still very confident. She didn't realize that she was exposed because of someone else. She only thought that it was some kind of plant monster. When she destroyed the monster earlier, she did feel a trace of demonic aura. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of the sword slave and the white hair demon. She didn't even have any emotional fluctuations. It was because she was a peak 9th level divine physique echelon expert. She wasn't joking. If she attacked directly, the 42 bandits wouldn't be her match even if they joined forces. However, Huang Yu wanted to use the simplest method to achieve her goal. That was why she didn't attack first. Haha, we're not scared. You're just an 18-year-old girl. How capable can you be? It was obvious that the sword slave and the white hair demon didn't realize how terrifying Huang Yu was. The two of them weren't frightened by Huang Yu's words. Why are you talking to her? Attack. The white hair demon snorted and attacked directly. The sword slave attacked Huang Yu from the other side. At this moment, the root reached out from the ground and took away the storage ring of the eldest of the 4 blood demons. Done. Ling Xiao smiled. The combination of his ability and Cold Plum's ability was simply too powerful. Meanwhile, the three of them didn't notice this slight change. Huang Yu looked at the sword slave and the white hair demon coldly and didn't do anything. Have they given up on resisting? The sword slave sneered in his heart. Or maybe they're deliberately mystifying things. The white hair demon had the same thought. They didn't believe that an 18-year-old girl could be so capable and powerful. However, in the next moment, both of them were terrified. Just one move. Huang Yu raised her slender hand gently. 2 golden rays of light blossomed, and the sword slave and white hair demon were shot in the throat at the same time, and their eyes became blurry. It looked like he was about to die. How is this possible? The two of them had been running amok in the Luosha Martial Kingdom and the Huanghuang Martial Kingdom for many years, although they had never fought with the disciples of the Huanghuang region or the Luosha region. But basically, he had never failed. Perhaps these experiences had made them arrogant and conceited. They had forgotten how terrifying the disciples of the Martial Kingdom's core region were. It was too late to regret now. They were beyond saving. Ling Xiao was also shocked. If they were to face the enemy head-on, he believed that even if the few of them joined forces, they would still not be this Huang Yu's match. Unless he used Blackie's power. This Imperial Jade was truly terrifying. Just like Yang Qi, Yin Li, and Huang Taifeng, he was not someone to be trifled with. You really overestimate yourself. Huang Yu did not even look at the 2 corpses. Instead, she walked towards the body of the leader of the 4 blood devils. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The other 2 of the 4 blood devils who had escaped suddenly launched a sneak attack. Huang Yu snorted coldly and killed the 2 of them with a casual attack. But in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. 2 black and white shadows bloomed in the air. They attacked her violently. At this moment, she had no way of dodging. The most important thing was that it happened too suddenly. She had no choice but to avoid being hit in her vitals. The black and white after images abruptly struck her body. Huang Yu was severely injured on the spot. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, saw everything clearly. The ones who attacked Huang Yu were the black and white double ghosts. They were 2 early-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Originally, they were not a match for Huang Yu even if they joined forces. But these 2 guys were really cunning. They first used the 2 blood devils as bait to attract Huang Yu's attention before launching a sneak attack. They were all martial artists of the same level. Although there was a gap between their levels, the 2 of them still managed to injure Huang Yu severely. They were indeed not simple. I miscalculated. The moment Huang Yu was injured, she realized that today was not going to end well. She hurriedly fled outside. Even if she could not get the Sacred Pattern Complete book now, as long as she did not die, she would have plenty of chances to settle the score with the black and white double ghosts. We can't let her escape. Kill. How could the black and white double ghosts let Huang Yu escape? After all, Huang Yu was the princess of the Golden Martial Nation. If they did not kill her now, the black and white double ghosts would not have a good life in the future. The black and white double ghosts chased after Huang Yu crazily, swearing to kill her. Ling Xiao was about to take this opportunity to escape. Suddenly, the severely injured soul-hooking demon patted the mud off his body and stood up. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. What a bunch of idiots. Looks like I've put on a good show. I've lured out the black and white double ghosts as well as the princess of the Golden Martial Nation who was hiding in the dark. But unfortunately, I'll be the one laughing in the end. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. These people were so cunning. He was already cunning enough. Only now did he realize that people could really become more cunning and treacherous in order to achieve their goals. He really did not expect the soul-hooking demon to put on a show. Luckily, he was patient enough and did not expose himself in a hurry. This made him the final Oriole. The soul-hooking demon, who thought he was smart, was probably going to be disappointed. The soul-hooking demon walked to the side of the leader of the 4 blood demons, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Impossible. Why is it gone? She clearly saw that the sword slave, white hair demon, Huang Yu, and the black and white double ghosts did not take the storage ring of the leader of the 4 blood demons. Now, the storage ring had disappeared. This made her a little dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness arose in her heart. She realized that she might be in trouble. Just as she was about to do something, she suddenly heard a sound from outside. She hurriedly returned to her original place and pretended to be seriously injured. It was the black and white double ghosts who came in. Both of them did not look good. Huang Yu was too strong. Even if she was seriously injured, she could still escape. This was really beyond their expectations. So their purpose of coming in was to get the sacred pattern complete book and escape as soon as possible. Away from the Golden Martial Nation. They did not believe that the Golden Martial Nation's power could extend to other martial nations. Black Demon, the ring is gone. White Demon frowned. What? Black Demon's expression changed drastically. They had offended the princess of the Golden Martial Nation but still could not get the sacred pattern complete book. They were too unlucky. He looked around and finally set his eyes on the soul-hooking demon. Bitch, did you take the storage ring? Black Demon roared and rushed toward the soul-hooking demon. Although the soul-hooking demon was cunning, her strength was too weak. She could not resist at all when Black Demon grabbed her neck. She can't talk when you're choking her. White Demon reminded. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5100. Black Fiend let go of the soul-hooking demon and said coldly, "Tell the truth. Otherwise, the next moment will be your death date. Boss, I'm innocent. It must be that Huang Jade who took away the storage ring." The soul-hooking demon actually did not know who took it away either. But the most likely was Huang Jade. He could only think so. Trash. Black Fiend actually smacked the soul-hooking demon to death with one palm. Then, he searched the soul-hooking demon's entire body. No ring. Looks like it was really taken away by that Huang Jade. Black Fiend said with a frown. Should we chase? White Fiend asked. Of course. Take advantage of the fact that that woman hasn't leaked out what happened here yet. We must catch up to her. I guess that she should have used some magic treasure to conceal her figure. After all, if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be so fast. Just nice. I have a method that can break all concealment mystic methods in the world. Black Fiend laughed coldly. Following that, a surge of black energy surged out of his body. Soul-searching art. Black Fiend's soul-searching art could search within a radius of 1 mile. In their view, that Huang Jade was seriously injured and clearly could not go far. At least, in such a short time, she was definitely within a radius of 1 mile. Crap. When the Ling Xiao hiding in the dark heard Black Fiend's mystic method, his expression immediately changed drastically. His shadow warrior form was actually also considered a kind of concealment. If he was found by Black Fiend's soul-searching art, his plan today would probably change. But the sacred pattern complete book was already obtained. He just needed to escape and did not need to worry too much. Thinking up to here, he stood there and waited. Could not lose his composure first. After all, whether the soul-searching art could break his shadow warrior form was still uncertain. The next instant, Huang Jade was actually exposed first. Had to admire, this woman was really bold enough. She did not escape at all, but returned inside the ruins after concealing herself. She was even prepared to ambush Black Fiend and White Fiend already. So she was very close to Black Fiend. She was forced to reveal herself in an instant. After Huang Jade was discovered, she actually did not panic in the slightest. She suddenly accelerated, urged divine essence, and sent Black Fiend flying out with one palm. If she was not injured, this palm could probably directly kill Black Fiend. It was a pity that she was already seriously injured previously. Black Fiend was only injured but did not die, but he temporarily lost his combat strength. Huang Yu's injuries were even more severe because he had activated his divine essence while heavily injured. However, even at this moment, Huang Yu's face still did not show the slightest hint of nervousness. It was as if all of this meant nothing to her. What a sinister bitch, Bai Shuo, kill her quickly, He Shuo roared. The White Fiend didn't make a move. Instead, he shook his head and said, "This princess isn't so easy to kill. Even at the last moment, she probably had a way to perish together with him. I don't want to die that early. Since both of you are injured, the sacred rune tome belongs to me. I just need to wait until you're all dead." White Fiend's voice was cold and cunning. This made Huang Yu and He Shuo frown. Huang Yu did have a Dharma treasure that could kill the White Fiend when it got close. This was her life-saving Dharma treasure. However, if the other party refused to come closer, she would die from her injuries. At that time, even the best magic treasure would be useless. Black Fiend frowned because of White Fiend's words. "White Demon, are you kidding me? We are husband and wife. How can you sell me?" Black Fiend said angrily. "Husband and wife? You married me for the sacred rune tome. Don't think I don't know. Once you get the sacred rune tome, you will kill me. My strength is not as good as yours, but the heavens took pity and actually let you be seriously injured. This way, I can easily kill you." White Fiend said indifferently. "Bitch, if you dare to touch me, I promise to let you die without a burial place." Black Fiend roared. He was the leader of the 42 bandits. Naturally, he had a trump card. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be unable to fight back. The current situation could be said to be in a stalemate. And the best thing was that in the next moment, a new situation appeared. The soul-searching technique did not stop. Ling Xiao was exposed. Although only a trace of aura was revealed, it was not completely exposed. But for the experts present, it was no different from being completely exposed. It turns out that there is a mouse hiding here. Get out. White Fiend looked at Ling Xiao's position warily and said coldly. They were all surprised. Huang Yu was deep in thought. Before entering the portal, she vaguely felt a trace of someone else's aura. But after entering the ruin, it was gone. So she did not take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, this guy hiding in the dark was really brilliant. Her exposure was probably intentional by the other party. And the disappearance of the ring was probably related to this person. If not for Black Fiend's soul-searching technique, this person would have won a complete victory today. Without wasting a bit of divine essence, he could get the treasure that everyone wanted. Ling Xiao's figure gradually appeared. However, he did not use his true body, but used his sovereign body. This was also just in case. Right now, he was completely not enough in front of a 9th-level divine body realm martial artist. Even with a few partners, it was absolutely impossible to win. So, survival was the priority. "Who are you?" White Fiend asked coldly. "Just a passerby," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if he was discovered, he did not feel that there was any problem. He might not be a match for these people, but it was not that easy for these people to kill him. He had 3 sovereign bodies. Including his true body, that was 4 lives. In addition to rising from the ashes and time reversal, he had a total of 6 lives. Who could easily kill him? These years, he did not pay much attention to offensive martial techniques. Instead, he was extremely fond of life-saving abilities. Because he had to fight alone. If he died, then there would be nothing left. "You took the ring?" White Fiend asked again. "That's right, I took it. You guys fought so intensely. I was embarrassed to let the ring be covered in dust, so I kept it. The Sacred Inscription Complete book is really not suitable to fall into the hands of people like you. It's more suitable to leave it to me. Ling Xiao was still calm as usual. He did not even deny that the ring was in his hands. Actually, it was useless to deny it. No one would believe it anyway. Kid, before I have the intention to kill, you better hand over the ring. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. White Fiend threatened coldly. If I hand over the ring, can I live? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. White Fiend nodded. Ling Xiao lowered his head and thought for a moment. Well, my strength is indeed not as good as yours. It may be a better choice to live. Here you go. He really threw the ring to White Fiend. White Fiend was stunned for a moment. He thought it was fake and did not dare to catch it directly. When the ring fell to the ground, he carefully observed it. He was overjoyed. It's really the ring of the fourth blood demon, and there is indeed the memory metal covered by the golden light shield. Can I go now? Ling Xiao asked. White Fiend looked at Ling Xiao as if looking at a fool. With a casual blow, Ling Xiao's throat was pierced. He died on the spot. Chapter 5101. After Ling Xiao was killed, the cautious White Fiend went over to check on him. After confirming that Ling Xiao was indeed dead, she sneered. She looked at Huang Yu and He Shuo. Haha, you didn't expect me to be the final victor, did you? White Fiend smiled proudly. Even she didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. You already have the Sacred Inscription Encyclopedia. Why did you kill him? He's just a nobody in the 5th level divine physique echelon. Huang Yu sighed. I didn't expect the little princess of the Golden Martial Nation to be so kind. No wonder you couldn't win against your sisters and brothers. White Fiend smiled in disdain. He knows too much. Who knows if he'll spread rumors when he gets out? So, it's best that he's dead. Huang Yu looked at White Fiend and shook her head. She didn't say anything. In a sense, White Fiend was right. Although she was the princess of the Golden Martial Nation, she could only rely on her own ability to cultivate. All the resources of the royal family wouldn't be used on her. She was searching for secret lands and relics because she wanted to become stronger. The peak of the 9th level divine physique echelon might be good enough, but she still had a long way to go. She didn't regret her hard work because she didn't want to become an inhumane person like her sisters and brothers. Unfortunately, she might really die here today. Alright, now's not the time to act like a Buddha. The two of you should be on your way. Since White Fiend killed Ling Xiao, she wouldn't let Huang Yu and He Shuo live. She was the only one who knew about the Sacred Inscription Encyclopedia. No one else knew. She looked at Huang Yu and walked toward He Shuo. Compared to Huang Yu, she knew He Shuo better. So, it would be safer to kill him first. She didn't want to wait any longer. Otherwise, things might become more troublesome. White Fiend, do you think I'll die like this? Even if I have to die with you today, I won't let you have your way. Blood-burning mystic technique. He Shuo stood up suddenly. The blood in his body was burning. During this process, any injuries wouldn't affect him. Moreover, his combat power would increase a lot. However, 3 minutes later, his blood would burn out and he would die. Originally, he didn't want to use this tactic of perishing together with the enemy. But since he had to die, he naturally had to drag someone down with him. You're crazy. White Fiend's face changed greatly, and he turned around to escape from the ruins. This was because the Black Fiend could not fight for too long under such circumstances. As long as she escaped and came back 3 minutes later, He Shuo would definitely die. Unfortunately, she found herself wrapped in black energy. White Fiend, you are really stupid. Do you think that when I use the blood-burning secret technique, I will not consider the situation where the enemy escapes? Just stay here obediently. Black Fiend crazily attacked White Fiend. White Fiend had no choice but to accept the challenge. At this time, the soul-searching technique had disappeared because the Black Fiend was focused on dealing with the White Fiend. He had no time to use the soul-searching technique. In the darkness, Ling Xiao spied on this battle, and the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous sneer. No matter how cunning you are still inferior to me. Boss, I admire you to death. How did your brain grow? Little Gold praised from within the universe world. Just now, Ling Xiao just deliberately let the White Fiend kill him. After that, he used time reversal to revive. As long as he died, the other party would be completely at ease and continue to fight among themselves. This was what it meant to fight to survive in a hopeless situation. Now, the Black Fiend could no longer hold on. He could be said to be completely safe. The sacred pattern complete book was still his in the end. Looking coldly at the good show he had set up, Ling Xiao had a smile on his face. The Black Fiend used the blood-burning secret technique, and his combat strength was clearly higher than the White Fiend. Therefore, the White Fiend was completely in a passive situation. It was too horrible to look at. If nothing unexpected happened, the White Fiend should be killed by the Black Fiend. Then, the Black Fiend would also die because of activating the blood-burning secret technique. Huang Yu was seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a short time. He would become the final Oriole. It could be said that he won the battle without making a move. However, Ling Xiao was not complacent because of this. He knew that before the matter was over, anything could happen. The Black Fiend's soul-searching technique had shocked him. Although he reacted quickly and thought of faking his death to escape. But to be honest, Ling Xiao did not like such an unforeseen event. It would be best if everything went according to his plan. But man proposes, God disposes. No matter how smart he was, some things would always happen. The White Fiend did not want to die. So he was also fighting with his life. The Black Fiend could not take him down in a short time. Huang Yu was also working hard. She ate a healing pill and seized the time to heal her injuries. Even so, she could not recover her combat strength in a short time. It was fine as long as she could move. Because Huang Yu knew that whether the Black Fiend or the White Fiend survived, they would not let her go. The White Fiend was not as good as the Black Fiend. When it was almost 3 minutes, he was killed by the Black Fiend. Before he died, he still grabbed the ring in his hand with a look of disbelief. So what if he got the sacred pattern complete book? If he died, there was nothing left. After killing the White Fiend, the Black Fiend did not care about the ring at all. Instead, he pounced directly at Huang Yu. He wanted to kill Huang Yu. This sacred pattern complete book would be buried here forever. Huang Yu's Dharma treasure was released at that moment. The Black Fiend's entire body was torn apart. But even so, the Black Fiend, who was in the state of burning blood secret technique, did not die. A hand claw flew toward Huang Yu. Huang Yu sighed helplessly. She had already worked very hard. Unfortunately, in the end, she still fell short of success. She even released her life-saving Dharma treasure, but she still could not escape death. She closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. However, death did not come for a long time. Instead, a series of crashing sounds startled her until she opened her eyes. She found that she was wrapped in a ball of golden light. And the Black Fiend's final attack collided with this golden light. Then, as if she had seen a ghost, she looked at not far away in surprise. That insignificant person who was supposed to be dead actually stood up from the ground. Then, he put away the storage ring in the White Fiend's hand. You. Who the hell are you? Huang Yu had always been calm, but at this time, she could not control her emotions. This insignificant person was too terrifying. She carefully thought about the whole process and found that from the beginning to the end, everyone here was fooled by this kid. Just a pitiful, insignificant person. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Yu indifferently and said. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. She would not believe that an insignificant person could actually be so scheming. Why did you save me? If you let me be killed, no one in this world will know that you took away the sacred pattern complete book. That's the safest way. Huang Yu asked. This question is very simple. It's because of the kindness you showed before. Although I'm not a kind person, I still hope that kind people in this world can live a long life. The world is dirty enough. If you die, it will be even dirtier. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chapter 5102. Ling Xiao was serious. If it weren't for Huang Yu's kindness, he would have left her in the lurch. This was how treasure hunting worked. Some survived while others died. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment before she smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to survive just because of kindness. In the past, many people told me that people who are too kind will die faster. By the way, you used the Golden Light Saint rune, right? What's your relationship with the Divine Rune sect? I'm just someone who survived by luck. Although Ling Xiao had let Huang Yu go, he couldn't trust her. Hence, he lied. However, since I survived, the Divine Rune sect will flourish in my hands. I advise you not to be too flamboyant. If the ancient race can destroy the Divine Rune sect once, they can do it twice. Huang Yu believed Ling Xiao's words. Why wouldn't she? How could an outsider learn the Golden Light Saint rune in such a short time? Hence, she believed him. All right, eat this healing pill. It's much more effective than the one you gave me before. You'll recover in a short time. Ling Xiao tossed a healing pill to Huang Yu. I used you before. Don't mind this favor. We won't meet again. Goodbye. With that, Ling Xiao got the Chenkuan beast to collect all the spoils and prepared to leave. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment as she held the healing pill Ling Xiao gave her. However, she still ate it. In her opinion, if Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Hence, this healing pill should be real. Wait a moment. Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you after I recover? Although I'm kind, I also hope to become stronger. The Divine Rune Encyclopedia is very important to me. Huang Yu said. Do as you wish. I've never regretted my actions. As long as you can kill me, feel free to do so. Ling Xiao smiled as he walked out of the ruins. However, he suddenly stopped in the next moment. The Divine Rune Encyclopedia was clearly in his hands. However, why did he feel that the strange energy in the Divine Rune sect's ruins hadn't disappeared? Could it be that the memory metal wasn't the Divine Rune Encyclopedia? Or were there other treasures in the ruins? I'll give it a try. It was not in line with his character to not take the treasures. In any case, only Huang Yu was present at the moment. Although Huang Yu could recover more than half of her injuries within a few minutes after taking his healing pill, Huang Yu was still injured. However, because he didn't completely trust this woman, he naturally tampered with the healing pill. If Huang Yu did not attack him, he would be safe. Otherwise, the unlucky one would only be Huang Yu. Therefore, the Huang Jade basically did not pose a threat to him. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the memory metal that he had just obtained. Using the method described above, he managed to break through the golden barrier. He held the memory metal in his hand. His divine sense entered. The contents of the book immediately flooded into his mind. As expected of the Saint Inscription Encyclopedia. Furthermore, there are so many contents. Just the number of first-grade saint inscriptions alone exceeds 100,000. Not only were they used in battle, but they were also used in daily life. The people from the Divine Rune sect are really geniuses. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. However, he was not interested in studying the Saint Inscription Encyclopedia at the moment. It was already his. He could study it at any time. Now, he mainly wanted to find some clues from it. He wanted to see if he could find anything else in the ruins. Sure enough, a golden light shot out and flew in a certain direction. Ling Xiao chased after it. This place looked very ordinary. It was just a dried-up and destroyed pond. However, only those who were proficient in formations would understand that there was another world below. Ling Xiao quickly broke through the camouflage. He discovered that there was actually an altar below. On the altar, there were 7 sculptures. Each of the sculptures exuded a mysterious aura. He was about to study them when he suddenly heard a voice. Immediately, he saw a figure appear on the altar. Since the Fated One has already obtained the Saint Inscription Encyclopedia, then you are qualified to receive the 7 divine abilities and secret techniques of the Divine Rune sect. The person spoke expressionlessly. Ling Xiao knew that it must be a remnant soul left behind. It only existed to complete some kind of mission. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the words divine ability and secret technique. Divine abilities and secret techniques were different from martial skills. They did not have grades and would increase in power as the martial artist's strength increased. Obviously, they were more suitable than martial skills or Dharma treasures. I didn't expect there to be such a place. Huang Yu had already recovered. However, he did not attack Ling Xiao. He only looked at the place in front of Ling Xiao in surprise. He muttered to himself. At this moment, the figure continued, every divine ability and secret technique of the divine rune sect is extremely powerful. The fated one should not be greedy. Cultivate one is enough. It will be bad if it exceeds the limits of your body. Ling Xiao ignored the voice. He continued to wait for the figure to continue. The first divine ability and secret technique is called martial spirit transformation. A martial artist's martial spirit can be directly transformed into a god spirit to assist the martial artist in battle. Not only can it bring out the effects of the martial spirit, but its combat power is also extremely shocking. The second divine ability and secret technique is called Earth Guardian. A martial artist can absorb the power of the earth for his own use. His combat power will instantly soar. The third divine ability and secret technique is called Azura True Body. This is a body-refining divine ability. After cultivating it, one's physical body can be transformed into the Azura True Body. It can greatly increase the strength and power of the physical body. The fourth divine ability and secret technique is called Divine Rune Heaven. This divine ability and secret technique is only effective if one knows the divine rune arts. The divine rune arts within the range of the divine rune heaven will be at least doubled. Moreover, the power of the divine runes inscribed by martial artists who have the divine rune heaven will be increased by at least 10%. The final effect depends on the martial artist's talent. The fifth divine ability and secret technique is called Moon Essence. It can absorb the moon essence to increase the speed and effect of cultivation. Divine Yuan will also be transformed into Moon Force. The sixth divine ability and secret technique is called Red Sun Essence. Its effect is similar to the fifth divine ability. The last divine ability and secret technique is called Sword Orb Technique. It can transform any offensive weapon into a sword orb. It is most suitable for sword cultivators. Choose according to your own characteristics. There will always be one that suits you. With that said, the figure disappeared. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and released his companions from the Qiankuan world. Fanghua, you will inherit the Moon Essence technique. Little Gold, the Red Sun Essence technique is yours. Cold Plum, your physical body is your weakness. You will inherit the Azura True Body. Long Chen, you will inherit the Earth Guardian. Ling Xiao first arranged the most suitable divine ability for his companions to inherit. As for the remaining three, Ling Xiao felt that he could think about it carefully. If he learned the divine rune arts, then there was no doubt that the divine rune heaven would be very suitable for him. However, this would not increase his combat power for the time being. The sword orb technique was also very suitable for him. If he could transform weapons into sword orbs, it would be very convenient for him. In the past, after he obtained the spoils of war, he could not use many weapons. He could let the Void God sword swallow them. That would be too much of a pity. Chapter 5103. Forget it. Let's see if I can cultivate all three divine powers first. Ling Xiao made up his mind. He believed that he had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and could contain all things. He should be able to learn more than others. He chose the spirit transformation for his first divine power. He had the 12 beast god martial spirits. He also had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he could reach the spirit transformation stage, it would be much better than just having a martial spirit. It would greatly increase his combat strength. Thinking of this, he glanced at Huang Yu indifferently. Although this woman's combat strength had completely recovered, he had nothing to worry about. Firstly, he believed that he had a good eye. Huang Yu was definitely not an ungrateful person. Secondly, even if he was wrong, he already had a plan. If Huang Yu really dared to make a move, she would be the unlucky one. Therefore, Ling Xiao was able to cultivate this mystic art in a down-to-earth manner. The spirit transformation stage was very advanced. It was divided into 3 stages: void, corporeal, and divine. Ling Xiao only needed to absorb this divine power and achieve the void martial spirit. The illusory martial soul looked no different from a martial soul phantom. However, its combat strength was much stronger than a martial spirit phantom. Others would need 3 to 4 days to cultivate this divine power, even if it was just a beginner. However, Ling Xiao only needed 3 minutes. I feel like I can do it. After cultivating one divine power, Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure. Therefore, he decided to cultivate the second divine power. This time, he chose the sword orb technique. The sword orb technique also only took about 3 minutes. He turned the hand of eternal life into a sword orb and found that its power exceeded that of an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. Moreover, this sword orb attack was very sudden. It would be very difficult for the opponent to react when a cold light flashed. I feel some pressure. The Divine Rune sect's divine powers are indeed terrifying. Even I find it very difficult to cultivate 2 of them. However, I should be able to cultivate 1 more. Just as Ling Xiao was about to cultivate the Divine Rune Heaven, the situation suddenly changed. A large golden cloud flew in the sky. Then, Ling Xiao saw a group of experts appear on the golden cloud. There were about 20 of them. One of them had a similar temperament to Huang Yu. Their appearances were also 60% similar. It was just that his strength was clearly a little stronger than Huang Yu's. As for the group of experts, other than the 2 Divine Soul Realm experts, the rest were all half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. To think that such an unforeseen event would occur. This was troublesome. This was the so-called man proposes, God disposes. His calculations were very good, but he couldn't keep up with the unforeseen events. This group of people was obviously from the Golden Martial Nation. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Yu. Huang Yu shook her head, indicating that she did not know these people would come. The woman who looked similar to Huang Yu sat on a floating seat, looking at Huang Yu contemptuously. My silly sister. You're pretty lucky too. Following you, I can indeed discover some pretty good ruins. He really didn't expect that there would be a divine ability inheritance here. What are those ants doing? Do they also want to steal this secret technique? Although this woman looked similar to Huang Yu, her personality was extremely different. Although Huang Yu was the princess of the Golden Martial Nation, she was not as arrogant as she appeared to be. Her arrogance came from her bones. She also did not underestimate the enemy like this woman. Sister Huang Shui, are you following me? Huang Yu frowned and said. So what if I'm following you? You're the child of a lowly servant. You should make things convenient for us. Huang Shui looked at Huang Yu contemptuously, not caring at all about Huang Yu's anger. Ling Xiao roughly understood the current situation. He did not speak, taking the opportunity to start cultivating the sacred pattern heaven. Perhaps no one would believe that he could cultivate such a brilliant divine ability in 3 minutes. Therefore, Huang Shui might not be in a hurry to make a move. Ling Xiao could not escape now. His companions were not him, so they could not learn the divine ability secret technique in a few minutes. According to his estimation, it would take at least an hour. In this hour, he could not go anywhere. This situation was simply terrible to the extreme. But Ling Xiao, this guy, was really audacious. Even under such circumstances, he still dared to cultivate the divine ability there, as if he did not take the enemies in front of him seriously at all. All right, silly sister, it's time to catch up. Come, go and kill those rats. Huang Shui's words were cold and emotionless, as if she really wanted to kill a few rats instead of a few people. No. Huang Yu stood in front of them and said, they are my saviors. You can't mess around. Do you think you have the ability to stop me? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. Otherwise, although I can't kill you, as an elder sister, I can teach my younger sister a lesson. I believe father won't say anything. Huang Shui said coldly. Just as they were talking, Ling Xiao had finished cultivating the sacred pattern heaven. After cultivating the sacred pattern heaven, his understanding of the golden light saint pattern had obviously improved a lot. Previously, it was only at the entry level, but now, the golden light saint pattern had been directly upgraded to the perfection level. A first-grade saint pattern was enough to resist the attack of martial artists below the divine soul realm. In the opponent's team, there were two people who could pose a threat to the golden light saint pattern. They were the two divine soul realm experts. However, under the enhancement of the sacred pattern heaven, even a first-level divine soul realm expert couldn't easily shatter the saint pattern. However, this first-grade saint pattern consumed a lot of divine origin energy and soul power. It was unknown how long Ling Xiao could last. No matter what, he hadn't lost yet. As long as he could last for about an hour, he would have a way to escape with everyone. He began to draw the saint pattern. Drawing a first-grade saint inscription might be extremely difficult for others, but it was a piece of cake for him. When the 3 breaths of time given by Huang Shui ended, Ling Xiao had finished drawing the golden light saint pattern. He grabbed Huang Yu and pulled her into the protective range of the golden light saint pattern. Then, he raised his head and looked at Huang Shui in the sky. He smiled contemptuously and said, "In your eyes, I'm just a rat. I may just be a mouse, but can you kill a mouse like me? Little brother, don't provoke my elder sister." Although she's only at the half-step divine soul realm, her combat strength is very close to that of a divine soul realm expert. "It won't do you any good to provoke her," Huang Yu advised. "Don't worry. She can't kill me for the time being." Ling Xiao had absolute confidence in the sacred pattern sect's first-grade saint pattern. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the attack had already begun. The first ones to attack were the half-step divine soul realm experts. Violent attacks swept toward Ling Xiao and Huang Yu. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He believed that not to mention Ling Xiao and Huang Yu, even a divine soul realm expert would probably be injured by this attack. Huang Shui smiled coldly and said, "What a laughable brat. He thinks he's infallible. My younger sister is also laughable. She actually mixed with trash like him. Is this the so-called birds of a feather flock together?" Chapter 5104. In Huang Shui's opinion, Ling Xiao must have been blasted into smithereens. It was impossible for him to survive. However, when the smoke dissipated, Huang Shui's expression turned ugly. Ling Xiao was not dead. Not to mention dead, he was completely unscathed. The power of the Golden Saint inscription was far beyond their imagination. What's going on? Even Huang Yu was shocked, let alone Huang Shui. Don't be so surprised. The Saint Inscription sect was destroyed by the ancient race because their Saint Inscription art threatened the ancient race. Saint Inscriptions are divided into 9 grades. This is only a first-grade Saint Inscription, but it's already so powerful. It's hard to imagine how powerful a 9th-grade Saint Inscription is. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You too, do it." Huang Shui's expression turned ugly. She finally allowed the 2 divine soul realm experts to attack. Neither of the 2 divine soul realm experts was weaker than Xuegu. One could imagine how powerful their attacks were. The weather changed. Huang Shui finally revealed a cruel and cold smile. This time, he should be dead. No matter what you do, it's useless. However, in the next moment, she was stunned again. The 2 divine soul realm experts joined forces, but they still couldn't break the golden light barrier. This is impossible. Huang Shui stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The thing she thought of as a rat was actually so powerful. She couldn't believe it. "Sister, I'll tell you the truth. These are the talents that I'm going to recruit into the Golden Martial Kingdom. Their abilities can bring great improvements to the Golden Martial Kingdom. The 108 Martial Kingdoms are at war all year round. The Golden Martial Kingdom urgently needs such talents. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've just used a talisman to send a message to my father. I believe there will be a reply soon. Sister, you can ignore me, but do you dare to disobey my father?" Huang Yu suddenly said. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't refute. Perhaps if he connected with Huang Yu, he could really go directly to the Golden Territory. Then, he could avoid running around. He originally planned to go to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. After all, no one could be sure that the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom situation was better than the Golden Martial Kingdoms. With just them. Huang Shui was furious. Haha, big sister is still looking down on others. Even a divine soul realm expert can't break the Saint rune. Do you think they are qualified? Huang Yu smiled faintly. These guys are the remnants of the divine rune sect. Aren't you afraid of offending the ancient races? Huang Shui said coldly. You'd better not say such words in front of Royal Father. Royal Father hates the Aboriginals the most. Not only will he not refuse the divine rune sect's disciples, but he will also treat them with respect. Huang Yu clearly grasped the opportunity. Then let's blast this thing open before Royal Father's message arrives. Everyone, attack. Although Huang Shui clearly knew that Ling Xiao and the others were talents, she couldn't let Huang Yu gain merit. Therefore, she had to kill these people as soon as possible. Before her father's orders arrived, she was not afraid of anything. Upon hearing Huang Shui's order, the experts around her began to attack together. With every attack, Ling Xiao's face would turn a little uglier. The divine essence and soul power in his body were being consumed crazily. If it wasn't for the large amount of potential he had, he would probably die here today. The powerful attack also allowed Ling Xiao to obtain great benefits. The black-winged colossal dragon and blood coagulation energy that was originally stored in his body were being converted and absorbed crazily. His divine essence, body, and soul were all being transformed. The other side bombarded indiscriminately for a full half an hour. Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through to the early stage of the 6th level divine body realm. This was a huge improvement. At the same time, the heavenly demon black martial body had advanced to 4 divine dragon patterns. Its defense was even more terrifying, and its strength was also more powerful. As for his soul power, it had increased by 1-fold. His soul power doubled was too terrifying. Now, in terms of soul power, he was probably not inferior to a divine soul realm expert. Of course, he had advanced, but Ling Xiao's potential was almost depleted. At this rate, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to last for an hour. There was an obvious look of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, the attacks suddenly stopped. Huang Shui glared at Huang Yu with an ugly expression. I didn't expect father to agree with you. However, it's best to tell them to be careful. Not everyone is qualified to enter the Golden Region. Let's go. Huang Shui was very disappointed because she couldn't kill Ling Xiao before the Golden Region's king's order arrived. This was equivalent to having an enemy for no reason. However, the king's order was directly given to her, and she didn't dare to disobey. She could only leave with her tail between her legs. However, the Golden Martial Kingdom was her territory. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao and the rest could escape from her hands. They're finally gone. Huang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. She was almost exhausted. She probably felt a lot of pressure in her heart. On one hand, she was worried that Ling Xiao couldn't hold on. On the other hand, she was worried that her father wouldn't listen to her. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was righteous enough. Just a golden light saint pattern was enough to completely subdue her father. Thank you. Ling Xiao asked Huang Yu when he saw that his companions had reached the end of their cultivation of the divine ability secret method. After you're done with your cultivation, hurry up and leave. The further you go, the better. The 108 golden martial kingdoms aren't all united. Therefore, you can still escape. Huang Yu shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke. If we escape, what will you do? Ling Xiao truly felt that Huang Yu was a kind child. He wasn't willing to give up on her. Me? After all, the Golden King is my father. Although he will punish me, he won't kill me. Huang Yu smiled. Sigh, how can I let my savior suffer like this? Don't worry, I won't escape. Just as you said, I'll head to the Golden Martial Kingdom and join you. Ling Xiao sighed and said with a smile. Are you crazy? You offended my sister and still dare to go to the Golden Martial Kingdom. Do you want to die? Huang Yu was shocked. Although she said that, she was really, really happy in her heart. She felt that helping Ling Xiao was the right thing to do. Ling Xiao was indeed a person worth helping. He was affectionate and righteous. Don't worry, she can't kill me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He planned to go to the Golden Martial Kingdom to take a look. If he could help Huang Yu, he would try his best. When the time was right, he would decide what to do next. He would either leave or continue to stay and occupy the Golden Martial Kingdom. Because of his great ambition of unifying the mystic world, no matter how difficult it was, he had to take in these forces one by one. Of course, the premise was that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die before he could realize his ambition. Fortunately, they were quite lucky after entering the eternal divine realm. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This time, they had all obtained divine abilities and secret techniques. Their strength would definitely increase greatly. The road ahead would be much easier to walk. Chapter 5105. Since you've decided, I'll do my best to ensure your safety, Huang Yu said seriously. However, as a princess, I don't have much power or deterrence in the Golden Region. You can only rely on yourselves for some things. So, think carefully whether you want to go or not. Of course, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. He had successfully changed his identity from a seed of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to a disciple of the Divine Rune sect. He didn't even need to change his name. After all, the name Ling Xiao was too common. There were thousands of people in the Golden Region. He just needed to be careful when using martial skills and techniques in the future and not expose his identity. That's good. Follow me to the Golden Region. Huang Yu saw that Ling Xiao had made up his mind and didn't try to persuade him anymore. After Yu Fanghua and the rest learned the divine runes, they left together. Ling Xiao had traveled a long way to get there. However, he used the transportation formation to get to the Golden Region. It was convenient with Huang Yu leading the way. Although he was grateful to Huang Yu, he was filled with hatred for Huang Shui. If he hadn't learned the Golden Light Saint rune, he might have been killed by Huang Shui. Not only him, but a few of his companions would also die. He definitely couldn't allow that to happen. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. He was going to the Golden Region to find an opportunity to take revenge. No matter what, he had to kill Huang Shui. However, he didn't tell Huang Yu about this. Huang Yu was Huang Shui's sister after all. Although they didn't get along well, no one could guarantee that she would help him. Ling Xiao was more cautious. He knew very well that one careless mistake could lead to him being consigned to eternal damnation. The Golden Region was the city circle of the Golden Martial Kingdom. It included more than 30 cities. Every city was much stronger than the Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. The core of the core was the King City of the Golden Martial Kingdom. Interestingly, it was also called the Golden City. Speaking of which, the City of Gold in the 4 regions and 9 worlds paled in comparison. It could even be said that they weren't on the same level. When Ling Xiao and the rest arrived at the entrance of the Golden Region, they met the people they didn't want to meet the most. Huang Shui and her subordinates. Elder sister, thank you so much for waiting for us here. Huang Yu smiled. Of course, she knew that Huang Shui had an ulterior motive. The sarcasm in her words was very strong. Huang Shui ignored Huang Yu. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Aunt, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because Royal Father agrees to let you join the Golden Region. To be honest, Imperial Father thinks highly of you only because you have some ability. But if your performance is too poor, he will still abandon you. At that time, without Imperial Father, you will definitely die." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "The one who should be worried is probably Princess Huang Shui. As the daughter of the Golden King, if she loses to me in the end, I'm afraid she won't have a good ending. I think it might be even worse than Huang Yu's current situation. Therefore, Her Highness should worry about herself. I'm a vengeful person." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, regardless of whether he spoke or not, the other party would not let him off. Since that was the case, why not have a good time? "You're really gutsy." Huang Shui was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I don't need to personally take action. You definitely won't survive more than 10 days in the Golden Region. Let's wait and see." "Haha, I want to see what kind of card Princess Huang Shui will play." Ling Xiao still smiled faintly. His expression made Huang Xue's expression become somewhat ugly. Huang Xue had always thought that she was nobler than others and more talented. An ant like Ling Xiao only had the qualifications to bow before her. But this ant actually dared to make a move against her. Not only did he make a move, but he also survived. He even snatched away the Divine Mark sect's divine ability inheritance right in front of her. This made her very angry. Let's go. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Yu and said coolly. Huang Yu was really somewhat stunned. There had never been a divine body realm cultivation who dared to speak to her elder sister like this. This Ling Xiao was really gutsy. But wasn't he a little too impulsive? She sighed. She could only believe in Ling Xiao now. This person could set up a trap in the Divine Mark sect's ruins and obtain the Divine Mark Encyclopedia and the 7 divine abilities. His ability had already made her gasp in amazement. He should have even more powerful abilities. Boss, let's turn the Golden Martial Nation upside down, shall we? Xiao Jin sneered in the Chenkuan world. According to the plan, Ling Xiao would only join the Golden Martial Nation alone. Xiao Jin and the others would continue to stay in the Chenkuan world. This was also to allow the 5 of them to gather together. If they all joined at the same time, Huang Xue had many ways to split them up. That would be bad. The Golden Martial Nation is nothing. I want to turn the eternal divine realm upside down. This place is like a pool of stagnant water. It's time for some action. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was very ambitious. After all, he had 12 Primeval Beast God thrones. In the Black Tortoise continent, they were the top god thrones. If he still couldn't surpass everyone with such a trump card, he would have to doubt his own ability. After entering the Golden Territory, Huang Yu said, "You can only stay in the periphery of the Golden Territory for now. You are not qualified to enter the Golden City." In fact, those who were qualified to enter the Golden City were only a few talented members of the royal family. They were the elites who were loyal to the royal family. The Golden City was the place with the most abundant spirit qi in the entire Golden Martial Nation. The cultivation speed was also much faster than other places. It also drew on the resources of the entire nation for the martial artists there to cultivate. Even members of the royal family were not qualified to live in the Golden City if they were not talented enough. Other than the Golden City, there were 36 other cities in the Golden Territory. The closer a city was to the Golden City, the more abundant the spirit qi and the stronger it was. That was basically it. Although Father agreed to let you join the Golden Territory, you can only stay in the 12 cities in the periphery for now. If you become stronger in the future, you can slowly get closer to the Golden City. I think you have a better chance. Your Highness, which city are you taking us to? Ling Xiao asked. It's not up to me to choose. The person in charge of the 12 cities in the periphery is Huang Hai. You have to be very careful of him. Because Huang Hai is my sister Huang Xue's man, he has the royal bloodline. He is very arrogant and not to be trifled with. He might make things difficult for you. But since Father gave the order, even if he makes things difficult, he won't go too far. So you can cultivate in peace. I understand. Since I dared to come here, I am prepared to accept such a test. Ling Xiao nodded. The path of martial arts had always been fraught with dangers. The Golden Martial Kingdom was only his first step. Chapter 5106. Ling Xiao's next goal was to head to the Holy City of Massacre, one of the 12 holy cities. To fulfill the Massacre Emperor's last wish. Although the Massacre Emperor did not force him to do that, it was still the same. But since Ling Xiao had promised someone, he had to fulfill it. Moreover, if he wanted to unify the eternal divine realm, he had to control the human divine nation first. He had to go to the 12 holy cities sooner or later. Huang Hai's residence is up ahead. Follow me. Huang Yu was worried about Ling Xiao going to see Huang Hai alone, so she had to follow. Although she didn't have much power, she was still the Golden King's daughter. Moreover, the Golden King didn't intend to abandon her completely. If Huang Hai really wanted to do something in front of her, he would have to think twice. Perhaps someone had already informed him before they came. Ling Xiao and Huang Yu weren't stopped. The two of them stepped into the manor together. The moment they entered, Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was only the core of the Golden Divine Nation's outer circle, but the spiritual qi in the air was already so abundant. The surrounding flowers and trees were all nameless. They were lush and full of vitality. If they were placed in the 4 domains or the 9 realms, each of them would be considered a treasure. But in this manner, they were only used to decorate the house. People really couldn't be compared to each other. One place couldn't be compared to another. Ling Xiao was very glad that he came to the eternal divine realm. Otherwise, he might never have imagined such a place. After entering, an old man led them to the royal sea. Huang Hai didn't make things difficult for them, which made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. He didn't like Huang Shui, but he didn't hate the entire Golden Martial Nation. On this point, he was still able to distinguish clearly. But Huang Hai was Huang Shui's man. He might be polite on the surface, but he might do something behind his back. He still had to be careful. "Master, the guests are here." The old man arrived at the door of a room and bowed respectfully towards the inside. Although no one could see whether he was bending or squatting, he didn't dare to be negligent. This was enough to show how much of a deterrent Huang Hai was to the people in the manor. "Let them in." A faint voice came from the room. The voice was sonorous and powerful. It sounded like an expert full of energy. When the old man heard that, he gestured for Ling Xiao and Huang Yu to enter the room. It was a study. The decoration of the room was very simple. There were a few bookshelves with all kinds of books on them. At this moment, Huang Hai was wearing casual clothes and was sitting there drinking tea while flipping through books. He looked like a refined person. "Greetings, Uncle Huang Hai." Huang Yu bowed respectfully to Huang Hai. Ling Xiao also cupped his hands. "Greetings, Senior." This kind of person was not someone he was qualified to go against. Although Huang Hai did not release any powerful aura, his every movement blended with his surroundings. It was truly breathtaking. Even his breathing seemed to follow some kind of mysterious pattern. "Take a seat. Wait a moment, let me finish reading this." Huang Hai did not look at the two of them, but he still gestured politely for them to sit across from each other. His eyes were fixed on the book the whole time. Ling Xiao noticed the name of the book, Heavenly Array. There was a short introduction on the cover. It seemed to be a book about martial artists pursuing the Heavenly Tao and going against the Heavenly Array. After a while, Huang Hai closed the book. He looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and said, "What do you think a person should do when he is trapped by the Heavenly Array? Should he obey or resist?" This question stumped Ling Xiao. It was not that he did not dare to answer, but he did not understand the purpose of the other party's question. After thinking about it, he still could not speculate. So he could only say, "If it were me, I would naturally resist." Resist? Even if the Heavenly Array is beneficial to you, would you resist? Huang Hai asked again. Temporary benefits don't mean permanent benefits. I don't like the feeling of being tied down. Ling Xiao said. Haha, interesting. Huang Hai smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm just asking casually. Huang Yu might have told you that I'm with Huang Shui. However, that's just a child's game. As long as you cultivate in the golden domain, no matter who you are, I will treat you fairly. Actually, you don't have to worry. Oh right, it's better to use the divine inscription art less. If the ancient race finds out, there will be endless trouble." Ling Xiao found that he could not see through Huang Hai. This person's thoughts were hard to guess. He was not someone who could be seen through at a glance like Huang Shui or Huang Yu. It was too complicated and too deep. However, it's a pity not to use it. After all, the divine inscription art is very helpful to martial artists. Perhaps the ancient race won't care if you don't become successful. You can stay in the outer circle for now. There are teleportation formations between the 12 cities in the outer circle. You can travel as you wish. The functions of each city were also different. You can understand this in the future. I don't have anything else to do today. I just want to see what kind of person can survive in the hands of the ancient race. Go and live well. I believe that even if you hate this place now, you'll come to like it in the future. Although the Golden Martial Kingdom has many shortcomings, it has a backbone. But this is a place with backbone. You'll understand in the future. A place with backbone? Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He guessed that Huang Hai was referring to the fight against the ancient race. The ancient race's strength had caused some people in the eternal divine realm to lose the confidence to resist. They were willing to become slaves. The Golden Martial Kingdom did not seem to have surrendered. They were stubborn. Princess Yue, you should go too. Make arrangements for Ling Xiao. Start from the lowest level. If he's talented but doesn't undergo training, it'll be detrimental to his growth. As for his friends, they can do whatever they want. Ling Xiao, I only have one thing to say. Once you join the Golden Martial Kingdom, you can't betray it. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, I, Huang Hai, will risk my life to drag you to hell. Huang Hai said the last sentence very solemnly. After that, Huang Yu took Huang Hai's letter of recommendation and left the manor with Ling Xiao. Let's go. I know a place for you. Huang Yu smiled and led Ling Xiao in a certain direction. On the way, she said from the bottom of her heart, to be honest, I really hope you're sincere about joining the Golden Martial Kingdom. It wasn't just for revenge. There are fewer and fewer factions in the eternal divine realm who dare oppose the ancient race. There aren't that many people with backbone left. Although there are people like my sister who will do anything to become strong, there are no good people in this world. Of course, I'm just saying what I think. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Ling Xiao nodded silently. He was still the same person. He didn't care about the matter. Huang Shui had a grudge against him. He had to take revenge. He wouldn't target the entire Golden Martial Kingdom. He'd left because his identity had been exposed. Now that he'd come back, no one knew who he really was. So he didn't have to worry too much. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 5107. You have to take note that you can't simply barge into the Golden City. Huang Yu tried her best to tell Ling Xiao everything she knew. She didn't want Ling Xiao to lose his life. There are 2 layers of defense in the Golden City. The first layer is an extremely powerful defensive formation. Even a Divine Soul Realm expert would find it difficult to barge in. The second layer is the legendary Golden War Puppet. It is said that there are a total of 8,000 war puppets. All of them are in the Divine Soul Realm. This is a precious treasure that the Golden God left for the Golden Martial Nation. Every Golden War Puppet has the mark of the Golden God. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. A peak 7th level Divine Body Realm expert was already the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Here, the Golden Martial Nation alone had 8,000 Divine Soul Realm war puppets. This was really too powerful. The Golden City has the best martial arts resources in the Golden Martial Nation. If you want to grow, you have to go there. So, become stronger. You have to reach at least the 10th level Divine Body Realm to be qualified to step into the Golden City. Huang Yu was looking forward to Ling Xiao. She admired Ling Xiao's wisdom and was also quite surprised by his research on the divine inscription art. I know. Ling Xiao stopped looking down on Huang Yu even though he wanted to quickly go to the Massacre Holy City. But now, it seemed that the Golden Martial Kingdom was far beyond his reach. He had to work hard to become stronger and climb to the top of the Golden Martial Nation. Alright, this will be the place where you will live and cultivate in the future. One of the 12 cities in the Outer Circle is called Martial City. This was because the main mission of this city was to protect the safety of the Outer Circle and focus on cultivation. If you have the chance, join the Martial City Defense Army. You will start as a soldier. The Martial City Defense Army has 1 commander and 6 deputy commanders. There are many teams under their command. Each team will have a sergeant. You will join one of the teams. Although Huang Hai was in charge of the 12 cities in the Outer Circle, he basically lived in the Golden City. He would only come here occasionally. The one in charge of the Martial City is the Martial City Governor. I'm sorry to tell you that this person is also under Sister Huang Shui. Moreover, he was not as easy to talk to as Huang Hai. Of course, the City Lord of Martial City will not directly target a small fry like you. The ones who are most likely to cause trouble for you are still the squad leader and vice captain. You must be careful. I'm not asking you to stay out of trouble, because even if you don't, others will find trouble with you. You must always remember that the rules are set by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to do anything to you. Understood. Ling Xiao found Huang Yu's request very interesting. He thought to himself that this girl had probably suffered quite a bit of rolling eyes and bullying on a daily basis. In the end, he won some dignity for himself with his strength. Huang Yu did not look for the governor of Marshall City or the commander of the city defense force. Instead, he went straight to the team that Ling Xiao was about to join. This team also had a scale of 3,000 people, which was not a small number. Huang Yu's arrival caused this team to be shocked. After all, in such a small place, it was basically impossible to see a big shot like the princess. Even if Huang Yu was just the child of a lowly servant, she was still a princess. Other than those who were carrying out missions or cultivating in seclusion, almost everyone else came out to greet them. In the lead was the squad leader and 3 vice-captains. The city defense force's attire was more uniform, but it was clear that the squad leader and vice-captain's attire was much better than the ordinary soldiers. They were all emperor armaments with 1 divine dragon pattern. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers' equipment were all emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. Dragon patterns and divine dragon patterns were only 1 word apart, but the difference was 1,000 miles. However, this was already very impressive. It was just an ordinary small team and a team from the outer circle, but their equipment was already so impressive. Compared to the teams from the inner circle, the middle circle must be even more impressive. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone uniformly knelt on the ground to greet Huang Yu. Rise, all of you. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is Ling Xiao, a disciple that my father ordered to join the Golden Region. He's my friend. Please take good care of him in the future. Huang Yu was afraid that Ling Xiao would be treated unfairly, so she purposely brought up the Golden King. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao with envy in their eyes. Although they didn't know where Ling Xiao came from, since he was appointed by the Golden King, he would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Therefore, they had to curry favor with him. Yang Qi was like that previously. Don't worry, Your Highness. We'll definitely take good care of this brother, the squad leader said loudly. Although it seemed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Realm, he hadn't reached the minimum standard of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Realm. However, since he was appointed by the Golden King, there must be something special about him. They didn't dare to be negligent. There's no need for special treatment to prevent people from gossiping. Just treat him normally. Imperial Father sent him here to temper himself, not to enjoy life. Huang Yu didn't want Ling Xiao to attract too much attention, so she added on. Understood, understood. The squad leader smiled, understanding tacitly. If they didn't give benefits openly, they could give it secretly. The squad leader was looking at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also sizing them up. The squad leader was at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Realm, the same level as Xue Hongyi. He would be considered a top-notch existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but here, he was just a squad leader. However, it was nothing in his eyes. He was already at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Realm. Even if he didn't enter the Beast God's body, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists of the same level. After entering the Beast God's body, he should be able to take down this squad leader easily. Even if it was a martial artist at the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Realm, he would be able to put up a fight and might even win. This didn't include the special abilities and secret techniques that he had just obtained and the Saint Pattern art. Those would definitely increase his combat power by a large margin. The City Defense Army belongs to the elite martial artists of the Outer Circle. Originally, only those at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Realm were qualified to join. However, you're a special case, so you're not included. You have to listen to the squad leader and vice squad leader in the future. Of course, if anyone bullies you, you don't have to be merciful. Remember, Father and I will support you. This was another warning to the City Defense Army about what Ling Xiao's identity represented. Ling Xiao smiled. This Princess Huang Yu really put in a lot of effort. Alright, We'll have to part ways eventually. I'll go back first. I hope to see you in the City of Gold soon. Huang Yu took a deep look at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. After she left, the squad leader and the 3 vice squad leaders walked over enthusiastically. They grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and introduced themselves. The squad leader was a shrewd middle-aged man. He wasn't young and was around 100 years old. Reaching the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique realm at this age was nothing special. My name is Zhuang Zhong. You can call me Squad Leader Zhuang or Squad Leader in the future. Don't stand on ceremony, we're all family. Perhaps it was because of Huang Yu, but this person was really frighteningly enthusiastic. Chapter 5108. Although Sergeant Zhuang Zhong was very enthusiastic, Ling Xiao was very calm. He knew that he had offended Huang Shui, and she would definitely not let him live peacefully. When these people found out about the conflict between him and Huang Shui, they might change their attitude. I'm Liu Mai. You can call me Sister Mai or Vice Captain Liu. Standing beside Zhuang Zhong was a late-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon female martial artist. Her looks were quite outstanding. I'm Liu Qiong. Liu Mai is my sister. You can just call me Brother Liu. The young martial artist who looked similar to Liu Mai smiled. His cultivation was on par with Liu Mai. Han Yuan, the 3rd vice captain, wasn't as enthusiastic. He looked cold and seemed to be very unhappy with Ling Xiao, who came in through the back door. However, Ling Xiao didn't mind. Anyway, he wasn't used to this kind of hypocritical enthusiasm. It made him feel very disgusted. He had goosebumps all over his body. My name is Ling Xiao. I'll have to rely on all of you to take care of me in the future. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and introduced himself. Ling Xiao, what a coincidence. We also have someone called Ling Xiao in the City Defense Army. He's about the same age as you, but he's a true genius. He's already one of the vice captains of the City Defense Army. You still have to work hard. Zhuang Zhong didn't treat Ling Xiao as a special talent at all. In his opinion, Ling Xiao might be a distant relative of the imperial family and was here to make himself look good. After all, even if he was related, he would need to have a certain amount of military merit to be promoted. He had seen many of such things. Ling Xiao didn't have any reaction to Zhuang Zhong's words. There were many people with the same name. A vice captain of the City Defense Army was at most early stage 8th level divine physique echelon. He didn't care about him. Seeing that Ling Xiao's expression didn't change, Zhuang Zhong smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. This is the City Defense Army's rulebook. Take a look. Also, although you're just an ordinary soldier, Princess Huang Yu has personally instructed that you can choose where you live. Just make sure you don't miss your daily patrol and urgent missions. Thank you. If there's nothing else, can I leave now?" Ling Xiao asked. "Remember to throw a welcome party for you tonight. You must come." Liu Mai smiled. "There's no need for a banquet. I don't like crowds." Ling Xiao rejected the other party's good intentions. If these people were truly good to him, he would definitely not reject them. But this hypocritical fawning really made him feel uncomfortable all over. Liu Mai's smile froze, and she even felt a little embarrassed. Ling Xiao ignored her and left directly. He could choose his own residence, which was more comfortable. All he had to do was choose a house near the military camp. He had money anyway. "Do you really think you're a master? How dare you not give us face?" Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Liu Mai's expression became extremely ferocious. All right, they were sent by the higher-ups. What can you do about it? Anyway, they'll leave after the gilding, so don't worry about it. Let's all go back. Cultivation is more important. If you don't have the backing of others, you have to rely on your own efforts. Han Yuan sneered and then left. Disperse, disperse, all disperse. Just treat it as inviting a master. Don't call him for patrol missions in the future. Offending such a person with such connections will not end well for anyone. Zhuang Zhong had seen many such masters. Even if he became a city guard, he would still indulge in wine and women every day. He would definitely not participate in missions. He did not want to offend such a master at all. Ling Xiao bought a manor near the military camp. The manor was very big. The environment inside was also very elegant. Even if he did not live here, people from the 4 regions and 9 worlds could live here in the future. Anyway, this place only cost him a total of 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. It was really not much. In the future, this will be our home for the time being. Everyone, just work hard to cultivate here. The concentration of spirit energy here is much higher than outside the Golden Region. Ling Xiao released everyone from the Chenkuan world. Everyone cleaned up and tidied up the courtyard. Ling Xiao set up 4 layers of formations in the manor. The first layer was an alarm formation. It could see everything within 100 meters of the manor. The second layer was a defensive formation. It could resist the invasion of external enemies. The third layer was a maze formation. Once the enemy barged in, they would also fall into the maze formation. The fourth layer was a spirit gathering formation. Ling Xiao was still not satisfied with the concentration of spirit energy here. Therefore, he set up a spirit gathering formation that could increase the effect by more than 10 times. It was almost comparable to the concentration of spirit energy in the inner circle. He and the Yuan Venerate spent a full day and night setting up the formations together. It was also interesting that the city guards did not disturb them even once. They did not even call him for patrol missions. It seemed like Huang Yu had quite a lot of influence. After everything was set up, the 5 of them stood in the attic and looked at the entire martial city. Don't forget the danger just because you are comfortable. All of you have to know that this is the Golden Martial Nation and you can encounter danger at any time. Furthermore, we have offended Huang Shui. Not only that, but our identities could be exposed at any time. There are a lot of people who want our heads. Work hard to cultivate. First, gain a foothold in the Golden Martial Nation and then climb up step by step. I will make that so-called big shot of the sacred city regret putting a bounty on us. Ling Xiao said coldly. The 5 of us will always be together, right? Yu Fanghua asked. That won't be necessary. If someone is looking for a new opportunity, we definitely can't stop them. Although we can stay together for warmth, we will lack the tempering of fighting alone. If there is a need, we will have to go through some things individually. It is enough as long as our hearts are always together. Ling Xiao said faintly. He was very open-minded about this kind of thing. Although he was unwilling to part with Yu Fanghua, there were times when they had to be separated for the sake of Yu Fenghua's growth. That's right. No matter how far apart we are, it is fine as long as our hearts are together. Everyone looked at each other and held hands together. One could see the hard work and determination in everyone's eyes. Danger could not stop them from moving forward. Not even the big shot of the sacred city. Not even Huang Shui. When Ling Xiao and the others started to cultivate, Zhuangzhong and the others welcomed a mysterious guest. This guest was none other than Princess Huang Shui, who had never looked at the city defense army. Compared to Huang Yu, Huang Shui had more power, strength, and connections. Huang Yu's mother only gave birth to her. Huang Shui's mother gave birth to 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. One of the boys was the current crown prince. Huang Shui's mother was the queen of the Golden Martial Nation. The difference in status was too great. Therefore, when they saw Huang Shui, Zhuangzhong, Liu Mai, Liu Qiong, and Han Yuan knelt down in fear. They were excited and fearful. It was rumored that this Princess Huang Shui was a demoness who killed without blinking. At the same time, they were confused. What was going on these days? First, it was Princess Huang Yu, and now it was Princess Huang Shui. Their martial city was really lively. Things that had never happened before had happened. Chapter 5109. What orders does your highness have? We will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Zhuangzhong knelt there and spoke while trembling with fear. Although he was a corporal, in Huang Shui's eyes, he was nothing but a worm. If Huang Shui wanted him dead, he had to die. How could he not be nervous? Huang Shui played with her jade-like fingers and said indifferently, "You don't have to be nervous. Get up. I'm here today to give you a small task. I believe you can do it well." Zhuangzhong and the others hesitated for a moment and stood up carefully. However, they still lowered their heads in fear of offending the princess. You know Ling Xiao, right? Huang Shui said indifferently. When the four of them heard this name, they couldn't help but be surprised. Why did Princess Huang Yu and Princess Huang Shui know Ling Xiao? Who exactly was this kid? Zhuang Zhong hurriedly replied, Is he the Ling Xiao that Princess Huang Yu brought? If so, he's indeed in our team. Hearing this, Huang Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of dense killing intent. It gave Zhuang Zhong a fright. He couldn't understand how a piece of trash at the early stage of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon could make Princess Huang Shui, who was at the half-step Divine Soul Echelon, so angry. Huang Shui couldn't tolerate a rat toying with her. Therefore, even if she had her father's order, she had to kill Ling Xiao. However, she couldn't be implicated. Therefore, she came to find these idiots to be the scapegoats. She knew clearly that these idiots couldn't kill Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's attainments in Saint Runes, just the Golden Light Saint Runes alone could guarantee that he wouldn't die. Huang Shui had a vicious plan, which was to let these idiots find trouble with Ling Xiao on the surface. Then, she would send experts to assassinate Ling Xiao. If she didn't kill this rat, she would feel that honey was bitter. It's good that you're here, Huang Shui said with a smile. This Ling Xiao thinks that he doesn't care about me because he has my little sister Yuer's support. Therefore, I hope you can find some trouble for him. Of course, he's a talent that my father personally appointed, so he can't be killed. He couldn't be crippled. Apart from these two things, he would cause him as much trouble as he could. Let him remember that in this golden domain, Huang Shui's words are more effective than Huang Yu's. By the way, let me remind you, that kid has a few helpers, but they usually use some kind of magic treasure to hide. When looking for trouble, don't be careless. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. If you do a good job, I will reward you handsomely. Just looking for trouble? Why don't we just kill him? Liu Mai said gloomily. In order to please Huang Shui, she spared no effort. In the past, she didn't have the chance to come into contact with the princess, but now she had the chance. She definitely wouldn't miss it. Idiot, do you want royal father to punish me? I said that we can't kill him or cripple him. His stupid life is still useful to the Golden Martial Kingdom. Huang Shui glared at Liu Mai and spoke coldly. In fact, she really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but she couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, it would be bad if something really happened and she was affected. This subordinate deserves to die. Liu Mai hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in horror. All right, I know that you are eager to contribute, so I won't blame you. Remember, you must do a good job. You know my temper. If you don't do a good job, what awaits you will be a tragic ending. Huang Shui was already threatening them. Your Highness, don't worry. We will do our best and not let him have an easy time. He is merely a 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. We have plenty of ways to make him beg for death. Zhong Zhong sneered. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was just that he still didn't understand. Why would Princess Huang Shui care so much about an early-stage 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon trash? Haha, it's fine as long as you can do a good job. I will take my leave first. Oh, right, I have never been here before, and you have never seen me before. In this world, only those who keep their mouths shut can live longer. After she finished speaking, Huang Shui smiled and left with her 2 bodyguards. Although Huang Shui had already left, the fear she brought about still made the 4 of them extremely terrified. After a long time, Zhong Zhong raised his head and said coldly, You all heard it, right? This is a great opportunity for us to change our fate. Although Princess Huang Shui didn't say it clearly, she probably wants Ling Xiao to die in her heart. Therefore, we must do our best to complete this task. As long as we get Princess Huang Shui's recognition, we will definitely get more resources. But how are we going to explain to Princess Huang Yu? Han Yuan frowned and said. Although Huang Yu is also a princess, how can she be compared to Huang Shui? Moreover, even if Ling Xiao dies, it's normal. Our city defense army is already on the verge of danger. If he dies in the hands of the enemy, what can others say? Liu Mai sneered. Sister is right. Which one of our city defense army brothers don't die every month? This seemingly peaceful situation is filled with dark clouds. That Ling Xiao is merely an early-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It's not strange for him to die. Liu Qiong also said. Actually, we don't have to show up for this matter. Don't we have those prisoners locked up? Liu Mai reminded, those people are all vicious fellows. In order to obtain freedom, they will do anything. As long as we agree to let them go after this matter is done, I believe they will fight with all their might. Good idea. Zhong Zhong's eyes lit up. Although they were only a team, they had their own temporary prison cell. Those who were locked up in the prison cell were prisoners who didn't manage to be sent up in time. These people had even sent the name list up. Therefore, even if they died, no one would know. Send that mad dog. As long as we can kill, that mad dog will definitely not refuse. Moreover, his cultivation has also reached the late-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon. Also, send him a few peak 6th-level or 7th-level divine physique echelon prisoners. Corporal, are you talking about that guy who kills people like flies? The mad dog Li who injured hundreds of our brothers? Han Yuan frowned and said. That's right. It's mad dog Li. But this guy is our enemy. Back then, the 4 of us joined forces and lost hundreds of our brothers to capture him. Han Yuan was a little reluctant. That's precisely why we're sending him. Only he can complete this mission to the best of his ability. Don't worry. That guy is wearing a special collar. He won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, only death will await him. Zhong Zhong sneered and said, this matter is settled. We'll take action tonight. It's a dark and windy night. It's the perfect time to kill. When they were talking, they didn't notice that someone was eavesdropping. A silhouette left without a sound. In the next moment, he was already beside Huang Shui. Your Highness, those fellows are preparing to take action tonight. They're not stupid. They actually know to send someone to take action for them. The black figure laughed. Chapter 51:10. The people from the City Defense Army aren't fools to be able to become sergeants. You should go as well and take action when the opportunity arises. I only want Ling Xiao's life. I don't care about the others. However, you can't put yourself in danger. Huang Shui said indifferently. Your Highness, you must be joking. I'm at the early stage of the 8th-level divine physique echelon, and I'm good at concealment. Assassination is my forte. Even if I don't succeed, I won't put myself in danger. The black figure was rather disdainful. I'm not joking with you. That Ling Xiao is definitely not as easy to deal with as you think. If you underestimate him, you'll be the unlucky one. Go. Huang Shui waved her hand and said. Yes. Actually, Huang Shui wanted to send a divine soul realm expert. However, all the martial artists at the 9th-level divine physique echelon and above around her were being monitored. It wasn't easy for them to move. Seriously, why does father think so highly of that brat? He's even preventing me from sending people to kill him. Huang Shui clenched her teeth. Although she didn't understand, the situation was already like this. She didn't want to put herself in danger just to kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao obviously didn't know that these people would take action at night. However, it didn't matter whether he knew or not. Anyway, he had already made all the necessary preparations. From the day he came here, he knew that someone wanted him dead. The sky gradually darkened. Yu Fanghua was sitting on the roof and cultivating. Even though she couldn't see the moon, Yu Fanghua, who cultivated the moon essence technique, could still easily absorb the power of the moon. This would be very helpful to her cultivation. Yu Fanghua knew very well that Ling Xiao was walking on a bumpy road full of thorns. She had to do her best to help her man. This was her responsibility and what she wanted to do. Long Chen was cultivating the Great Earth Guardian. Over the past few days, he had been cultivating the mystic art to lesser mastery. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th-level divine physique echelon. The Earth Guardian was simply too suitable for him. Cold Plum was also cultivating the Azura true body. Her originally weak body kept getting stronger with the help of this divine physique echelon. Moreover, The most terrifying aspect of the Azura true body wasn't its ability to increase one's strength and strengthen one's physical body. Instead, in battle, the more serious one's injuries were, the higher one's combat prowess would be. It could even be increased by 100 times. It was equivalent to the third level of Ling Xiao's sanguinary rats. Little Gold's red sun essence couldn't absorb energy at night. However, it was possible to cultivate offensive techniques. The Crimson Sun essence could condense at most 10 Crimson Suns, which could explode with terrifying heat. Combined with the 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light, Xiao Jin's battle prowess had greatly increased. Ling Xiao released his 3 avatars. His main body studied saint inscriptions. Sovereign Emperor Physique, cultivating the martial spirit transformation secret technique. The body of a demon lord cultivated the sword orb technique. The divine venerable body was cultivating the god-defying art. The 9-word style of the god-defying art had also been raised to the perfection realm. He could now practice the cross form. Ling Xiao actually wanted to know what the god-defying art's attack would become after the cross stance. The saint inscription that Ling Xiao cultivated was a new saint inscription called the Raging Bull Saint inscription. The name didn't sound very elegant. However, the effect was quite good. The Raging Bull Saint inscription could be directly engraved on a martial artist's body, which would increase the martial artist's strength greatly. Currently, Ling Xiao had only reached the initial stage. Therefore, the Raging Bull Saint inscription could make his ordinary attack as powerful as the full force attack of an ordinary peak 7th level divine body echelon martial artist. Combined with the Saint inscription Heaven, it could even match the full force attack of an early 8th level divine body echelon martial artist. That was terrifying. The Saint inscription sect was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that the ancient race could annihilate them. This Saint inscription art was simply abnormally powerful. Ling Xiao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. The alert formation had sent a warning that an uninvited guest had arrived. "What's wrong, Xiao?" Yu Fanghua asked. "You guys continue cultivating. I'll go take a look." Ling Xiao stood up. The alert formation told him that the enemy wasn't very strong. Therefore, he alone was enough. Even his 3 avatars were left there to cultivate. They didn't follow him. "Boss, if you can't handle it, let us go," Little Gold said. "All right. Of course." Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would puff himself up at his own cost. If he really couldn't handle it, he wouldn't act recklessly. He didn't want the intruders to disturb his companion's cultivation. Therefore, he went straight out of the mansion. At this moment, Mad Dog Li brought 25 fierce-looking prisoners to the mansion's entrance. Mad Dog Li's eyes were filled with killing intent. His skin was green, and he was about 3 meters tall. His muscular body was filled with terrifying power. His green hair was standing on end. His entire body was emitting a dangerous aura that made people afraid to approach him. The other 25 prisoners weren't easy to deal with either. Each of them had taken a life. They even dared to cause trouble in the Golden Region. They were all madmen who licked blood off their blades. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked at the people outside coldly. They were all unfamiliar faces. Moreover, they were all 7th level divine body echelon experts. Since when did 7th level divine body echelon martial artists become so worthless? "Charge in." Mad Dog Li waved his hand, and the rest of the prisoners charged into the mansion. Some crashed into the door, while others tried to climb over the wall. However, at that moment, they seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. All of them were bounced back. Some of them even crashed heavily. What the hell? Mad Dog Li's eyes flashed with cruel killing intent, but there was also a hint of shrewdness. Is it a formation? Who knows about formations? He looked at the others and said. Before anyone could answer, Ling Xiao had already appeared. "Why have you all come to my humble abode? I don't think we know each other, right?" Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, he would never show mercy to those who dared to harm them. Mad Dog Li looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. "You're Ling Xiao? That's right. What a pity. You're a talent, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. I'm afraid tonight will be the day of your death. Mad Dog Li didn't want to be used by others, so if anyone asked him to kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't hide it. He would tell them. Zhuangzhong told us today that as long as we can kill you, we can regain our freedom. Although there is no enmity between us, if I can regain my freedom, I'd like to try. Zhuangzhong. Ling Xiao frowned. Yesterday, Zhuangzhong was still trying to please him. Only a little time had passed, and now he suddenly wanted to kill him. There was only one possibility. Huang Shui had appeared. Only Huang Shui could make Zhuangzhong ignore Huang Yu's orders. Interesting. This woman finally can't hold back. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He liked enemies. Days without enemies were really boring. You all can go. Before I change my mind, if you're still stubborn, I don't mind killing a few pieces of trash. Ling Xiao felt the pain of wronged souls from these people. Although warriors killed people, they didn't kill indiscriminately. However, some people were different. They didn't care about that. These guys in front of him were like that. Chapter 51:11. The murderous intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intimidated some of the prisoners. However, it only lasted for a moment. These people were all vicious fellows. How could they be intimidated by Ling Xiao's words? Mad Dog Li laughed. You have guts, but do you dare to come out and fight with us? What's the point of hiding in the formation? Against trash like you, there's no need to waste my spirit stones to activate the formation. Ling Xiao took a step forward. In an instant, he was outside the mansion. He left the protection of the formation. His formation was used to defend against powerhouses that he couldn't defeat. How could he be afraid of these people in front of him? Interesting. Your cultivation isn't much, but you have guts. Mad Dog Li sneered and said to an early-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon martial artist beside him, go and kill him. Yes. This person didn't dare to disobey Mad Dog Li. Mad Dog Li was too scary. Moreover, he didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only at the early-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon, but he was at the early-stage 7th level. There was an entire level difference between them. Boom. The early-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon prisoner released his martial soul. It was an extremely vicious fire lizard. The giant lizard looked down at Ling Xiao. Although it wasn't a god martial soul, it was still powerful. Boss, if I kill him, can I follow you in the future? This martial artist with the fire lizard martial soul admired Mad Dog Li a lot. The news of Mad Dog Li killing hundreds of City Defense Army martial artists had spread among the prisoners. Kill him first. Mad Dog Li said indifferently. He didn't attack directly because he didn't know what trump card Ling Xiao had. Ling Xiao's calmness made him suspicious. Therefore, he had to find someone to test it out. As the fire lizard martial soul was released, terrifying flames engulfed the entire space in an instant. The martial artist seemed to have merged with the flames. It could incinerate everything around it. Kid, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. The fire lizard cultivator looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Don't talk so much nonsense. If you want to attack, then go ahead. I'll say the same thing. Once you attack, I won't show any mercy. Ling Xiao continued to look at the martial artist indifferently. With his current ability, he could kill a martial artist in the early stage of the 7th-level divine physique stage even without entering the beast god's body. After all, his void god sword was no ordinary sword. An emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. In the outer circle of the cities, there were probably not many people who had them. Not to mention, Ling Xiao still had the crimson blood demon sword and the heaven-covering blood hand. They were all monarch armaments with 3 divine dragon patterns. He just stood there and looked at his opponent calmly without drawing his sword. The sky-covering bloody hand on his left hand glowed with a faint red light. Ever since he killed Xuening and seized the sky-covering blood palm from Xuening, he had not really used it. Today, let's test its power first. You actually didn't make any preparations? Are you looking down on me? You're courting death. The fire lizard martial artist was furious. He was an existence that made many people tremble in fear at the mention of his name. Today, He was completely underestimated by a martial artist in the early stage of the 6th level divine physique stage. This made him very unhappy. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. The martial artist punched out with both fists. The raging flames condensed into the appearance of a fire lizard and pounced toward Ling Xiao with a roar. The ferocious power made many martial artists in the vicinity dodge hastily. The terror of a martial technique was that it could instantly increase a person's lethality by several times or even dozens of times. Haha, that kid is so scared that he doesn't even dare to move. Seeing Ling Xiao's motionless appearance, the prisoners mocked him. Isn't that obvious? This attack is enough to make a martial artist in the middle stage of the 7th level divine physique stage fearful. Let alone a martial artist in the early stage of the 6th level divine physique stage. That kid is dead for sure. How stupid. He actually dared to come out from the protection of the formation alone. The prisoners all thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Even the assassin hiding in the darkness thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. He even prepared to leave. Princess Huang Xue's judgment was wrong this time. This Ling Xiao is simply a piece of trash. I don't even need to do anything. The fire lizard martial artist also revealed a sinister expression and laughed maniacally. Now that things have come to this, it's useless even if you regret it. Regret it? You're the one who should regret it. Sky covering blood palm. Ling Xiao finally raised his left hand. The terrifying blood palm suddenly descended from the sky. In the next moment, a loud boom erupted. The pitiful fire lizard martial artist didn't even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into fine powder. Even his corpse wasn't left behind. Seeing this scene, all the prisoners were dumbfounded. Including Mad Dog Li. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond their expectations. This kid is really strong. However, if that's all, he still can't compare to me. Mad Dog Li's eyes darted around as he judged the situation before him. In the end, he sneered. Not only did he not run away or be afraid, but he also became excited. Her entire face was red. You finally have the value to be killed by me. Although Mad Dog Li had no reason to kill people, he still wanted to kill the strong. He liked to see the expression of the strong begging for mercy before they died. Perhaps that was the reason why he was alive. Not bad, but being able to kill one person doesn't mean you can kill a group of people. All of you, attack together. Mad Dog Li was a smart and cunning guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured after running rampant for so many years. Although he was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao, but he still needed more information. Therefore, the remaining 24 people were all sent out by him. Little guy, I hope you can survive. That way, I can let you know the terror of Mad Dog Li. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. For him, it didn't matter if one person came, or a group came, he would kill. In fact, there was no difference. However, he wanted to use these people to test out his new move. In an instant, Ling Xiao entered the beast god body state. The ferocious transformation caused all the prisoners to be stunned. I didn't expect you to be a beast god martial artist. That's even more worth killing. Mad Dog Li's eyes became even more fervent. The 24 prisoners charged toward Ling Xiao with all their might. These people were all early and mid-stage 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Experts at this level were all overlords in the 4 regions and 9 realms. And now, they were attacking Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked coldly at this group of people. His expression didn't change at all. This made Mad Dog Li frown slightly. Even he would find it difficult to face these people's attacks. This Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all. Who was this guy? He didn't know that Ling Xiao was a talent chosen by the Golden King. If he knew, he would treat him more seriously. Sword Orb Technique. Ling Xiao used the technique he just learned, the Sword Orb Technique. He wanted to know the power of the Sword Orb Technique in actual combat. Chapter 51:12. There were 3 martial artists at the front. They were all early-stage 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He only used his mind. A sword gleam suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. Sword Orb Technique. Bang! 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 The sword orb pierced through the heads of 3 people. The 3 martial artists died on the spot. They didn't even have time to react to how they died. This scene made the rest of the prisoners show a terrified expression again. They all stopped in their tracks. Ling Xiao's every attack was sudden and powerful. They couldn't defend against it. The sword orb's attack was divided into 2 types. The first was an automatic attack. Once it was released, it would attack all enemies until it was shot down. This was the best way to attack when facing a large group of enemies. The second was to control it with soul power. It attacked according to the martial artist's thoughts. This was a very useful way to attack when facing an expert. After killing 3 enemies, the sword orb didn't stop. It still shot toward the 4th person. However, it was blocked. Automatic attacks didn't have much intelligence. It was normal for it to be blocked. However, it wasn't that easy to shoot it down. These prisoners were holding an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Mad Dog Li's weapon was the most powerful. It had 2 divine dragon patterns. However, no matter whose weapon it was, it couldn't shatter the sword orb. Although the sword orb was made with an emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern, the sword orb technique allowed it to unleash the power of an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. The warrior who blocked the sword pill discovered that a small crack had appeared on his weapon. His expression changed immediately. In order for them to kill Ling Xiao, Zhuangzhong had returned the weapons they used to them. However, was the weapon going to shatter today? What a pity. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? The prisoners wanted to attack Ling Xiao, but they had to guard against the sword orb. The sword orb's attack pattern was to attack whoever got close to its owner first. All of them had a headache. A bunch of trash. Leave the sword orb to me. You guys continue forward. Mad Dog Li suddenly attacked. He used a giant pair of scissors. With just 1 attack, the sword orb spun in the air. Although it wasn't shot down, it was no longer a threat. Kill. When the other prisoners saw that the sword pill had been restrained, they were immediately overjoyed. They continued charging at Ling Xiao. In their opinion, if Ling Xiao used this kind of attack, then his own defense would definitely be weak. As long as he got close, Ling Xiao would be finished. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao gave them an even bigger shock. Martial Spirit Divine Transformation, Limitless Heavenly Rat, along with the use of the Divine Ability Secret Technique. An illusory, unbounded Heavenly Rat appeared in the void. Although it was in the void form, it was still the unbounded Heavenly Rat that truly possessed battle prowess. Furthermore, he possessed a portion of the Sun God's power. The everlasting Heavenly Mouse swooped down ferociously. The power of slaughter bloomed crazily. In an instant, 4 people died under its claws. The unbounded Heavenly Rat possessed all the abilities of the void-shattering power, and it also possessed the powers of the bloodthirsty rat plague and the bloody rat devil. Therefore, it was an extremely terrifying existence. In the blink of an eye, he traveled through space and appeared in front of the enemy, catching the enemy off guard. Even though its combat power was still not very strong. It was only slightly stronger than Ling Xiao's beast god body. But with these special abilities, it could catch the enemy off guard. Mad Dog Li blocked the sword orb, thinking that this would allow the prisoners to get close to Ling Xiao. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. The power of the martial spirit divine transformation was truly amazing. It was several times stronger than Ling Xiao's beast god body state. This guy, how can he be so strong? It shouldn't be. Mad Dog Li's expression finally became a bit ugly. When everything was under his control, of course he would go crazy. But when he lost control of the situation, he wasn't so calm anymore. The sword orb technique, martial spirit divine transformation, these were divine abilities and secret techniques that they had never seen before. They were all released from this kid's body. It really caught them off guard. Looks like I have to do that. Mad Dog Li's eyes revealed a strong sense of madness. The enemy was stronger than he imagined, then he could only become stronger. Demonic madness art. While the other prisoners were delaying Ling Xiao, Mad Dog Li used his craziest technique. The demonic madness art could absorb the energy of all the corpses around it. It could make him extremely powerful in an instant. At its strongest, it could increase his combat strength by 10 times. However, every time it was used, the martial artist would lose a part of their memory and their soul would be damaged. Mad Dog Li didn't care about this. If he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, he could only do this without him to block the sword orb. The sword orb technique once again exploded with power. It crazily killed the prisoners together with the infinite sky rat. How boring, I don't even need to do it myself, just 2 divine abilities and secret techniques are enough to solve the problem. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. However, his face was filled with joy. His experiment proved the power of the divine inscription sect's divine abilities and secret techniques. That was enough for him. The reason why his main body didn't make a move was because he had already discovered the assassin hiding in the dark. That assassin was very difficult to deal with, but with his current strength, in a one-on-one fight, he still had a 30% to 30% chance of winning. He wanted to try. If it really didn't work, he could use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he didn't use a powerful martial spirit, he would be an idiot. However, it might not necessarily come to that. Ling Xiao also noticed another phenomenon. The more people died on the other side, the stronger that Mad Dog Li seemed to be. After the other prisoners were all killed by the infinite sky rat and the sword orb, Mad Dog Li had already raised his strength to the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. He was even stronger than the blood-red coat that Ling Xiao saw back then. However, he was able to kill the blood-red coat back then, and now his combat strength was even stronger. Killing this Mad Dog Li wasn't a problem. To be honest, he had taken a fancy to the scissors in Mad Dog Li's hand. After the Emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns was refined into a sword orb, it could unleash the power of an Emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. It could make his combat strength even stronger. Come, you're the only one left. Don't disappoint me. Ling Xiao looked at Mad Dog Li and hooked his finger. At the same time, he also put away the sword orb and the infinite sky rat. The previous battle was just to test his skills. The next battle with Mad Dog Li was still just to test his new skills. He didn't treat Mad Dog Li as an opponent at all. So, until now, he hadn't used the Void God Sword and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. You're really confident. Mad Dog Li didn't waste time. A crazy aura burst out. The illusion of a long-haired martial artist appeared behind him. That should be his martial spirit. The Mad Demon martial spirit. This kind of martial spirit was extremely rare. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen it before. It was probably the martial spirit of a powerhouse who had gone mad during cultivation and died. Kill. Mad Dog Li charged at Ling Xiao and exploded with all the energy in his body. Chapter 51:13. Mad Dog Li didn't know if he would win, but he knew he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. With his personality, rather than that, he would rather fight. Ling Xiao smiled merrily as he watched Mad Dog Li charge over. The Saint Barbaric Bull tattoo on his body flashed with golden light. Although others couldn't see it, Ling Xiao could feel it. That power made him incomparably powerful. I'll use you to test the power of this first-grade Saint Barbaric Bull tattoo. Ling Xiao stretched out his right hand. This hand didn't have any weapons or magic treasures. But this was the effect he wanted. How much pure physical strength could increase with the help of the Saint Barbaric Bull tattoo? Mu tilde tilde. A bull's roar suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in the golden bull shadow as he charged at Mad Dog Li. Boom. It was a collision without any fancy moves. A violent explosion sounded. At that moment, Mad Dog Li flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell on the street hundreds of meters away. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was obviously seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. Even the Emperor armament scissors with 2 divine dragon inscriptions were sent flying. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Mad Dog Li. Instead, he walked to the scissors and picked it up. Sword orb, smelt. The power of the sword orb technique was that it could smelt magic treasures into sword orbs on the spot. And when it was cultivated to a certain level, the sword orbs could become 2 or even more. According to the description, The sword orb technique could at most release 108 sword orbs at the same time. It was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was too low, and his mastery of the sword orb technique wasn't high enough. So controlling one sword orb was already very difficult. Any more and he wouldn't be able to do it. It's done. A moment later, the sword orb was smelted. It was even more powerful than the previous one. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked over to Mad Dog Li and coldly looked at the guy on the ground. A strong killing intent bloomed. "You can't kill me," Mad Dog Li struggled to say. "Give me a reason first." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Do you know why I haven't been caught for so many years? That was because someone was secretly helping me. If you kill me, you won't have an easy time. He will kill you," Mad Dog Li said. "Who?" Ling Xiao asked. Mad Dog Li thought for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't dare say that person's name. Otherwise, not only would he die, but his family would also die. Looks like he's not a simple character. But, when have yours truly ever been afraid of anyone? Ling Xiao gave Mad Dog Li a mocking look, then pulled out the Void God sword and thrust it into Mad Dog Li's throat. A rich energy surged into his body. This energy didn't just come from Mad Dog Li, but from the other prisoners as well. Previously, when Ling Xiao used the Golden Light Saint rune to block the attacks of Huang Shui and the others, he had depleted close to 70% of his potential. The deaths of these people could finally be somewhat recovered. Currently, his potential had recovered to 40%, but it was far from enough. He would need a stronger opponent or a treasure of heaven and earth to ensure that his potential would be fully recovered. Unfortunately, the prisoner's storage rings had long been confiscated, so there couldn't be any treasures at all. Just as he was thinking about this matter, a shadow suddenly attacked from the darkness. Ling Xiao didn't even look. The shadow's attack was blocked as if it had hit a wall. The Golden Light Saint rune. Ling Xiao had already engraved the Golden Light Saint rune on his clothes. He could activate it with just a thought. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, Ling Xiao still liked to strengthen his defense. The Golden Light Saint rune had already been completed. Even a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm couldn't easily break it. How could a mere assassin at the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Body Realm do it? It could be said that as long as Ling Xiao had enough divine origin and potential, martial artists below the Divine Soul Realm couldn't kill him at all. This was his trump card. "Come out. You can't hide from me." Martial Soul Barrier. Ling Xiao released the Martial Soul Barrier because he didn't plan to let the assassin leave. This person wasn't a prisoner. There should be many treasures in his storage ring. "Your Golden Light Saint rune is really powerful. But do you think I didn't make any preparations?" The assassin's voice rang out in the darkness. His figure gradually appeared. He was holding a bead in his hand. It was emitting a strange and vigorous energy. "That's the Fire Thunder bead." Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye and easily identified that item. "You have good eyesight. This Fire Thunder bead is of a very high grade. The power released in an instant is enough to kill a martial artist at the early stage of the first level of the Divine Soul Realm. Do you think your Golden Light Saint rune can block it?" The assassin sneered. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's frightened expression. Unfortunately, he only saw Ling Xiao's excited smile. This Fire Thunder bead was a good item. If he gave it to Little Gold to devour, Little Gold's cultivation would definitely skyrocket. Of course, he could also leave it to deal with martial artists at the Divine Soul Realm. However, Ling Xiao felt that it would be a waste. "You can still laugh. You're really a lunatic." The assassin frowned. He really couldn't understand Ling Xiao's current thoughts. Without the protection of the Golden Light Saint rune, you're just a piece of trash at the 6th level of the Divine Body Realm. You're still so calm. I can't help but admire your acting skills. No matter what, you're going to die today. The assassin had already given Huang Shui a military order. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he would have to die. Therefore, he had no choice. "Huang Shui asked you to come, right?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "So what if I did?" The assassin didn't hide it. Since the other party had already guessed it, There was no point in hiding it anymore. In any case, he would kill Ling Xiao today. No one would know about this. After saying that, the assassin didn't plan to wait any longer. He started to circulate his divine energy and activated the fire thunder bead. This assassin was quite cautious. He used the fire thunder bead from the start because he didn't want to leave it until the end and waste it. Boom! Following the input of divine energy, the fire thunder bead erupted with an incomparably terrifying power. The temperature within the entire martial soul barrier suddenly rose. Thunder and lightning rumbled unceasingly. But this power abruptly stopped in the next instant. Power of cosmic light, time stop. How could Ling Xiao let the other party destroy this fire thunder bead? Since he had his eyes on it, he naturally had to snatch it. In the instant that time stopped, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the fire thunder bead already landed in his hand. The moment the assassin regained his movement, his expression was extremely ugly. But this guy's reaction was considered fast enough. At this time, Ling Xiao had just obtained the fire thunder bead and didn't have time to retreat. At such a close distance, the assassin crazily attacked. Using a point as a breakthrough, he stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital point. Behind him, the shadow of a sharp dagger appeared. It emitted a faint light. That was his martial soul. A dagger martial soul was a very common tool martial soul. But to an assassin, this kind of martial soul was sometimes the best. It could greatly increase their attack power. This was what they liked. Chapter 51:14. The weapon used by this assassin was actually an emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon patterns. It was incomparably sharp. The larger the defensive range of the sacred golden light rune, the weaker the local defense. Now that the sacred golden light rune enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body, then as long as the other party focused on one point, it was really possible to break through. Just like how although a divine soul realm martial artist's defense was strong, if someone stabbed a vital point, they would still be injured. This assassin's reaction could be said to be not fast. It could also be said to be not smart. To be able to have such a reaction the moment he lost the fire thunder bead, he was indeed powerful. No wonder Huang Shui would send him to assassinate Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao. In that instant, the sacred golden light rune's light contracted, turning into a small spot of light. It blocked the assassin's fierce attack. Ling Xiao, who had the Tai Chi eye, naturally could see which part of him the other party wanted to attack. Then, he just had to control the sacred golden light rune to form a local defense. What? The assassin cried out in alarm and immediately fled. You made the right choice. You are a very powerful assassin. Unfortunately, you met me today. You are destined to be unlucky. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the martial spirit barrier. In the next moment, he put away the sacred golden light rune. Against a martial artist of this level, there was no need to use the sacred golden light rune. After all, it consumed too much divine essence. He had already consumed too much potential and had no time to replenish it. Idiot, you actually abandoned your greatest reliance. What are you trying to do? In the darkness, the assassin's voice came from all directions. It seemed that he didn't understand and was also somewhat surprised. After all, Ling Xiao was very cunning. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Won't you know what I want to do when you try? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, I will make the first move. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The assassin shook his head. Under such circumstances, thinking too much would only mess up his mind. He decided to focus on attacking. No matter what Ling Xiao planned, he had a way to save his life. After making up his mind, the assassin's power continued to condense. Inside the martial spirit boundary world, the wind was raging, sand and pebbles were flying, and the bluestone slabs on the ground were lifted up. All of a sudden, the assassin's silhouettes appeared. However, it was not 1, but 9. 9 shadows kill. This was not a simple doppelganger or shadow. Instead, it was a genuine martial skill. Every shadow's attack was real. The assassin had once used this method to kill many martial artists who were stronger than him. He hadn't used it before because he was afraid of Ling Xiao's golden light saint rune. Now that Ling Xiao had removed the Golden Light Saint inscription, his opportunity had arrived. Die. 9 figures charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. All of Ling Xiao's escape routes were blocked. The assassin firmly believed that without the protection of the Golden Light Saint runes, Ling Xiao would not be able to escape his terrifying attack. Dead. Aren't you being a little too confident? He was merely an early-stage 8th level divine physique echelon cultivator. Do you really think you can kill me? God-defying art, cross-form. The god-defying sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. 10 sword gleams bloomed at the same time. With Ling Xiao as the center, they shot out in all directions. In an instant, the 9 figures were pierced by the sword gleams and exploded. In the next moment, a scream came from the darkness. The 10th sword gleam injured the assassin. Although it was only a minor injury, an assassin's defense was very weak. They focused all their energy on increasing their attacks and had almost no defensive means. Their physical bodies were also very weak. Once they were injured, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Ling Xiao's sword injury was not that easy to heal. As long as he was determined to kill someone, every attack would be accompanied by a terrifying poison. With the assassin's strength, he could not withstand the poison's attack. Even if it was just a small scratch, he would not be able to survive. A scream came again, and the assassin fell out of the darkness. Because he was poisoned, he could no longer maintain his concealment state. You actually used poison, you despicable and shameless fellow. The assassin looked at Ling Xiao in horror and scolded him. Are you scolding yourself? Don't tell me that you didn't smear poison on your dagger. Ling Xiao walked toward the assassin and smiled faintly. An early-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist was not a threat to him now. Once he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could even kill a peak 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. However, this time, the assassin was completely tricked by him. Therefore, he defeated him easily without using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The assassin was too confident in his attack, which resulted in Ling Xiao turning the tables in an instant. There was nothing he could do. Princess Huang Shui will avenge me. I'll go first and wait for you below. The assassin was more courageous than Mad Dog Li. He knew that he was going to die, but he did not beg for mercy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I'm afraid that the one waiting for you will be your Princess Huang Shui. She tried to kill me time and time again. Does she really think that I don't have a temper? I won't let you be alone. Soon, that woman will accompany you down there. After speaking, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the Void God sword. The assassin's energy was absorbed to replenish his potential. However, it was a pity that an early-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist could only replenish 10% of his potential. Currently, his potential had recovered to 50%. Let me see what good stuff is in this guy's storage ring. Ling Xiao picked up the assassin's storage ring. Other than 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, there was actually a spiritual crystal. A spiritual crystal was equivalent to 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. This time, he really made a killing. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then directly absorbed the spiritual crystal's energy. In an instant, his potential was fully replenished. Not only that, but his cultivation actually rose from the early stage 6th level divine physique echelon to the middle stage 6th level divine physique echelon. This spiritual crystal was indeed worth 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. The energy was too abundant. However, relying on this thing to increase his cultivation was not stable enough. He had to stabilize it in battle. In the short term, he would not let his cultivation increase anymore. Otherwise, an unstable foundation would not do him any good. Then, he turned around and returned to the mansion. Tomorrow, it might be even noisier. What happened tonight, some people would probably use it to make a big deal out of it. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he was very excited. There was someone he could use to practice his punches and kicks again. After returning to the mansion, Ling Xiao gave the Fire Thunder Pearl to Little Gold. Little Gold did not decline, because he knew that only by becoming stronger could he help his boss. After swallowing this Fire Thunder Pearl, My cultivation will probably directly skyrocket to the half-step divine soul realm. It's just that this might take a long time. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and sister-in-law, I'll have to rely on you guys to help my boss during this period. Little Gold looked at everyone and said, "Go and cultivate in peace. We'll be outside." Long Chen said, "But after you become stronger, you'll have to help us more." Of course. Little Gold looked at everyone deeply, returned to the universe world, and swallowed the fire thunder pearl. Ling Xiao looked at the rest and said, "We also have to make the best use of our time to increase our strength. That bitch Huang Shui won't let it go so easily." Mobile version of the website. Chapter 51:15. Everyone nodded and continued to cultivate. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua were all in the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm. They also had powerful secret arts and their own special abilities. Most likely, no one in the 8th level of the divine physique echelon would be a match for them. This was a very powerful combat force. Ling Xiao also sat down cross-legged. He had gained a lot from the battle just now, so he had to comprehend it. At the very least, there shouldn't be any trouble tonight. At the corporal's residence, Zhuangzhong, Liu Mai, and Liu Qiong were waiting for the results of the battle. Han Yuan was sent to observe the battle. I'm sure Ling Xiao's residence is already in ruins. Mad Dog Li, that fellow, has never been careless in doing things like this. Liu Mai sneered. It's because he's reliable that he's sent. No one else is qualified. Zhuangzhong said indifferently, "Next, it's time to wrap things up. Although Princess Huang Yu's status isn't as high as Princess Huang Shui's, she's still a princess. We have to get rid of this matter cleanly." When Han Yuan came back later, he would start preparing to investigate the murderer. He had to put on a good show. We have to put on a show to show our anger towards Ling Xiao's death. Corporal, you're really smart. Liu Qiong gave him a thumbs up. Zhuangzhong wanted to say something, but Han Yuan suddenly rushed in from outside. His face was pale. His breathing was also very rapid, and his face was covered in sweat as if he had suffered a great shock. Hey, Han Yuan, you're so useless. Mad Dog Li just went a little overboard. Is there a need to be so scared? Liu Mai frowned and said. She would never have thought that Mad Dog Li would be killed. He had thought that Mad Dog Li had gone too far, but in the end, he had scared Han Yuan. Dead. They're all dead. Not a single one is left. Han Yuan said while panting. It's good that they're dead. Of course, I know they're all dead. If Mad Dog Li can't kill Ling Xiao and his useless companions, it'll be too embarrassing. Chong Zheng frowned. Han Yuan was usually a very calm person. What was wrong with him? No, Mad Dog Li and the others are all dead. Han Yuan had only seen Mad Dog Li being killed, and had hurriedly fled back, so he didn't know what had happened afterwards. If he knew, he would probably be even more terrified. Han Yuan, don't joke around like that. Liu Qiong said. I'm not joking with you. Mad Dog Li and those 25 prisoners were all killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was alone. That guy was too scary. Even if you personally make a move, you may not be his match. Han Yuan said solemnly. Tell me the details. Solemn frowned and said with a gloomy face. Han Yuan took a sip of water and explained the process in detail. After listening to his story, Zhuangzhong and the others frowned even more. I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be so strong. I've underestimated him. Solemn's mood was extremely bad. He felt that he had overlooked something. In fact, Ling Xiao's strength should have been expected. Otherwise, how could he be valued by Golden King? How could he be hated by Huang Shui? Liu Mai said, according to Han Yuan's description, this Ling Xiao's fighting strength is at least at the level of Mad Dog Li, otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat Mad Dog Li. That's right. Solemn's fingers gently tapped on the table. After a long time, he said, originally, we wanted to use others to deal with Ling Xiao, but it seems that we can't do it now. We have to show up in person. He may be able to defeat Mad Dog Li, but he can't win against the four of us. What's more, we have 3,000 people in our team. The strategy that they thought was foolproof turned out to be wrong in the end. It was purely because they underestimated the enemy too much. What's the reason? Han Yuan asked. There must be a reason to deal with Ling Xiao, right? Isn't the reason simple? Liu Mai sneered and said, just say that he's with Mad Dog Li. He was afraid of exposing his identity, so he secretly let those guys go and then killed them. Anyway, Mad Dog Li is dead. No one can prove that what we said is false. Ling Xiao can't clear his name even if he jumps into the ocean. Wonderful. Liu Qiong clapped his hands and said, this way, we can make trouble for Ling Xiao in a justifiable way. Let's do it. Mad Dog Li killed so many of our companions. This debt can be put on Ling Xiao's head. Solemn nodded and said, now go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, send people to surround Ling Xiao's mansion. Corporal, instead of surrounding his mansion, why don't we call him out? It's easier to set up an ambush in advance. That guy is a poisonous snake. We can't underestimate him. Liu Mai said. Okay, we'll do as you say. If he doesn't listen to the order to gather, we'll have more reason. Solemn nodded. Then, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. On the other side, Huang Shui was drinking tea, waiting for the assassin to return. However, at a certain moment, a talisman in her hand suddenly burned. Huang Shui's expression changed. Her eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. It actually failed. That talisman was the assassin's life talisman. Its effect was very simple. It could show the assassin's life status and point out his location. Now that the life talisman had burned to ashes, it meant that the assassin was dead. Well done, Ling Xiao. You're more troublesome than I thought. It seems like your ability isn't limited to the Golden Light Saint inscription. Huang Shui bit her finger and stared outside the window. Her eyes flickered with a cold light. No one knew what she was thinking. She really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but she couldn't do it openly. She could only use tricks secretly. This was equivalent to tying her hands and feet, making her very unhappy. However, if he wanted her to give up just like that, then he was underestimating her ability too much. Men! Huang Shui shouted outside the door. Your Highness, please give your orders. A black figure entered the room and bowed. It's time to put that matter on the agenda. The commander of Marshall City's City Defense Army has been missing for a long time. It's been vacant for a long time. Inform all the martial artists in the 12 cities in the outer circle that the competition for the position of Marshall City's City Defense Army commander will begin in 7 days. The rules are simple. The final winner of the competition will be the commander. You guys can decide on the specific details. Huang Shui's cold smile blossomed once more. It should be enough if I kill you openly on the arena. I believe that you won't miss this opportunity. I can see the ambition in your eyes. Huang Shui's actions were unknown to Zhuangzhong and the others, as well as Ling Xiao and the others. After all, Huang Shui had just mentioned it. The sky was already bright. The order to gather had already been sent to Ling Xiao's residence. What does Zhuangzhong want to do? His sneak attack failed last night. Is he going to do it openly today? Isn't he too daring? Yu Fanghua frowned and said, Haha, why should I be afraid of him? Since he wants to die, I'll accompany him. Everyone, cultivation is boring. Let's go out and relax. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 51:16. Ling Xiao smiled. He could imagine what would happen when he went to the barracks this time. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was very excited. It was not good to just sit there and cultivate. Only real combat could hone one's combat strength. He was not the only one. The others were the same. If they did not fight, they would gradually lose their drive. Xiao Jin could not fight because he had to refine the energy of the Fire Thunder Pearl. Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum could all participate. Ling Xiao let them enter the universe world first, then flew toward the barracks. At this time, except for Ling Xiao, the 3,000 people in the barracks had all gathered. Liu Mai was giving a lecture. She described Mad Dog Li's escape and his fight with Ling Xiao as if it was real. It had to be said that this woman had a talent for storytelling. Perhaps she had really thought about it all last night. There were no flaws in the story. Those who were simple-minded would be furious when they heard it. This Ling Xiao actually killed his own accomplice in order to clear his name. Did he think that this could wash away the sin of killing hundreds of city defense army martial artists? This kind of scum must be destroyed. Angry roars came from the crowd. He even dared to deceive Her Highness and the king. This is unforgivable. Kill him. The voices grew louder and louder. Zhuangzhong and the others all showed a smug smile. At this time, Ling Xiao arrived. He did not say anything and directly stood in the group. However, he could still feel the hostility of the surrounding martial artists toward him. These guys, I don't know how to fool these simple-minded martial artists. Long Chen said with righteous indignation. Let's wait and see. I believe they will draw their swords soon. Ling Xiao was as calm as ever. After all, he had experienced too many things. He was actually immune to this kind of situation. You bastard, how dare you show up? You and Mad Dog Li are accomplices. Finally, a martial artist in the crowd could not hold back and roared at Ling Xiao. Hearing his roar, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. These guys really knew how to twist the truth. As a victim, he had actually become Mad Dog Li's accomplice. I will kill you and avenge my brother. This martial artist's brother should be the one killed by Mad Dog Li. Now that Mad Dog Li was dead, he naturally placed his hatred on Ling Xiao. This martial artist's strength was mediocre. He was only at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon and had the lowest cultivation among the city guards. Naturally, Zhuangzhong did not expect him to kill Ling Xiao. Or rather, he hoped that this person would be killed by Ling Xiao. If that was the case, Ling Xiao's public outrage would be even greater. Their plan could be carried out more smoothly. The martial artist pounced on Ling Xiao, his face full of anger. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, just watched this scene calmly. This was a dead end. Whether he made a move or not, the martial artist who pounced at him would most likely not be able to escape death. This person was already used as a fuse to ignite the explosives. However, he liked to break dead ends, making others dumbfounded. The poor martial artist was personally rewarded with a dessert by Liu Mai this morning. Highly toxic substances had long been added to the dessert. As long as this martial artist used divine essence, the highly toxic substances would erupt, and he would die without a doubt. In front of everyone, if he died, Ling Xiao would become the murderer. At that time, even Huang Yu would not be able to save Ling Xiao. But in the next moment, that martial artist suddenly disappeared. Disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This stunned Zhuangzhong for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered that Ling Xiao had a Dharma treasure that could hide people. Hence, he roared loudly, Ling Xiao, I originally planned to give you a chance. After all, you were introduced by Princess Huang Yu. I didn't expect you to actually dare to kill people in broad daylight. You're simply hopeless. What do you think our city guards' brothers are? You bastard. Kill him. Sergeant, kill him. We can't bleed and sacrifice for the Golden Region and be humiliated like this. Among the 3,000 people, 2,000 people were simple-minded idiots. After being tricked, they immediately took the bait. Of course, there were also smart people who watched this scene coldly. They were not prepared to help either side. After all, it was not good to offend anyone. Ling Xiao seemed to have Princess Huang Yu's support, while Zhuangzhong and the others were local tyrants and could not be provoked. Facing the mixed voices, Ling Xiao slowly floated into the air and looked at Zhuangzhong and the others mockingly. If you want to kill me, why beat around the bush? Don't you find it tiring? I'm right here, and I guarantee that after I die, no one will find trouble with you. After all, Princess Huang Yu and I just met by chance, and I have never met the Golden King. They won't punish you for me. He was not afraid of fighting. On the contrary, he yearned for battle. If he wanted to unify the Golden Martial Kingdom, he had to stir up this pool of water first. In a one-on-one battle, none of these 4 people would be his opponent. If it was a 1-on-4 battle, he might still be able to play. Domain name, please remember _3, he was going to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, to show those who intended to kill him. What would happen to those who offended him? Ling Xiao, even now, Are you still so stubborn? Before Mad Dog Lee died, he told us that you were their boss. We have already submitted the evidence. Naturally, the higher-ups will investigate it. Our responsibility is not to kill you, but to capture you and hand you over. I hope you don't resist, it won't do you any harm. Zhuangzhong was still speaking hypocritically. Liu Mai also smiled faintly and said, at first, we thought that no matter what you did before, as long as you are willing to sincerely join the City Defense Army, we can treat you equally. But unfortunately, you actually did that kind of thing. We can't help but suspect your intention to join the City Defense Army. Ling Xiao, don't resist. We don't want to kill you. After all, we are colleagues. If you insist on courting death, we won't be polite. Liu Qiong also said loudly. However, Han Yuan didn't utter a word. He was probably the thinnest person among the four. So noisy. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, I am leaving. You are delaying my cultivation time for such a boring matter. You are committing a crime. Ling Xiao's reply was as cold as ever. Captain, don't be polite with him. Everyone, let's go together and capture this brat. Angry roars came from the crowd. With this roar, the crowd was in chaos. Everyone was shouting and wanting to attack. All of you, shut up. Ling Xiao's voice exploded in the void. I only have one warning. Whoever dares to attack, I will kill him. All of you, listen carefully. I even dared to kill that B*TCH Huang Shui. People like you who have no power and no background, even if you die, you die. Don't give me a reason to attack. This guy was crazy. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 3,000 people were dumbfounded. He actually dared to call Princess Huang Shui a B*TCH. Was this guy's brain damaged? Zhuangzhong, I don't know what that B*TCH Huang Shui told you. But I'm afraid she didn't tell you. Even if the Divine Soul Realm expert beside her attacks, he won't be able to kill me. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao made an even more shocking statement. Chapter 51:17. Ling Xiao's words were a direct threat. It might be useless to some people, but it was useful to most of them. They might not believe all of Ling Xiao's words. But Ling Xiao dared to provoke Princess Huang Shui, dared to call her a B*TCH, and was not afraid of being killed at all. He must have a backer. They did not want to provoke such a person. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it was Mad Dog Lee who killed their comrades. Ling Xiao avenged them by killing Mad Dog Lee. There was no need for them to not let it go. In this world, no amount of reasoning was more useful than threats. Reality was like this, and there was no other way. Originally, 1/3 of the people had chosen to remain neutral, but after Ling Xiao's words, there were only a few hundred people who were still clamoring. Most of them were thinking that it was not easy to become a city guard, and there was no need to harm themselves because of this. A bunch of cowards. Seeing this, Liu Qiong was furious. He looked at Zhuangzhong and said, Corporal, no need to talk nonsense with this kid. The four of us together are enough to take him down. The few hundred people who are willing to listen to us only need to surround this place, and Ling Xiao won't be able to escape. That's the only way. Although Zhuangzhong's plan was good, there was a huge problem in the process of executing it. He never thought that Ling Xiao, this audacious guy, would dare to curse Princess Huang Shui. This intimidated the majority of the people. Helpless, they could only bite the bullet and do it themselves. Zhuangzhong, Liu Mai, Liu Qiong, and Han Yuan surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. A terrifying aura burst out. It made the surrounding martial artists tremble in fear. Especially Zhuangzhong, the aura of a peak 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist was really terrifying. But what puzzled the onlookers was that Ling Xiao, the person who bore the brunt of it, looked calm. It was as if he did not realize how terrifying his opponent was. Ling Xiao heard that these four people knew each other since a long time ago. After joining the city guard, the four of them often worked together. They were almost inseparable. They cooperated very well in battle. They once worked together to kill an early-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. This was not an easy task. After all, there was a huge gap between level 8 and level 7. This could only mean that their combined strength was truly formidable. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was willing to fight them. If he didn't even have this bit of strength, it would be too boring. Attack! With a solemn command, the four of them attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Although they attacked at the same time, there were still some differences in their attack methods and attack range. However, these four people cleverly used these differences to their advantage. Han Yuan was a swordsman who was good at moving around and attacking. It could be said that his attack power was the strongest among the four. Liu Mai and Liu Qiong's martial soul were both ice crystal tigers, which were good at mid-range and long-range attacks and defense. His martial soul, the single-horned rhinoceros, not only had a strong attack power, but its defense was also shocking. Once the four of them joined forces, it would indeed be very troublesome. Ice tornado. Liu Mai and Liu Qiong attacked at the same time. Several whirlwinds and icicles pierced through the void towards Ling Xiao, causing the air to instantly freeze. Furthermore, their attacks were all very tricky. One of them chose the throat, the other the heart. No matter which of the two was pierced, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The whirlwinds and icicles were not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. If Ling Xiao didn't use the Golden Light Saint rune, even the invincible ape god array might not be able to completely block it. Although the two siblings' strength is not that great in a one-on-one battle, their attack power is obviously increased when they join forces. Moreover, they almost gave up on defense and used all their strength on offense. It's really a little scary. However, that's all. Seeing that the opponents were about to attack, Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye and instantly began to analyze. Let's start with the two of you. If he wanted to break the combined attack of the four of them, he had to attack the weak points. Among the four of them, Han Yuan had the strongest attack power and the fastest speed. The one with the strongest defense was Zhuangzhong, and the one with the strongest comprehensive ability was also Zhuangzhong. Liu Mai and Liu Qiong's specialty was that the two siblings were connected by blood and could greatly increase the power of their martial souls. When the two of them were together, their attack power was already more than the sum of Han Yuan and Zhuangzhong's attack power. However, the two of them had a weakness. When attacking, they couldn't defend. And Ling Xiao happened to grasp this weakness. Sword orb. A sword light flew out from between his eyebrows and arrived in front of Liu Qiong in an instant. "Brother, be careful," Liu Mai exclaimed. She wanted to defend, but it was too late. Ling Xiao had purposely taken on their Ice Thorn's whirlwind so that he could attack them when they were defenseless. Kai. The sword orb directly pierced through Liu Qiong's forehead. Liu Qiong was killed on the spot. Then, it suddenly flew back and shot towards Liu Mai. Han Yuan's reaction was very fast. Before Liu Mai could react from the shock, he had already blocked in front of Liu Mai. Unfortunately, was it useful? Cosmic light power, time stop. In that instant, the sword orb bypassed Han Yuan and still shot through Liu Mai's throat. When the time stopped, Liu Mai and Liu Qiong had already become two cold corpses. "You dare to kill the vice-captain of the city defense army? You're really finished this time." There were two things that Zhuangzhong didn't think of. The first point was Ling Xiao's unbelievably terrifying battle prowess. The second was Ling Xiao's courage. This guy actually dared to kill the vice-captain in front of the city defense army in the Golden Region. It was simply crazy. So what if I killed them? You don't think that Huang Shui will make a big fuss over two worthless trash, right? Don't worry, that bitch will definitely not openly find trouble with me. She doesn't want to drag herself down to deal with me. She will definitely think of a more dignified reason to deal with me. That's why I said that you idiots are just pitiful worms being used by others. But even so, if you want to kill me, I won't be polite. Next, it's the two of you. Liu Mai and Liu Qiong were killed. The remaining Zhuangzhong and Han Yuan were nothing. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. And he chose the divine beast form. A ferocious blood-lightning bull demon that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. There were two types of sacred runes on its back. One was the golden sacred rune. The other was the barbaric bull sacred rune. Ling Xiao discovered that the sacred rune actually increased the divine beast form's strength the most. Although the divine beast form couldn't use human martial skills, the physique would be greatly improved. And the barbaric bull sacred rune increased the strength by a fixed percentage. The greater the basic strength, the greater the increase. Therefore, the divine beast form of the barbaric bull sacred rune was more powerful than the divine beast form. You think you're the only one who can transform? Zhuangzhong knew that he had no way out. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination. But the only thing he could do now was to fight. Beast soul transformation. A huge rhinoceros appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The single-horned rhinoceros and the blood-lightning bull demon confronted each other. Then, it madly charged at the opponent. Chapter 51:18. Timpy. That Ling Xiao was too complacent. He thought he killed Liu Mai and Liu Qiong with a trick. He dared to fight with the corporal in terms of strength. His courting death. The martial artist who supported Zhuangzhong snorted coldly in the crowd. That's right. After the corporal transforms, his strength is simply terrifying. He can easily tear his opponent apart. But as soon as they said that, their voices came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, the blood-lightning bull demon had sent the single-horned rhinoceros flying. Not only that, but the single-horned rhinoceros was also covered in blood. It couldn't maintain its beast form and returned to Zhuangzhong's original appearance. At this moment, Zhuangzhong struggled with all his might. In the end, he stopped breathing and died on the spot. When Han Yuan saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was so powerful that Han Yuan couldn't summon the will to fight. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao looked at Han Yuan and asked coldly. I admit defeat. Han Yuan said in horror, this time, it's all Liu Mai and Zhuangzhong's doing. I was just dragged in. The so-called evidence was also fabricated by Liu Mai. I can prove it. Hearing Han Yuan's words, the crowd sighed. Many people who were fooled were glad that they didn't go crazy with Zhuangzhong. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly looked into the distance. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Someone shouted from far away. Huang Xue's arrival this time was actually an open and above-board visit. It seemed that she had a more legitimate excuse. Everyone except Ling Xiao knelt down to welcome Huang Xue's arrival. Ling Xiao still stood there, looking coldly at the people in front of him. He was thinking about the reason for Huang Xue's arrival. Was it to settle scores? Or was it something else? Her Highness the Princess, Ling Xiao killed our corporal and 2 vice-captains. Seeing Huang Xue arrive, some of Zhuangzhong's loyal followers mustered up their courage and shouted. Because they felt that their opportunity had come. Since Huang Xue had a grudge against Ling Xiao, she would definitely use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, this was usually the case. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He was a talent chosen by the Golden King. It would have a very important impact on the future of the Golden Martial Kingdom. If Huang Xue used this kind of inexplicable reason to make a move on Ling Xiao, it was completely unjustifiable. It would have a great impact on her future. Why would he do that? Huang Xue asked coldly. That's because the corporal said that Ling Xiao was Mad Dog Li's accomplice and wanted to capture Ling Xiao. That person explained. Do you have any evidence? Huang Xue asked. This, we don't know either. That person started to feel confused. Why didn't this Princess Huang Xue take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao? Then let this princess tell you. Sergeant Zhuangzhong, Vice-Captains Liu Mai and Liu Qiong took revenge for a personal matter. Fabricating facts to frame Ling Xiao. He even forcefully dragged Han Yuan into this. They deserved to die. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, this princess will kill them. Huang Xue had a righteous look on her face. This confused Ling Xiao. Did this woman change her personality? That's impossible. There must be a deeper conspiracy behind her actions. Ling Xiao really admired this woman. If she continued to frame him, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to take out evidence to rebut her and embarrass her. However, this woman actually did this, causing the evidence that Ling Xiao had prepared to go to waste. He sighed softly and released the cultivator that he had kept in the Chenkuan realm. The The poison in the cultivator's body had already been removed. He also knew the truth of the matter. The moment he was released, he accused Liu Mai of her ugly actions. This made Han Wen feel very fortunate. Luckily, he had told the truth in advance. Otherwise, he would have been unlucky as well. Alright, that's the truth. Since Zhuangzhong is dead, your team's corporal will be Ling Xiao in the future. As for the vice-captain candidate, it will be decided by Ling Xiao himself. Huang Shui said until here. She glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You follow me. I have something to say to you." Ling Xiao smiled. This woman could really cause trouble. However, he would just quietly watch how the other party was going to posture. He followed Huang Shui to the side. A table and chairs had already been placed there. "Please have a seat." Huang Shui sat down first. Then, she gestured for Ling Xiao to sit. However, what made her feel awkward was that Ling Xiao had already sat down. A hint of displeasure flashed across Huang Shui's eyes. However, it was concealed very quickly. "Today, let's not beat around the bush. The person who ordered the assassins to assassinate you last night was me. The person who ordered Zhuangzhong and them to make a move on you was also me." The words that Huang Shui suddenly said made Ling Xiao rather surprised. This woman actually suddenly laid her cards on the table. What on earth did she want to do? Don't be so surprised. After last night's incident, I see it clearly. You are a very talented person. It's no wonder that King Father likes you. Hence, I also hope that we can get along peacefully. How about we let bygones be bygones? Huang Shui continued. If your highness really wants to, of course, we can. As the saying went, it was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Ling Xiao also didn't want to have so many enemies. However, there was a hidden meaning in his words. He didn't believe that Huang Shui would let go of her hatred. It's normal that Brother Ling doesn't believe me. However, time reveals a person's heart. Brother Ling will know my painstaking efforts sooner or later. From today onwards, I will do my best to help you and help you gain a foothold in the Golden Martial Nation. I only have one request. When you achieve great success in the future, please support me to become the Queen of the Golden Martial Nation. Huang Shui's attitude was very sincere. If Ling Xiao hadn't seen so many two-faced people like her, he might really have believed her. Then I will thank Princess Huang Shui first. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Who didn't know how to act? Since they were going to act, everyone just had to act. Huang Shui continued, now, there is a very good opportunity to raise your status again. You also know that in the Golden Region, the corporal's monthly salary is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the city defense commander's salary is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The difference is huge. Top-grade spirit stones are a necessity for cultivation. It's also a necessity for purchasing items. The Martial City's city defense commander has been missing for many years. I have decided to choose a new one. However, if I directly appoint you, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it. Hence, 1 week later, there will be a competition in the outer circle of the 12 cities. Whoever obtains the final victory will be the city defense commander. I'm telling you this in advance because I hope that you will be prepared. Thank you, Your Highness, for your nurturing. Ling Xiao will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Xiao hurriedly cupped his hands. However, there was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as he believed that a person wasn't worthy of his trust, then no matter what this person did, he would consider it from the perspective of a conspiracy. This way, he wouldn't be hurt. All right. Huang Shui stood up and suddenly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand lightly. She said, I have high hopes for you. Father has always wanted to find a good husband for me. I think you are not bad. It's just that you don't have any status now and your strength is a little weak. It's a pity. I have offended you before. If you want to punish me, why don't you marry me? Then, you can punish me as you wish. Speaking of this, Huang Shui even threw a coquettish glance at Ling Xiao. It was quite charming. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 51:19. Huang Shui's words gave Ling Xiao goosebumps all over his body. This woman really dared to say anything. No wonder she was doing better than Huang Yu. It's time to go. By the way, Yu is a good girl, but don't harm her. The closer you get to her, the more dangerous she will be. That's all I have to say. I hope you can come out on top in the competition for the position of City Guard Commander. Goodbye. Huang Shui smiled and left with her men. What she left behind was a scene of drama. This woman is too shameless. She really dares to say anything. Yu Fenghua's pretty face was cold as she said coldly, "When an impulsive wild boar turns into a cunning fox, it's indeed harder to deal with. But it's still a wild beast. It can't beat a hunter. Don't worry. How could those flowery words of hers deceive me? The so-called competition for the position of City Guard Commander is just another trap for me." Ling Xiao sneered. "Then what should we do? Refuse to participate?" Long Chen asked. "Refuse? Why should I refuse? Don't forget my purpose in coming to the Golden Martial Kingdom. I want to take root in the eternal divine realm as soon as possible. The position of City Guard Commander isn't high, but it's not low either. I'll have some power. Moreover, I have a monthly salary of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and more cultivation resources than ordinary soldiers. There are 5 of us. I have to pursue more benefits." Ling Xiao knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but he still wanted to go there. There was nothing to be afraid of. The joy of breaking through the situation was also a kind of enjoyment. He liked to do things that could make the enemy unhappy. For now, he had to secure the position of corporal. Just as he was thinking about how to establish his authority, Chunchi suddenly came to report that the chief deputy commander had arrived. Chunchi was the city guard soldier Ling Xiao had saved. Since then, Chunchi had been grateful to Ling Xiao. That was why he hurried over to report. "Chief Deputy Commander?" Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that it would not be easy for him to become a corporal. Although Huang Shui, that cunning woman, had given herself the title of a corporal, in reality, she had stirred up the dissatisfaction of many people. For example, the chief vice commander. Zhuangzhong was one of his men. Ling Xiao had killed Zhuangzhong. Not only was he not punished, but he was also promoted to sergeant. How could he accept this? In this matter, he would definitely not let it go so easily. Having figured this out, Ling Xiao felt much calmer. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. If the enemy came, just fight. "Xiao, let me be your helper this time. I can share some of your troubles." Yu Fanghua said. "That's fine. I'm sure there's more than one enemy. I'll have to trouble you then." Ling Xiao did not refuse. He was convinced that flowers in a greenhouse could not grow tall. Therefore, when his power grew in the future, a few of his companions would have to share some of his responsibilities appropriately. After letting Yu Fanghua out, Ling Xiao went to meet the chief vice commander. There was only one commander in Martial City, but there were 6 vice commanders. Chief Vice Commander Qi Heng was the strongest among the 6. He was also the one closest to becoming a commander. Even the martial artists in Martial City's city defense camp had long regarded Qi Heng as a commander. Now, Huang Shui had suddenly announced that there would be an open selection for the commander of Martial City's city defense army. This made Qi Heng feel uncomfortable. However, she was a princess. He could not afford to offend her. At this moment, Ling Xiao's name entered his ears. He could not offend Princess Huang Shui, but could he not offend Ling Xiao? If he wanted to be a corporal, he had to ask if he agreed. Of course, because of Huang Shui's order, he could not act directly. Therefore, he had to think of a way within the rules to force Ling Xiao to back off. Qi Heng's method was to follow Huang Shui's example. "Ling Xiao, it's hard for people to accept your position as a corporal. There are many experts in the city defense army who want to take the position from you. I can't stop them. Therefore, I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow, there will be an open competition for the corporal's position in the city defense army's military drill ground. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The people competing for the corporal's position are all as strong as Zhuangzhong. As long as you have the ability to defeat them, the corporal's position will be yours." Wrapped in righteousness, Qi Heng left after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. It just so happened that his hands were itching these days. In order to consolidate his current cultivation, he had to find some experts to practice with. Qi Heng's method was to his liking. At first, he was thinking about how to intimidate these 3,000 soldiers. However, it seemed that there was no need to think about it now. As long as he passed this test, no one would dare to disobey him. After Qi Heng left, Ling Xiao returned to his residence. Everyone continued to cultivate. Ling Xiao continued to study the Saint runes. The Golden Light Saint rune was already at great accomplishment. It would be very difficult to improve it further. The Barbaric Bull Saint rune was only at small accomplishment. It needed to be used continuously in battle to improve it. Ling Xiao planned to learn a new Saint rune. After a few battles, he found that the Saint rune was very helpful in battle. It would be best to learn more. Anyway, he had 3 avatars. Together with his original body, he could cultivate at the same time. The experience gained from cultivation or learning could be integrated into his original body. It would not waste any time. The next Saint runes that Ling Xiao wanted to learn were the Light Body Saint rune and the Spirit Gathering Saint rune. The Light Body Saint rune and the Barbaric Bull Saint rune were similar in that they could increase a martial artist's speed. The Spirit Gathering Saint rune's effect was similar to the Spirit Gathering formation. Moreover, it could be stacked. The difference was that the Spirit Gathering formation could not be moved. Once the Spirit Gathering Saint rune was engraved on a martial artist's body, it would be effective no matter where the martial artist went. Even at small accomplishment, the Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Saint rune could increase the effect of cultivation by 50%. To them, this was extremely important. Ling Xiao knew very well that strength was the key to gaining a foothold in the eternal divine realm. Without strength, everything else was in vain. No matter how smart you were, if you were killed, you would be done for. The next day came quickly. Ling Xiao had already successfully studied the 2 types of saint inscriptions and had even reached the small success stage. This way, he would have a better chance of winning the battle. Ling Xiao knew very well that Qi Heng would not let him take the position of corporal so easily. Therefore, the people he found would not be weak. It would be good if they could increase their fighting strength. The corporal selection was not a big deal. Usually, all they needed was the approval of the chief deputy commander. But this time, because of Huang Shue's order, the position of corporal leader became very popular. The impact was great. On this day, the crimson sun rose and shone its light on the earth. The entire martial city was in a hubbub. It was especially noisy and lively. It seemed that Qi Heng had really put a lot of thought into this matter. Chapter 51:20. That Qi Heng spread the news so that even Princess Huang Shui can't change the result. Chen Qi followed beside Ling Xiao and said, this time, he picked a lot of experts from the city defense army. The weakest one is at the peak of the 7th level divine physique echelon. Their combat power is stronger than their dignity. Don't worry. I know that today's matter won't be easy. I'm already mentally prepared. Ling Xiao nodded. Qi Heng took the initiative to bring up this matter to teach him a lesson. If he sent some trash, how could he teach him a lesson? If he couldn't even think of this difficulty, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao anymore. In order to make this selection as fair as possible, Qi Heng relaxed the conditions after picking some experts. Instead, all martial artists from the Martial City's City Defense Army were eligible to participate in the selection. This way, no one could say anything about it. When Ling Xiao arrived at the military field, it was already packed with people. Many martial artists were chatting excitedly. Their desire for the position of sergeant could be seen from between their brows. On the spectator stand not far away, Ling Xiao saw 2 familiar figures. One was Huang Yu, and the other was Huang Shui. Both of them were actually here for today's selection. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. However, Ling Xiao could still tell one was sincere and the other was hypocritical. Huang Yu floated up like a white crane and landed beside Ling Xiao. Are you confident? She asked. More or less. Ling Xiao smiled. You know that Qi Heng is messing with you, but you still want to participate. I'm sure you're confident. I won't say much. I wish you success. Huang Yu was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She had long seen through the knack of this. The reason why she didn't stop him was because she believed that Ling Xiao had a way to solve it. Moreover, this was also a chance for Ling Xiao to grow quickly. She shouldn't stop him. While the two of them were talking, Qi Heng and the others on the spectator stand looked at them with a gloomy face. Looks like the rumors are true. This Ling Xiao didn't just get Princess Huang Yu's favor. Now, even Princess Huang Shui is supporting him. Beside Qi Heng were the other 5 deputy commanders. One of them was his sister, Qi Yu. The two of them worked together to control the city defense army. Otherwise, Qi Heng wouldn't be able to become the chief deputy commander so easily. Qi's words, Qi Huang Shui's face became even gloomier. Temph, I'll humiliate him in front of these two people today. How dare he kill Zhuangzhong? I want him to pay the price. I'm afraid you're still jealous. Qi Yu said. Qi Shui use you. The two princesses of the martial kingdom were extremely charming. They were goddesses in the hearts of countless martial artists. Shui Qi Heng was yu. In the past, he felt that his status was low and he couldn't reach them. Therefore, he didn't have any improper thoughts. He only thought that being able to do something for the two princesses was already an extremely happy thing. However, Ling Xiao's appearance made him lose his composure. The two goddesses in his heart actually showed kindness to Ling Xiao. The things that he couldn't get after working so hard were obtained by a piece of trash. How could he tolerate this? In addition, Zhuangzhong was killed by Ling Xiao. This completely ignited the anger in his heart. Yi Chen, are you ready? Your enemy is that Ling Xiao. I don't care about others, but you must kill this Ling Xiao. Fists and legs have no eyes, and swords are merciless. I believe that the two princesses won't have anything to say about his accidental death. Qi Heng looked at the other person beside him and said. Yi Chen was Qi Heng's #1 fierce general. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine martial spirit, the sword god martial spirit. Although it was only a low-level divine martial spirit, it was much more powerful than ordinary martial spirits. In the entire city defense army, no warrior with the same cultivation level was his opponent. This Yi Chen once defeated Zhuangzhong and the other 3 in one move. It was also because of this that Qi Heng chose him. In order to be foolproof, Qi Heng also chose some warriors who were as strong as Zhuangzhong or stronger than Zhuangzhong to weaken Ling Xiao. By the time Ling Xiao fought with Yi Chen, he would be very weak. Anyway, the arrangement and order of the battle was arranged by him. It was too easy for him to tamper with it. I hope that this Ling Xiao won't let me down. If he is defeated before I meet him, it will be boring. Yi Chen sneered. Silence. Qi Heng suddenly stood up and roared. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. All the spectators and contestants looked in the direction of Qi Heng. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The registration period has ended. There are more than 500 people participating in the selection this time. Now, everyone come forward and draw lots. Those with the same number will be your opponent. Qi Heng said loudly, this selection is fair and just. Therefore, after the results are out, no one can question it. Let's begin. As his voice fell, everyone stepped forward and drew lots. There was more than one number box. Therefore, drawing lots didn't take too long. At this moment, Huang Yu had already returned to her seat and sat beside Huang Shui. Little sister Yu can't have fallen for Ling Xiao, right? Why are you so concerned about him? Aren't you not interested in the throne? Huang Shui smiled faintly and said, moreover, you should also know that this selection is Qi Heng's trap. I'm afraid that your Mr. Right will be at a disadvantage. Huang Yu already knew that Huang Shui was trying to rope in Ling Xiao, but she didn't need to worry about it. After the Divine Rune Sect's ruins, Huang Yu knew that Ling Xiao was much smarter than her. In terms of scheming, Huang Shui might not be able to outplay Ling Xiao. Elder sister, you and I are both sensible people. There's no need to say those hypocritical words. I know that you want to scheme against Ling Xiao, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Your design might instead become a stepping stone for Ling Xiao's meteoric rise. Huang Yu said indifferently. Huang Shui faintly frowned in front of Huang Yu's calmness. Soon after, she sneered. Since she had decided on a plan, she wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to escape. This time, she would kill Ling Xiao no matter what. If Ling Xiao was killed in the selection, it would be exactly what she wanted. If not, then the selection of the city guard captain would become the key. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could pass through these two stages in a row. On the other side, although Huang Yu was confident in Ling Xiao, she still frowned. Seeing him, she still frowned. Yi Chen was the successor that Qi Heng had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. If Qi Heng became the captain, he would be appointed as the vice-captain. It was enough to see how powerful this person was. That was a quasi-deputy commander. Sending him to participate in the selection was simply to target Ling Xiao. No matter what, I hope he can win. Huang Yu couldn't do anything at this moment. She could only wait. At this moment, the numbers had already been drawn. Ling Xiao was number 16, and Yu Fanghua was number 109. Yu Fenghua's mission was to help Ling Xiao clear out the obstacles. If the two drew the same number, it would be meaningless. Fortunately, Qi Heng didn't know Yu Fanghua, so he didn't know about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua. Otherwise, he would have definitely interfered. Chapter 51-21. As the numbers were drawn, the battles began at the same time. There were 10 arenas on the drill ground, and 10 battles began at the same time. There was no pause in between. After one battle ended, the second battle would begin immediately. Qi Heng called out Ling Xiao. 20 people from the first group jumped into the ring. This caused the audience and contestants to cheer. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and did not join in the fun. As time passed, the battle gradually came to an end. The difference in strength between the martial artists was huge, and the victor was decided in an instant. The victorious man let out an excited roar. Those who failed were dejected. However, the battle would not stop because of their victory or defeat. The battle continued. Soon, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Ling Xiao was number 16, so they didn't have to wait too long. Number 16, Ling Xiao, Zhong Tai, onto stage 1. As this voice rang out, many people's gazes were focused on arena number 1. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Ling Xiao had killed Zhuangzhong and was appointed as a corporal by Princess Huang Shui. Qi Heng had already spread the news. 33 quickest mobile terminal : // as a result, Ling Xiao had almost become a celebrity in Martial City. However, his reputation was not very good. The second reason was because of Zhong Tai. Among the martial artists participating in the selection this time, Zhong Tai was absolutely ranked at the forefront. Although Zhong Tai was also at the peak of the 7th level divine physique echelon like Zhuangzhong, he was much stronger than Zhuangzhong. Of the other candidates, not many were willing to meet Zhong Tai. Ling Xiao's luck is pretty good. He actually met Zhong Tai in the first battle. He's going to lose for sure. Zhong Tai defeated Zhuangzhong in one move. He's not someone that trash Zhuangzhong can compare to. There's something fishy about this. Zhong Tai is a major and has 5 corporals under his command. Why are you participating in the selection? Why do you care so much? I'm happy. Anyway, that Ling Xiao is going to lose for sure. Voices of discussion rose and fell. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although they felt that Zhong Tai's action was a little strange, it didn't violate the rules. Others wouldn't have anything to say. Qi Heng, oh Qi Heng, in order to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, you're actually willing to let a captain participate in the selection. You're really something. Huang Yu looked at Qi Heng and sneered. Qi Heng smiled and said, Your Highness, you have wronged me. Zhong Tai has a good relationship with that Zhuangzhong. He probably just wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He didn't break any rules, so I can't stop him. Otherwise, it would be an unfair match. Be careful that you don't get the position of corporal and lose a major instead. Huang Yu snorted coldly and said nothing more. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already jumped into the ring. He did not know Zhong Tai. However, From the discussions of the people around them, they could also make out some of it. This Zhong Tai wasn't an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. He was definitely more difficult to deal with than Zhuangzhong. But so what? A mere martial artist at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon wants to stop me, Ling Xiao, from advancing. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Qi Heng looked at the number 1 combat ring, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen sighed and said, Chief, you've already sent Zhong Tai. Why do you need me? That kid can't win against Zhong Tai. At this moment, Zhong Tai had already stepped into the ring. He was dressed in black. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura, but also a hint of contempt. Hehe, Boss Qi Heng is really too much. Why do you need me to participate in this kind of trash? Kid, it's your bad luck to have met me today. Zhong Tai sneered. He waved his hand and 2 katanas appeared in his hands. Ling Xiao had seen these katanas before. The ninjas of the Sky Dragon continent had these kinds of weapons. They were narrower than ordinary katanas, but their sharpness was not inferior at all. Moreover, this guy was actually using 2 katanas. Using 2 katanas was different from using 2 katanas to fight. Although it couldn't release 2 martial skills at the same time like Ling Xiao, the degree of coordination was much higher than using 2 katanas to fight. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Tai indifferently and said, casually working for others will put your life on the line. Zhong Tai sneered and said, you're quite arrogant. However, the one who will die today will be you. A mere mid-stage 6th level divine physique echelon trash. You can't even compare to the most ordinary soldier in the city defense army. The instant the referee gave the order to start, Zhong Tai couldn't wait to pounce on Ling Xiao. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He couldn't wait to finish the mission immediately. This was because he was very unhappy with Ling Xiao's words. Zhong Tai came into the ring to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of showing mercy in this attack. The martial soul behind him was released. It was actually a Kartana martial soul. Although it was only an ordinary martial soul, it was very suitable for him. The power of the martial soul caused the 2 katanas in his hands to increase greatly. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp. This was an extremely terrifying sword attack. Even an early stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist wouldn't dare to be careless. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was very nervous. She grabbed the armrest of the chair, and her face was a little pale. As for Yu Fanghua, she was calm as usual. Because she understood Ling Xiao better. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. A mere Zhong Tai couldn't possibly be his opponent. Under the attention of many people. Facing the sharp sword aura, Ling Xiao gently raised his left hand. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Facing Zhong Tai, he directly entered the beast god's body state. And his left hand was wearing the sky-covering blood hand. That was an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. And the 2 katanas in Zhong Tai's hands were merely emperor weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. His advantage was extremely huge. You're actually barehanded. Seeing Ling Xiao raise his left hand, Zhong Tai was stunned. The color of the sky-covering blood hand was almost exactly the same as the palm, so if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell. So much so that Zhong Tai thought that Ling Xiao was going to take his attack barehanded. Since you're courting death, that's even better. You'll save me a lot of energy. After being stunned for a moment, Zhong Tai's face bloomed with a cold smile. His speed suddenly increased. Ding! Amidst Zhong Tai's angry roar, Ling Xiao's left hand actually grabbed both of Zhong Tai's katanas at the same time in a strange way. What an idiot. Do you think my katanas are so easy to grab? Zhong Tai's face revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, his sinister smile suddenly stopped. The violent force stopped in an instant. First, domain name, please remember _3, it wasn't the shocking scene that everyone imagined. Because Ling Xiao's left hand firmly grabbed the 2 katanas. He actually didn't move at all. Impossible. You're grabbing my emperor weapon with your bare hands. Zhong Tai was extremely shocked, and his face changed drastically. A wave of fear rose in his heart. This Ling Xiao might be much more terrifying than he imagined. He had miscalculated. Zhong Tai, who felt the great danger, was not willing to surrender just like that. He instantly pushed his divine essence to the limit. The two katanas began to vibrate violently, as if they wanted to cut Ling Xiao's palm into pieces. 33 First. That katana seemed to be able to escape at any time. Everyone says that you're stronger than Zhuangzhong, but in my opinion, you're just SOSO. Break for me. Ling Xiao's left hand suddenly exerted force. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and the katana in Zhong Tai's hand actually broke into several pieces.